Sir, good morning. I love it here.
That's when I did a passing out parade once at the time at Kapooka, and the as a veteran defence personnel, I said to walk along, even though they stopped and talk to a young soldier. And so, how have you found it? He says, I love the army and food is great, sir. Another team go on. How have you enjoyed training? I love the army, food is great, sir. 4 days in a row, I come to this and said, I hear the food's good. He says, I love the army. They've been told whatever the minister asks you, this is the answer.
That's well trained.
But the last guy just didn't know what to do before, and he said, I love the army. How are you doing? Good. Did you go home with me? No. No, I saw you running up the side of the bridge. Yeah. So I thought, Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Hotham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As members of Parliament, we of course represent our voting constituents, but there are also thousands of people within our communities who don't get to vote, and we are also their voice in federal Parliament. It really matters to me what the young people of Hotham believe, even though it's not quite their time to have a vote. Recently, I launched the Hotham Writing Prize, and that's a way that my team has devised to make sure that we are understanding the concerns of young people in Hotham and we're able to represent those back to the federal Parliament. So we invited students from all over Hotham to send a letter or an essay to me which addressed an issue that was very important to them as a young Australian. And I also asked them to make sure that they talked to me about the things that they believed government could do to address their concern. The entries that we received were of an incredibly high standard, which speaks, I think, to the excellent schools that we have right across Hotham, but also to the very clever young people that I'm honoured to represent in this Parliament. There were 2 really clear themes that came out of the things that young people spoke to me about this time. The first of those was the desperate urge they have to get this Parliament to recognise the threat of climate change and to put in place real plans that will help us see our country do the responsible thing and make sure that we're averting a disaster that, for these young people, is something they're going to have to live with in their adulthood. And the second issue that was most important to them was about mental health, something that's really come up for a lot of young people, Deputy Speaker, in particular because of the issues they've been subjected to throughout COVID lockdowns. So I want the House to join with me in congratulating Marcus Baumgartner of East Bentley Primary School. He was this year's junior winner of the Hotham Writing Prize. He wrote an amazing piece to me about climate change, and one of the things that I loved about Marcus's piece was he talked about real solutions, real things that he believes that the Australian government can do to address this very important challenge. I want to also congratulate Ryan Morgan of Mazenod College, who was the senior winner of the Hotham Writing Prize. And Ryan wrote to me about this really pressing concern he sees around mental health, but also talked about something I think is really interesting, which is that his generation of young people is probably the first generation of Australians that's able to have a really kind of open conversation about the mental health issues that they're facing. I also want to congratulate 2 additional students who were special commendation winners. Sienna Leopold from Oakley Primary School, who wrote an incredibly thoughtful piece about violence against young women, and Hector Rivas-Turner from Huntingdale Primary School, who wrote to me about climate change. Deputy Speaker, a lot of people in the public realm say that young people don't care about politics. In my experience as a local member, nothing is further from the truth. I'm so proud of the young people that I represent in Parliament, and I want to thank each and every one who took the time to put pen to paper and write to me about something that really matters to them as a member of my community.
I thank the member for Hotham and call the member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, there are some times in a long stay in this Parliament like I have had that I need to bring to your attention, to the House's attention and the people of Australia's attention of what's going on in my state of Victoria. These things need to be recorded on Hansard so the world knows exactly what's going on in Victoria, my home state. Recently, a friend of mine brought to my attention that a fellow friend of his had heard about a vigil being held in a Bayside suburb. and it was opposing what the Victorian state government's doing. He thought, I'd like to go and sit with that vigil. So a quiet vigil. He went and he sat on the lawn quietly. There were some police nearby, but they were just watching. Some journalists came along and he spoke to them. As he spoke to journalists, the police walked towards him and then issued him with an infringement notice. He took his infringement notice, went home, and last week he received the fine. The fine was more than $5,000. Yet thousands and thousands and thousands of people have entered the streets each weekend and there were no fines. How is it that in this country, what would have seemed as absurd and unconscionable even a year ago, that we have a nation so corruptly divided as this, that thousands can march, yet this one person who spoke to two journalists receives a more than $5,000 fine at a time when he had decided he didn't want to take these vaccines. He's not an anti-vaxxer, but he didn't want to take these vaccines. So he's lost his job and he has a $5,000 fine. That family was already struggling. This is my great South land. There's things that we don't do. I think this is wrong. I think it is unconscionable. I think it is criminal. And I think it is immoral.
Thank the member for Monash and call the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to congratulate the talented and hard-working recipients of this year's Gorton Young Leaders Awards. Since 2009, I have been acknowledging selected Year 12 students from the electorate of Gorton who have demonstrated a commitment to active public leadership within their schools and their communities through these annual awards. These awards are an important way, Deputy Speaker, to recognise and encourage young local people beyond academic performance and to reward their efforts in giving to their community. I'm consistently impressed with the remarkable achievements of the prize winners and the fantastic local talent who call Melbourne's West their home. This year was particularly challenging for our Year 12 students, with 2 years of schooling disrupted by the pandemic. We have 15 Gorton Young Leader Award winners this year from across 8 local schools in the electorate of Gorton. From Gilson College we have Sasha Benici and Chris Nicolau. From Melton Christian College we have Sarah Grimaldos and Matthew George. From Staunton College, Jasmine Green and Jasmine Donnelly. From Kurrajang Secondary College we have Gorang Guat. From Melton Secondary College we have Merciun Pasi and Zed Tui Anatoa. From Catholic Regional College, Melton, we have Zoe Attard and Ralph Hadfield. And from Southern Cross Grammar, we have Izzy Chakuti and Callum Weir. And finally, Lakeview Senior College, we have Kumbango Colombi and Nathan Ginnon. I am aware of how dedicated Nathan is in particular. I've already mentioned him in this place before, as he previously took part in our Gorton Young Leaders workshop after completing work experience in my office. All these students have made significant contributions to their school and local community. Many are school captains on their school council and represent their school or community officially. Some have done specific work such as running sports programs for the disabled, working with multicultural communities, creating videos to keep young people connected, helping the elderly and even assisting funeral services for those families who are on a tight budget. These are the students that people seek out for assistance. They advocate for and help others and put others before themselves and should be commended for their efforts. I'll be watching these young people closely as they become the leaders of the future.
Thank the member for Gorton. Call the member for Gippsland.
Speaker, I rise to highlight my ongoing concerns with the Victorian Labor government's ill-conceived and illogical plans to abolish native timber harvesting in Victoria. Deputy Speaker, it's a plan to destroy a viable industry and throw families into poverty. It's another Labor plan which undermines blue-collar jobs for Green votes. It's madness at every level. But, Deputy Speaker, you don't have to take my word for it. Michael O'Connor, who's the National Secretary of the CFMEU, wrote recently, and I quote, "Federal Labor's task of convincing blue-collar workers and communities they'll be looked after is threatened by the approach of the Andrews government towards timber workers and the communities, because these workers are being thrown on the scrap heap." And I repeat, these workers are being thrown on the scrap heap. The only type of transition the current Victorian government proposal offers for the workers, their families and communities is a transition into poverty. Keep in mind, this is the National Secretary of the CFMEU, and he continues, "The reality facing federal Labor is that actions speak louder than words. Voters will look to this example of a Labor government transitioning an industry and see that it will destroy livelihoods and communities in Latrobe Valley. This will send a shiver down the spine of blue-collar workers and communities all around Australia." And I repeat, it's a transition into poverty. Now, I appeal to those opposite, particularly those Victorians amongst you, please stand up to Premier Dan Andrews. Please fight for the timber industry jobs in our state. We have a world-class and a sustainable industry about to be destroyed because Dan Andrews has done another dodgy deal with the Australian Greens. Now, anyone who's listening to today's broadcast and think, the sustainable Victorian timber industry doesn't really impact my life, you need to think again. The combined impacts of this ridiculous ban, the ongoing activism by extreme environmentalists, and the recent bushfires is set to exacerbate supply chain problems here in Australia. The humble wooden pallet, Deputy Speaker, which is relied on to distribute just about everything that we buy in our shops, is in short supply. And it's only going to get worse if Premier Dan Andrews continues with this irresponsible plan to ban native timber harvesting. The manufacturers of pallets are already facing timber supply shortages, and it's another reason why Victoria should overturn this decision. The reality, Deputy Speaker, is that we have seen supply chain fragility which has occurred during the coronavirus pandemic, and we need to be a nation that makes things, a nation that adds value to our rich natural resources and locally grown products, including our timber resources. We've seen enormous changes in the timber industry over the last 20 years, Deputy Speaker, enormous investments in the future. The modern timber industry, which is typified by businesses such as Fennings in Bensdale or Australian Sustainable Hardwoods in Hayfield, is a world-class manufacturing facility. It's recovering smaller sections of wood all the time, joining them together to create high-value products focused on maximising the yield from every log. This is an industry, Deputy Speaker, that provides jobs and provides a skilled bush workforce during the bushfire months. This is ideological madness, Deputy Speaker. We should not be shutting down the Victorian native hardwood timber industry.
I thank the member for Gippsland and call the member for Blair by virtual presence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Wednesday, the 24th of November, it was 14 years since I first had the honour of the people of Blair electing me. After the 2007 federal election, the newly elected Labor government introduced many reforms, including the NBN, paid parental leave, the education revolution, the NDIS and aged care reform. We apologise to the stolen generation, addressed the scourge of institutional abuse against children, and removed the draconian industrial measures, work choices. In Blair, locally, we upgraded the Ipswich motorway and the Blacksall interchange. The Fernvale indoor sports complex and the Somerset Civic Centre were both built. We delivered a cancer clinic in Springfield, invested in community, cultural and educational infrastructure such as the Orion Pool and the Rebellion Main Parklands, all in Springfield. Those opposite have very little to boast for their more than 8 years in government. Deputy Speaker, the last 2 years have been particularly difficult for community groups and businesses across Blair. As we cautiously open our borders and businesses, the community is enjoying coming together. However, not everything goes to plan. Regular Christmas events here were victims not just of COVID-19 in 2020-21, they've been postponed and cancelled due to storms. One such victim is the Rosewood Lions Christmas Carnival, which I was looking forward to last weekend and having a stall on John Street. I offer my sincere appreciation to the Lions Club of Rosewood and the event coordinator Dennis Kenyon and former local councillor David Palkey for their hard work and organisation, notwithstanding. Recently, I was fortunate to attend an event with the Ipswich Prostate Cancer Support Group run by cancer survivor Dennis Ellis. The group raised $6,000 and I was pleased to support the event by buying a table and sharing the event with some good mates, family and colleagues. My father, Al, had prostate cancer and it caused his death. I appreciate the work of this group to support men, their families and raise awareness. I've enjoyed getting out and about across Blair to visit groups that have recently received the Blair Stronger Communities grants. And I visited recently the Ipswich Switchers, a junior motorcycle speedway club with Cameron Jefferson at Willowbank to see the new lap timing technology in action. I congratulate the club president, Dwayne Rue, and hard-working volunteer Cam for their great work. And last weekend, I had the pleasure of attending the Linville Heritage Festival in the northwestern part of the Somerset region. I had the privilege of opening stage 2 of the Linville Community Garden. I congratulate Carolyn Barker and the association for their dedication to the project, their tenacity and organisation. And I congratulate them for the work they do across the northern part of Blair. Thank you very much, all those organisations, for dealing with not just the challenges of COVID, but the storms recently.
I thank the member for Blair and call the member for Dawson.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise to call for a boycott of the 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing. To go ahead with these games without formally registering our concerns about crimes against humanity occurring at the hands of the Chinese Communist Party sends a very strong message to the victims that we actually turn a blind eye to their suffering. So I, for one, will not be turning a blind eye and never forget their anguish. We, as a nation that respects human rights and dignity, must not let this happen. In a few months' time, the best athletes in the world will converge in Beijing for their Winter Olympics, and whilst sport does unite us and brings out the best in humanity, it also is crucial that the world unites to respect the humanity of those who suffer human rights atrocities that are occurring at the hands of the CCP. We refuse to turn a blind eye to the rapidly deteriorating human rights situation in Hong Kong and the Tibetan Autonomous Region, Tibet. Tibet and the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, where Tibetans, Uyghurs and other minority groups are subject to widespread religious and cultural repression, forced labour, sterilisation, political indoctrination, arbitrary detention, torture and death. Make no mistake, the Tibetans, the Uyghurs and other minority groups in those regions are victims of genocide, crimes against humanity and cultural genocide. This is happening now. Whilst the International Olympics Committee has made it clear it's not in the business of politics, the Olympic Charter's principles of solidarity and non-discrimination are hard to reconcile with holding the 2022 Games in a country whose government stands credibly accused of perpetrating crimes against humanity and genocide. We know what's going on, and it would be a betrayal of our common humanity to stand in silence. So I say to the House, to the members of the International Olympics Committee, your desire to stay above politics does not permit turning a blind eye to mass atrocity. There is still time to urgently postpone the 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing and initiate an emergency search process for suitable replacement facilities outside of China for the 2022 Winter Games to make a strong stand for human rights. There is time for us here in this country to register our protest against crimes against humanity. We must decline invitations for state officials to attend the Games, so as long as Beijing remains the host, and discourage companies operating in Australia from acting as commercial sponsors for those Games. We must work multilaterally with our allies through all available forums, including the Five Eyes Alliance, to urge the IOC to move the Games from Beijing to a suitable host outside of China. I also urge individual athletes competing to think carefully about whether they should take part and consider a personal boycott should those Games remain in China. Their boycott would send possibly the strongest message that human rights abuses are not okay in any part of the world. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy
I thank the member for Dawson. Call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Housing affordability is a crisis in this country. It's not just that young people can't afford to buy houses. It's that people who are in long-term rentals can't afford to stay where they are because their rents are going up so much. And what is a serious crisis in my electorate of Dunkley is people who are in rental accommodation where the house is being sold or something is happening that means they can't continue to live there and they can't find anywhere else to live. The cost of rent has skyrocketed in the last 12 months and millions of Australians are paying more just to keep a roof over their head. We saw on Channel 7 on Saturday night that rent has increased by thousands of dollars a year for so many people. In Frankston, the cost of rent has increased, the median cost, by $1,650 in the last 12 months. The Grattan Institute, ACOS and the University of New South Wales have released research which shows that there's been a 2-decade shortfall in low-cost housing investment by governments. And this has been exacerbated by the increase in property prices recently, some 22% over the past year. Research shows that by August of this year, rents were growing by 8%, which is the fastest since 2008 and is almost 4 times the pace of wage growth. You know, in Frankston, Carrum Downs, Skye, Seaford, Langwarrin, Frankston South and Mount Eliza, across my electorate, rents are going up and up and up, and real wages are going backwards. It's everyone who's affected by this, but people who have other disadvantages in their life are truly the ones who are badly affected, like Dom from my electorate, who lives in Frankston South with his father. Dom is an NDIS participant and his father is on the age pension. They are good people who are struggling to deal with the challenges life has given them. Dom has a motorised bed and chair and relies on a 4-wheeled walker to get around, and he's recently had surgery. Times are pretty tough. He and his father have been served an eviction notice because the property they're renting is being demolished. They're on the critical wait list for public housing, but they can't find anything in Frankston. There is nothing for them. In Australia today, it is harder to buy a home and harder to rent than it's ever been. And people like Dom and Dom's father are experiencing or at risk of homelessness. An aged pensioner and an NDIS participant in a wheelchair are at risk of homelessness. It's not good enough, and we cannot continue to accept it in this country. It's why Federal Labor has a plan to address our housing affordability and homelessness crisis, to invest in affordable housing and partner with state governments like the Victorian State Government that also wants to do it. We have to do it for people like Dom and his father and people across my electorate.
I thank the member for Dunkley. Call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, in the lead up to the next election, there's going to be a lot of talk. Labor candidates seeking to sell the credibility of the opposition. Good luck with that. Greens that selectively pick the science they like. Climate science, yes. Scientifically enhanced food, no, not so much. Candidates wanting to outsource climate policy from the Australian Parliament and towards unelected bureaucrats. Yeah, nah. What we actually want is action. The people of Australia want action. And well, Deputy Speaker, talk is cheap, it's outcomes that matter, and we've got them in spades. We lowered income taxes to ensure that Australians keep more of their own money. We introduced laws to punish online trolls harming children and to hold big tech accountable. Exposed corruption in the superannuation sector and fixed loopholes they exploited, including those that were used to harvest low balance accounts for fees, and ASIC is now investigating whether to bring insider trading charges against industry super fund executives and fund managers. We made the tough calls to uphold national security, including increasing the defence budget and commissioning nuclear submarines to meet the challenges of the 21st century. In the last term, we stopped an extradition treaty with China that would have exposed Australians to China's opaque judicial system, delivered marriage equality that ensures Australian couples have legal equal recognition in rights, and of course improved medical privacy laws so that your health records can't be compromised. And of course, we proudly stopped Labor's retiree tax that would have stripped many self-funded retirees of up to 30% of their income and pushed them down the financial stairs. And now delivering Australia's first comprehensive economy-wide plan to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, with emissions already down by 20% and falling. And of course, as a Member of Parliament, we introduced the first legal framework for offshore electricity infrastructure. But that's the national. Then there's also the local, where we work directly with council. After they applied, we delivered the largest grants to Bayside and Glen Eira in their history for car park upgrades along the Sandy and Frankston lines. We provided funding to replace the River Blackrock Yacht Club and upgrades to community sporting infrastructure, funding for local netball facilities to address the issues of gender inequity, $1 million to help return Elstonwick Park to a nature reserve, and of course funding for foreshore restoration in Blackrock and Sandy. So whether it's national, whether it's local, there are no empty promises. There's a clear track record of delivery. And in short, election 2022, I know some people are getting very excited about it, and trust me, Deputy Speaker, I'm excited about it too. Because what I love about elections is the chance to directly engage with the community, as we've done for the past 6 years. So in short, bring it on.
I thank the member for Gladstone. I call the member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you, and I rise today to celebrate Eden Monaro communities starting their bounce back after 2 of the most challenging years in history. I've recently been fortunate to get back on the road in my electorate, and I may be biased, but I strongly believe I live in the best electorate in the country. I could stand here all day talking about the stunning plains of the Monaro, the pristine beaches, the breathtaking snowies, the vast and diverse landscape within the beautiful Yass Valley, heritage towns, buildings and history, incredible lakes, dams and caves, and countless vistas and national parks all around the region. But it's the people that make this electorate so special. It's the culture and diversity of the Queanbeyan region and the hundreds of close-knit communities that have come together to endure the tough times. I recently had the pleasure of spending a night in Wee Jasper, which is a natural wonderland perfect for exploring. But what made my trip so enjoyable was the hospitality of the community, and that no matter their political views, everyone was so welcoming. Whilst there, I learned of a new business venture that's just starting up, and a thank you to Shannon for showing me around the brand new and very exciting Wee Jasper Distillery, which will be opening in early 2022. This has been a long project for Shannon, her family and the team, but one that will no doubt draw people to the region. With a husband and kids that love fishing, I would be remiss not to talk about the Snowy Trout Challenge, which is back for its 2nd year. The Snowy Trout Challenge is open to all anglers and is a region-wide event across the Snowy Monaro. Tagged rainbow trout have been released into Lake Yukonbean, Lake Jindabyne, Lake Crackenback, Black Lake in Bombala, Murrumbidgee pumping stations in Cooma and Lake Williams in Nimidible. The Snowy Trout Challenge kicked off in October and will run until May 31. It's the perfect excuse to visit our snowies and support our local businesses. Our snowy area has been hit harder than most due to the pandemic. While the rest of New South Wales is mostly back to normal, businesses in the snowy missed an entire snow season. The community's lost millions of dollars of income, and it's a long 6 months until the snow returns. So please check out this region and support these communities. One thing the past 2 years has taught us is that people are able to work from anywhere, but moving to a new area can be daunting, especially if it is a region you don't know well. This is why the Merimbula Chamber of Commerce's Sea Change Expo is such a good idea. Taking place on the 22nd and 23rd of January, businesses and community groups are coming together to showcase the Merimbula region, answer people's sea change questions and shine a light on the lifestyle that makes living and raising your kids on the Sapphire Coast so great. So if you're planning a holiday this summer, make sure you check out Eden Monaro, because right across this electorate you'll find something amazing to explore and to taste and to meet amazing people.
I thank the member for Eden Monaro. I call the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And Mr Deputy Speaker, in early 2019, my community worked extraordinarily hard, and I worked hard with them to secure a $10.4 million Commonwealth funding commitment for a much-needed Yanchep Healthcare Centre. And the context to that funding was that the northern coastal suburbs of my electorate, sort of 50 to 70k north of Perth, are thriving. They're a growing corridor of Perth. In fact, they're one of the fastest growing population centres in Australia. And there's still a very strong over-reliance of medical facilities which are located further south, and that necessitates long commute times for locals to access proper healthcare. After that $10.4 million of Commonwealth funding for a Yanchep Healthcare Centre, 3 years on, and despite record levels of ambulance ramping in WA and record emergency department waiting times, sadly, and in my observation, totally inexplicably, the WA government has just not met its commitments and got on with the job of building this Yanchep Healthcare Centre. When the project was initially announced, the WA government revealed a completion date of October 2022. However, due to WA government delays, which again are just totally unexplained, the construction will now not likely commence until late next year, and that will mean that completion of the project is very unlikely to happen until very late 2023 or early 2024. And this is again all in the further context of the fact that the Australian government, the Commonwealth Liberal Coalition government, has been funding hospitals in Western Australia at an increase of 72.8% between 2012-13 and 2020-21. And And over that same time, the WA government's funding for their own public hospitals has increased only by 18.4%. And I think it leads to an observation that the WA government just has not been adequately managing the state's healthcare system. And obviously that is during a period where the state has no COVID-19 in the community. The time for delays and obfuscation by the state government have to be over with respect to the Yanchep Health Centre. It needs to get on with the job of building the Yanchep Health Centre and get on with improving the public health system in suburbs like mine in Yanchep, as well as Perth's northern suburbs more generally. People are seeking health care. They shouldn't have to wait for hours to be seen. The constituents of Pearce and the residents of WA just expect the right thing from the state government, and they deserve uninterrupted access to adequate healthcare services. The idea that there is $10.4 million sitting there committed to building a healthcare centre which is badly needed, and it just hasn't been anything like the schedule and timetabling that the WA government had promised, to me is just baffling. It would be good for the state government to get this thing built. It would be good for the Commonwealth government to get this thing built. It would be good for all of the citizens that live in my electorate who would come to rely on this excellent facility once it's built, and I'm imploring the state government to get on with the job.
I thank the member for Pearce. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. The clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, motion on GP access after hours service.
The member for Newcastle.
Thank you, and I move this motion in relation to GP access after hours service in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Member for Newcastle.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to move this motion in the Australian Parliament today, and this is an issue that concerns all of my Labor colleagues in the region because the brutal reality of the Morrison government's decision to cut our GP access after hours service in the Hunter. From Christmas Eve, the after-hours GP service at the Calvary Mater Hospital in my electorate will be closing permanently, and operating hours at the 4 remaining clinics at the John Hunter Hospital, the Belmont Hospital, Maitland Hospital and the Toronto Polyclinic will be significantly reduced. The Liberal government has a long history of undermining our universal healthcare system. We've had 8 long years of savage cuts to Medicare under Liberal governments, including Medicare rebate freezes, the reclassification of most of the Hunter region from being a district of workforce shortage to being a so-called metropolitan area with no GP shortages at all, brutal cuts to our bulk billing incentive payments, which have cost our region some $7 million in lost revenue and the forced closure of many GP clinics. And earlier this year, we saw almost 1,000 changes to the Medicare benefits schedule, resulting in even higher out-of-pocket costs for patients. And now the Calvary Mater Hospital After Hours Clinic is next on the Morrison government's chopping block. The Morrison government has made it abundantly clear that they have zero intention of restoring the funding to our GP access after hours service, leaving local families just hanging out to dry. But this isn't the only thing they have in store, because the Minister for Health has a review sitting on his desk which, if implemented, would totally gut our GP access after hours service, wiping out any hope of retaining an after hours service as we know it in the Hunter. Abandoning this much-loved service would have a profoundly negative impact for our community and will place enormous pressure on our public hospital emergency departments. Keeping this service fully operational makes good sense from a social and public health policy perspective, but it also makes good economic sense. Sadly, the Morrison government would rather continue the blame game with the New South Wales Liberal government about who should fund primary health services than stop the closure of this essential frontline service. Make no mistake, this is nothing more than a silly finger-pointing exercise. It's buck-passing. It is a classic Morrison government move. Every problem is someone else's fault. Every crisis is someone else's responsibility. It's clear that the Morrison government has absolutely no clue what it's like for sick Novocastrians to try and access affordable health care. And it's clear they have no plan for the 15,000 people who will be impacted by these cuts. Over 11,200 people have already signed my petition, and that number grows every day. Hundreds of people from the community have reached out to me to share their stories of what this service means to them and their families. They've expressed their dismay and disbelief, their frustration and anger over these cuts. These reckless cuts make no sense to my community. As Sue from my electorate noted in a message to me, last Saturday afternoon my husband had an accident and badly injured his hand. GP Access After Hours was able to offer him an appointment at the Mater within 30 minutes of calling, and treatment was completed in 1 hour. Compare that to what would have happened on a Saturday night in emergency waiting for 6 hours or more. Rachel from my electorate said, I've used the GP Access After Hours service a few times and so has my family. It's an excellent service. I have to pay to see a doctor and at times don't always have the cash to pay. With GP Access, there's no wait periods. Michelle Harvison from Toronto was so outraged when she heard news of government cuts to our GP Access After Hours service. She told me how this service had saved her daughter's life. Her 3-year-old daughter's health deteriorated. She went to GP Access first. Without a prescription for the antibiotics and X-ray from the GPs at the Toronto Polyclinic, her daughter's lobe pneumonia would never have been attended to in time. This government has demonstrated nothing but contempt for the tens of thousands of families like Michelle who will feel the full force of this reckless decision. This government should be listening to the first-hand experiences of local families, GPs and health professionals on the ground who will wear the full brunt of these callous cuts. We cannot allow the public good to be sacrificed for some petty bureaucratic turf war. It is madness to cut a service that is saving the government's millions of dollars every year. This government's stubborn refusal to restore GP funding for our GP Access is pathetic. The GP Access funding shortfall is a drop in the ocean for the Commonwealth's budget, but it has a very large ripple effect, and this money must be restored immediately. Prime Minister, it is time you stepped up to take responsibility to restore this funding for a vital primary healthcare service immediately, because at the end of the day, it's the families in the Hunter region who will pay the price for your inaction.
I thank the member for Newcastle. Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Shortland.
I proudly second this motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Shortland. Question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bowman.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker, and it's a brave member that stands up to New England MPs in a rage, but there probably is need for some sobering information about exactly how after-hour services work, and the fact that there's a broad platform of services to which all residents in Hunter, New England will be able to access. Now, the first speaker is absolutely correct that large amounts of money from both sides of politics have gone into supporting after-hours GP services. It was an absolute brainchild of the Howard government that put together this scheme, and it's led to significant after-hours access to GPs, and it's really, really important. That funding has never been cut, but by being activity-based, as Medicare is, then the more the service is used, the more likely a service is to be viable. Likewise, if hours are reduced by providers, then by definition their income will be lower, and I think that's at the heart of this problem, not some malevolent hatred from a political party towards after-hours access, because the rules are the same, right, nationwide, and if an individual service is noting a decline in funding, it's most likely due to a decline in activity, and that's a very, very important point. Look, we don't directly as a government fund Hunter primary care. Funding can and has been reduced, for instance, by the state government, which is likely to have a significant impact on decisions to close Calvary Mater Hospital in, I think it's December 24. So that's a state, not a federal issue. And from time to time, of course, I know that residents there can access one of the 4 other GP Access After Hours programs in that Hunter region, and there's John Hunter just 10 minutes drive away, and you've got the explosion in online consultations as well through Medicare. So we really do understand the irritation, frustration, but hopefully not political opportunism from the first speaker. She's a good MP, but I don't think she's fully understanding the economics behind changes in funding that are predominantly activity-based. But the government spends nearly $750 million on after-hours care, 71 million of that for the PHN after-hours program, and it's basically driven by demand, isn't it? You need to be finding your GPs, and I'd say to the member, go out and promote the after-hours service and get more GPs into your area prepared to bulk bill. And if you're losing that battle to electorates like mine that have lots of GPs prepared to bulk bill, then you have a PR issue, and you need to work on your marketing and on your recruitment GPs to your area. Do better. A C+ for the member on those grounds. So, look, we know that after-hours investment ranges from all the basic MBS to the practice incentive programs to the health direct service. There's lots and lots of sources of funding. And there's been a recent program evaluation of Hunter New England Central Coast PHN, and the PHN After Hours program in particular had this independent assessment, right, and really looked at whether the program was filling critical roles, meeting after hours provisions needs, and they did find significant areas that needed to be worked on and improved. And you need to expect a government to be able to have that latitude and that headroom to be able to improve services where it's required, to work with PHNs to redesign a service, particularly where they're not consistently prioritising the delivery of primary care services in the after hours period. There's instances where PHN was commissioning services that just duplicated other Commonwealth and state services. And to follow the line of logic from the previous speaker, do we do nothing about that? Of course not. You've got to do something. You've got to hold workshops. You've got to improve the focus. You've got to make sure patients are able, through these grafted providers, to be able to get an after-hours service, whether or not it's from that service member, is not as important as ensuring that they can get the service. We're not here to save every provider. We're here to make sure providers, and I can see some, whimsical, quizzical faces in the opposition. Well, I've been doing this for a couple of decades. I know exactly that some services don't meet the needs of population that others do, and we need to be making sure that there is a financial signal, and it's mostly through demand. If there's reduced operating hours in a place like Calvary Mater Clinic, then that contract has to be renegotiated. It's quite simple. There's plenty of other providers out there for GPs to work for, to be redeployed, and it just reflects the national trend, doesn't it? That if providers are doing a good job, they attract GPs. The decision to bulk bill is one for them to make and them alone. So I know this is a very good method moving motion, but I've got to be honest. Been doing this for a long time. I know exactly how after-hours services work. Some do it better than others. Some meet the community needs, some don't. Some deliver after-hours in a genuine sense, and others are sometimes duplicating services and sometimes not getting the activity and the customer base from patients that they should be, and funding must reflect that. And I think having these workshops at PHN level is an important step in that direction. I hope these service providers get through it, but it's no malevolent federal government. These are local issues, and these GPs need the support from their local MPs.
I thank the member for Bowman. The question is, the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Shortland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I proudly second the motion from my colleague and friend, the member for Newcastle, defending the Hunter GP after-hours access service and calling on the government to urgently reverse its draconian cuts, because the truth is the GP after-hours access service is a Hunter institution that has touched the lives of every single Hunter family. I'm yet to meet someone who hasn't had a family member or a friend call on this great service to get them through a tough time. My own family with 2 young kids has been to the GP clinic many times, and we've got phenomenal service, and as importantly, we've avoided a trip to the emergency department, saving taxpayers lots of money. The facts are these. This service receives 70,000 phone calls a year. 25,000 are immediately triaged and told that they can see their normal GP on a weekday or take some paracetamol or some other treatment. That's 25,000 avoided visits to the emergency department straight away. Then the remaining 45,000 phone calls are given appointments at the GP clinic, again avoiding a huge wait in the emergency department, which is much more expensive to run than the GP clinic. The truth is that this service, which costs $4.5 million a year to run, saves nearly $20 million a year in taxpayers' funds that would have gone to emergency departments. The truth is, when the Belmont Clinic had to close temporarily because a nurse got sick, the waiting time at the Belmont Emergency Department blew out from 2 hours to 6 hours. A great anecdotal example of how this service saves taxpayers money and means that patients in my community don't have to wait for hours and hours and hours in the emergency department for conditions that can be treated by a visit to the GP. And that's why it makes the current Liberals' cut of $560,000 so tragic. This cut of $560,000 will close the equivalent of 2 clinics. It will mean that the hours at my local clinic at Belmont Hospital will be halved on the weekend when they're needed most. They'll be halved on the weekend when they're needed most. It means of the 70,000 funded consultations, 15,000 hours are cut straight away. And the letter from Minister Hunt that Labor MPs received was a disgrace. Minister Hunt defended the cuts. Minister Hunt defended the cuts to this great GP service. And the last speaker, the member for Bowman in Brisbane, defended the cuts. Quite bizarrely, he didn't have a single fact right about what this service does, how it's funded, its meaning for our community, but he defended the cuts just like Minister Hunt. And this is an interesting debate because I'm yet to see a single coalition MP come to the chamber to defend the cuts. They've all gone missing. The member for New England, the Deputy Prime Minister, the great hero of the Hunter, if you've ever seen him on Sky News After Dark, is nowhere to be seen. He's run hiding. He's in hiding like the coward that he is, not defending the cuts. I withdraw. He has gone missing. He's hiding from these cuts because he's ashamed of what his own government is doing. And the truth is, there's a review on Minister Hunt's desk that if he accepts it, and we've got no reason to believe that he won't accept it, will slash the remaining $4 million of funding to $1 million. Slash it from $4 million to $1 million. And if that happens, the service is gone. As kaput, it will disappear. The remaining 4 clinics will have to be closed, and this great service will be gone from our community. Families will have to wait longer at the emergency department to get treatment, or they won't be able to see a doctor. And that will be a great tragedy. And Minister Hunt has refused to rule that out. In fact, from the tone of his letter, I think that there's a very good likelihood he'll accept that review's recommendations and kill the GP after-hours service. And the truth is, this is the 4th attack on Hunter health outcomes that we've seen from this government recently. We've seen the cut to the bulk billing incentive that's forcing constituents of mine in Shortland to pay more to see a doctor. We've seen the reclassification of our area from an area of GP shortage to a bizarre metropolitan classification, which means that it's incredibly hard to find a doctor, and if you do get into one, you have to wait an extraordinarily long time. And we've got the cuts to the Medicare benefit schedule that make it much more expensive to get treatments. The truth is that the coalition government does not give a fig about good health outcomes for the people of the Hunter and Central Coast. They do not care about it, and you only have to look at their actions to know that. That's why all the Labor MPs are calling on the government to reverse the cuts that hurt every single constituent of mine in the seat of Shortland.
I thank the member for Shortland. The question is the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this matter with pleasure. I wholeheartedly disagree with the member for Newcastle's suggestion that the government's not supporting primary health care for Australians. I stand here proud to be part of the Morrison government, who is committed to improving the lives of all Australians through health care and GP services, when and where they need them. We have made access to safe, quality and accessible health care a priority for all Australians, especially through this COVID-19 pandemic. But we won't stop there. We will continue to work with our GP specialists and consumers across the country to improve the delivery of care. Bribie Island is in my electorate of Longman, is well known for having the oldest average population in Queensland and for being a great place for our senior Australians to retire. In early September last year, I announced that Bribie Islanders will have access to the medical care they need thanks to a new trial of after-hours primary care, with the Australian government investing $500,000 to the Brisbane North Primary Health Network to co-design and develop the service. This was a huge win for our Bribie Island residents, who have for years been calling for better access to medical services because their community doesn't have an established after-hours healthcare service available through their GPs or medical deputising arrangements. I also discovered that mobile GP services like 13Sick and mobile home doctors, due to the geographic location of Bribie Island, and there are simply no mobile GPs living close by to Bribie, deem it not economically viable to make house calls on Bribie Island. Go figure. Why wouldn't you want to live on Bribie Island? In fact, when I was first elected, the lack of after-hours GP services on Bribie Island was one of the main issues that came up. Not having an after-hours GP in a community that is known for its older population simply isn't good enough for our senior residents who call Bribie Island home, and as their federal member, I've been fighting to bring this project to fruition. A single bridge connects Bribie Island to the mainland and sees many people coming and going every day. Currently, the Bribie Island community with its older residents are forced to drive over the bridge in order to access urgent after-hours medical treatment or care 20 kilometres away in Caboolture. This means that if there is an accident on the only bridge leading in and out of Bribie Island, our senior residents are stuck and unable to get the medical attention they need. Although I had secured funding for this service last year, its rollout has been delayed, but there is good news on the horizon and we are making progress. It has been a long and arduous process to find a service provider, but I'm pleased to announce that here today
that the Primary Health Network Brisbane has advised me that a provider will be announced early in the new year. I know this will be a relief for Bribie Island community as well as the surrounding suburbs. It's incorrect to suggest that the Commonwealth Government, which since the 2018-19 budget has invested over $3 billion in new primary health care initiatives, doesn't care about the primary health of Australians. Each year, the government spends over $728 million on access to after-hours GP services through higher MBS rebates, incentives to GP practices to stay open longer, and funding to the primary health networks. In 2021-22 budget, the Australian Government provided funding of $71 million to extend the PHN after-hours program for 1 year, increasing the government's total investment in the program to more than $452 million since 2015. Does this sound like a government doesn't care? I don't think so. Providing Australians with affordable access to universal health care is a key pillar of the Australian Government's long-term national health plan. We are investing a record $125 billion in Medicare, an increase of $6 billion over the forward estimates, to ensure that all Australians continue to access high-quality, affordable health care, including primary care services. This investment includes an additional $204 million to extend COVID-19 MBS telehealth measures, providing unprecedented access to healthcare services, including GPs, specialists, nursing, midwifery, allied health and mental health services. The increased investment in Medicare announced in the 21-22 budget includes more than $65 million from the 1st of January 2022 to boost bulk billing rebates and provide more affordable health care for patients in regional, rural and remote areas. Meanwhile, I'm pleased to say that thanks to the Commonwealth Government, that Bribie Island will have immediate access to a GP for after-hours care. Deputy Speaker, as we head into election, there will no doubt be misinformation and unsubstantiated claims made by others. This, sadly, is a fact in the political world we live in. But I know the Australian people are not fools and they will see through any falsehoods that may be circulated. Thank you.
Thank the member for Longman. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this motion by my colleague, the member for Newcastle, and I acknowledge the hard work that she has done with our community. We value GP access after-hours service for the people of the Hunter region, and we condemn the Morrison government for cutting funding that will cause the closure of the Calvary Mater Clinic and reduced operating hours at Belmont, John Hunter and Maitland Hospitals and the West Lakes Community Health Centre. Deputy Speaker, cuts to this valuable and pioneering 20-year-old health service will be devastating for the people of the Hunter, who have come to rely on it so very much. These cuts will put more pressure on our overstretched and underfunded emergency departments and will cost the taxpayer much more in the long run. It just makes no sense. But most importantly, these cuts mean that an important safety net will be taken away for Hunter families. Families who can't get into a GP because, quite frankly, there just aren't enough of them. Families who can't afford to see a GP who bulk bills because there aren't enough of those either. And all of this because the Morrison government is determined to undermine Medicare. This is the length and breadth of this. They hate Medicare. They don't want universal health funding. They can't stand this because it's a Labor idea that's worked so brilliantly well over the decades. They just hate Medicare, and it's death by 1,000 cuts of Medicare. Speaker, why on earth would a government want to cut an after-hours GP clinic that saves it money? You really have to wonder about this Morrison government led by this Prime Minister. Of course, they've tried to pass the buck to the state, to the New South Wales government, but no one's buying that. The Minister for Health in the Morrison government can reinstate GP access funding right now today. In fact, the Prime Minister could himself reinstate GP after-hours funding when he comes to town, which he seems to enjoy doing these days. In fact, he flies in like Santa Claus and sprinkles a little bit of magic dust around. But then, on Christmas Eve, he takes away GP access. For every parent who has sat in an emergency waiting room for hour after hour with a sick child, I myself have done it, whether you've sat at the John Hunter or Maitland Hospital thinking, please God, let them be seen soon. Well, GP Access has provided the answer. You can actually make an appointment and be seen within a short time. It's not sit all night in an emergency department, and it takes the pressure off these overstretched emergency departments who, the people in these are doing such a great job. GP Access is a godsend, and this government wants to cut it. It's death by 1,000 cuts. They freeze Medicare rebates, then they make it harder for doctors to bulk bill. And then they make it harder for regional practices to actually recruit doctors, and then they make it nigh impossible for people to get into a doctor or into a doctor that they can afford. And now they're cutting the safety net, the after-hours GP access. Deputy Speaker, we have seen through COVID that health has never been more important to the people of this country. Why would their government cut such a valuable service? But it just doesn't seem really important to this government. What about our frontline workers? Where's the recognition of what they've done for us over the last couple of years and what, quite frankly, they've done for us every day? The past 2 years during the pandemic have been inordinately stressful for healthcare professionals. Nurses, the doctors, they're in the front line, and particularly those who work in after-hours clinics such as GP Access. They've borne a lot of the brunt. They're part of our community and they understand how valuable the service is. Speaker, access to GPs and GP access in the Hunter is an institution. It was started in the Hunter. It should most definitely stay in its full capacity in the Hunter. It saves families time and distress. It saves families money. It saves the government money, for goodness sake. Where is the downside on this? I have been proud to join with my Hunter colleagues to speak up in support of this incredibly important service. Over 11,000 people have signed our petition to stop these cuts and restore GP access to its full operation. Speaker, this is the thin end of the wedge. We cannot allow the Prime Minister to cut the healthcare of good, hard-working Australian families.
I thank the member for Paterson. The question is the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Dobell.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion moved by my friend and colleague, the member for Newcastle, and to join my colleagues across the Hunter and the Central Coast in opposing these outrageous cuts to healthcare in regional Australia. People in regional communities across Australia are fed up with this government's cuts to healthcare. They've spent years slashing funding to our hospitals and GP services. They've cut Medicare rebates for hundreds of orthopaedic, cardiac and general surgeries, and they've sat on their hands when it comes to the GP shortage, which is in crisis across regional Australia. Because of this, we're seeing another major GP service being forced to close. The GP Access after-hours service in the Mater, just north of my community on the Central Coast of New South Wales, will close its doors on Christmas Eve, all because of cuts to bulk billing and Medicare rebates under this government. The GP Access after-hours service is a one-of-a-kind service in regional communities. It triages patients to the right place at the right time for the care they need. They take the pressure off emergency departments and they always take care of the health of locals. This is a service that deserves the government's support, not cuts. But instead of backing the service with more funding, this government is standing by while the doors are being closed at the Mater and the other services are having to cut their hours at Belmont, John Hunter, Maitland and the Polyclinic at Toronto. Even the New South Wales Health Minister, Brad Hazzard, has written to the Federal Minister asking for more funding for this service to be kept open. He said, and I quote, "You would be aware of these additional pressures that the state and territory health systems are under as a result of the pandemic. I seek your immediate assessment of the circumstances and commitment to ongoing funding to enable the service to continue operating under its current arrangements." This is from the New South Wales Health Minister, Minister Hazzard, pleading to Minister Hunt. But instead of acting, what does the government do? It ignores responsibility and shifts the blame. Deputy Speaker, the community I represent on the Central Coast of New South Wales is under the same pressure. We've been facing a critical shortage of GPs for years. Locals have to wait weeks for routine appointments. Practices have been forced to close their books and GPs are exhausted through the pandemic. because this government refuses to recognise my community as a distribution priority area and refuses to take responsibility for the healthcare of people living outside of big cities. That's why, with the help of my Labor colleagues, we successfully called for a Senate inquiry into GP shortages. Our communities need answers, and they want solutions, not more blame shifting. I made my own submission to this inquiry, and so did countless locals, people like Dr Brad Cranny. Dr Cranny is a senior GP who runs 4 general practices in the community I represent on the north end of the coast. 10 years ago, he had 32 GPs on the books. Now he only has 25, and he's lost 2 more who will be moving soon to Queensland. In his submission to the inquiry, he said, and I quote, "Patients in the community are waiting weeks to get an appointment with their GP, and we are turning away 60 patients a day." And that was before COVID-19. Dr Cranny says the pandemic has only made things worse. Then there's Dr Shamila Beatty, who runs her own clinic in Blue Haven in the northern end of the Central Coast. This clinic serves around 6,000 patients in our community, but they're struggling to keep up with the demand because we're not considered a priority area. In her submission to the inquiry, Dr Beatty said, and I quote, "Due to changes in government policy, we are no longer eligible to sponsor overseas trained doctors or deemed to be in a distribution priority area. This change to policy has had a catastrophic effect to our local community, as we are no longer able to provide the service they want or deserve. We have to turn away new patients every day, as all of our GPs have closed their books." Deputy Speaker, Dr Beatty, who runs a brilliant service on the northern end of the Central Coast, has described the situation as catastrophic. There is an urgent need for action now. While locals are waiting weeks for routine appointments, while emergency departments are stretched beyond capacity. Deputy Speaker, I worked at Wyong Hospital in my electorate on the Central Coast of New South Wales. The staff who work there are capable, dedicated and trained, but they are under enormous strain, and the cuts and the slashing to healthcare funding by this government is only making it worse. Deputy Speaker, this is not good enough. We have dozens of practices in our community crying out for help. We have hundreds of patients who can't access quality care close to home when they need it. Emergency departments under strain, stretched to capacity, treating people who could have been seen by a GP, but they can't. That's why I keep pushing for a public hearing on the Senate inquiry to be held on the Central Coast in the community I represent. Communities like mine are struggling to get the quality care they deserve close to home when they need it. I want the Senate inquiry to hear from people on the north end of the coast, because this has gone on for far too long.
The question before the chair is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Newcastle.
I seek leave to make a further contribution to this debate.
The member for Newcastle is seeking leave to make a further contribution on this debate. Is leave granted? Leave is granted, so I give the call to member for Newcastle.
Thank you. And I wanted to rise just to respond to some of the comments that have been made. I note that we've had 2 government members speak on this bill, the member for Longman and the member for Bowman, both good Queenslanders, I note. Sadly, there's been a distinct lack of absence from our regional members, like the Deputy Prime Minister, of course, who has the seat in one of my neighbouring areas, who's got a lot at stake if we were to see the loss of the GP access after hours service in the Hunter region. Sadly, can't be in the chamber to speak on this motion today. Likewise, I note the absence of the Minister assisting, he's actually the Minister for Regional Health, a man with, who should have a primary interest and responsibility in the loss of GP access after hours services in rural and regional communities like mine and the Lower Hunter. Sadly, not present in the chamber today. Now, maybe they've got, matters at hand. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. But I also want to bring the House's attention to a response that I received in a letter I wrote to the Minister for Health, Mr Greg Hunt. Sadly, the Minister himself couldn't be bothered responding to me personally, but got his Chief of Staff to write a letter back to me, and which really just said to all of the tens of thousands of families in our region, well, you know what? This clinic is going to close. The Mater Hospital Clinic will be closing on Christmas Eve. We've got zero intention of restoring funding to that service. That'll be closing. So Merry Christmas, Lower Hunter. The biggest Christmas Grinch of all, this Minister for Health, giving us the worst possible Christmas present, the closure of a GP access after hours clinic at the Mater Hospital. He says that clinic's going to close, and you know what? You can just tell all your families in your electorate, Sharon, you can just tell them all to get in the car and drive to another clinic. Well, this is a minister that clearly doesn't live in our region, doesn't understand that the importance of this service for vulnerable families, doesn't understand the lack of public transport that might make connections between these respective clinics. It is an outrageous proposition and an absolute insult to my community, to the communities in the Shortland and Patterson and Hunter electorates. Indeed, as the member for Dobell made clear, this issue stretches to the Central Coast as well. What an insult. And for those members opposite to suggest that there is no undermining of Medicare taking place by this government, I remind this House that this threat to our GP access after hours clinic comes off the back of ongoing cuts to Medicare and our universal health system, cuts to the bulk billing incentive payments that have seen the GP surgeries close their doors in my electorate, cuts to the MBS program that has seen increased out-of-pocket costs for patients, the redefining of our region from being an area of need to a metropolitan area where we suddenly apparently don't have any GP shortages. Well, I tell you what, that's news to my GPs and it's news to all of my constituents. This is a government that seems to forget all, the years and years and years of Medicare freezes on the rebates. So do not come to this chamber and say that you are somehow investing in primary health care in our region. This is not true. I heard the member for Longman say that he was looking forward to a renewed service on Breedy Island. Well, you know what? Good luck to those people. And I suspect there's been a great helping hand from the Labor Anastasia Palaszczuk government up there to ensure that there are good health services in Queensland. But I don't want to see a situation where a region like the Lower Hunter gets to miss out on having a quality primary health service. It is a unique service in our Hunter. Don't try and push us into some cookie-cut national model that you've got in mind, because we predate all of that. Our service is owned by our community. It is owned by our GPs. More than 240 GPs volunteer their time to be rostered onto this service. It is a unique service to our region. It is a local response to what has been, an issue about access to affordable, quality healthcare service in our region. So step up and take responsibility, Mr Morrison.
Does the member for Parramatta seek to speak on this motion? I give the call to the member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I remember in Parramatta when the Labor government funded the expansion of a clinic in Harris Park to allow for after-hour services. We actually funded the renovation of a building so that that service could be open essentially 24 hours a day. And they had a whole range of specialists in that building as well. So people were able to walk down the street in this high-density area to an after-hours clinic that profoundly made a difference. Rather than getting in the car and spending several hours at emergency, if they had a car, and many don't, in that suburb, they were able to get the help they needed. And it reminded me of something that I've had discussions with health professionals for years, which is that it is almost always true that what is best for the patient turns out to be cheapest for the taxpayer. Early intervention, better primary health care, helping people not progress towards diabetes or liver failure, actually getting in early, calcium tablets, vaccinations, cancer scans, colon cancer checks, all those things. What is best for the patient is nearly always cheapest for the taxpayer. And there can be no doubt that the issue that the member for Hunter has raised, which is after-hours GP clinics, is actually both best for the patient and, coincidentally, cheapest for the taxpayer. It is better for everyone that people can take their families or go quickly to an after-hour GP clinic and get in quickly, rather than go to the emergency department where the costs are enormous because the safety checks and the protocols are horrendous. Quite rightly, in an emergency department, it is much more expensive by thousands of dollars to go to an emergency department, and not as effective or as useful. In fact, there are many people that will not be able to take their 3 children under the age of 5 to the emergency department all night because one of them has a tummy ache. They will wait. They will wait. Not good for the patient, and in the long run, not better for the taxpayer either. So why on earth would the government do something which is worse for the patient and more expensive for the taxpayer? Well, the answer, I suspect, is in the system, that one part of the cost is paid by the federal government and the other part of the cost is covered by the state government. So if the federal government cuts its GP after-hour services, cheaper for the federal government, but more expensive for the state government, because the state government pays for the emergency services. They actually have to do that within their budget. So take the money out of the federal government cost and whack it over to the state. That's what's happening here. Worse for the patient, cheaper for the federal government, more expensive for the state government. And there are many, many examples of that. Primary health care isn't sufficient, people end up in hospital. Move it from the federal government's cost to the state. If people can't get the treatment they need in an aged care facility and they end up staying in hospital for long periods of time because they can't get, bandages they need at home or the treatment at home, or they can't get aged care facility that will take care of them, costs off the federal government, costs onto the state government. It's not just blame shifting, it's cost shifting. It's profound cost shifting, and it's not good for anybody, because ultimately the taxpayer pays for it. They either pay for it through federal funding to the states or they pay for it for the federal. But the taxpayer pays for it. It's worse for the patient and worse for the taxpayer in the end, but one section of government gets to look good and the other one tends to look bad. So what we've got here is a really dumb decision. It's a decision born of this system that we have that allows for cost transfer between state and federal. It's a symptom of us not having a holistic health approach which actually considers the overall cost and the overall benefit to the patient. And that's what we see happening here. This is a nonsense decision. If the government was closing down my after-hour clinic, they would be putting thousands of people's health at risk. And the other interesting thing here today is we're hearing about the loss of one in the Hunter, but apparently, according to the member for Longman, the gain of one in the Longman electorate. So we're losing one from a Labor electorate and gaining one in a Liberal electorate. What is that about? What is that about? And how many times have we seen that pattern with this government? Look after the ones that vote for you and stuff the others, because what we've got here is a transfer of costs from federal to state and the moving, essentially, of cost from a Labor electorate and moving it into a Liberal electorate. It's just wrong. It's just wrong, and we should all be outraged.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business. Order of the day number 1. Resumption of debate on the motion Australian Defence Force careers.
The question before the Chair is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the members for Sterling and Barara for bringing this motion forward. Like the member for Sterling, I've been the beneficiary of the skills, education, training and experience that you get when you're a member of the Australian Defence Force, and it really is first-class training. There are so many great careers in the Australian Defence Force, but it's also the attitudes as well as the skills and the knowledges that make them special, I believe. The Australian Defence Force, again, I believe is unlike any military body found around the world, in that we're a small professional force with a small professional reserve with a huge task to defend such a huge continent with our substantial land borders, and we're surrounded by massive oceans. So being such a relatively small force, we must have the best people and train them to the highest standards, impeccably high standards, and I believe that we do. The adherence to those standards is what conditions what our Defence Force looks like and the great outcomes that it can achieve. And the impacts that our forces can have, both here and abroad, like what's happening in the Solomon Islands right now, are directly related to the training that ADF members get during their careers. Our people are carefully selected initially, and then they're carefully trained and vigorously trained. It's not for the faint-hearted, and that's why we select people, and that's to make sure that we have got the right people that have got the right attributes to do this training to defend our country and our interests. The defence of Australia rests upon many things. The kit we've got, the technology, the capabilities, but also the posture that we take in our region and around the world. So we need our people to be exemplars. We need them to have the best skills and training so that they can apply their craft with the kit that we procure for them. So their careers are really fantastic opportunities for them as individuals, but so important to the defence of our nation and our interests, as I said. And without their personal dedication, then we would not be the country that we are today. I'm often told by business owners and operators that veterans are highly sought after in recruitment because of these acquired skills, attitudes, and knowledges, education and experience, and that should increase, I think, in time. No one likes the narrative of the broken veteran. It is true that we needed to have a Royal Commission into veteran and defence suicide because we needed a systemic analysis of where some of our patriots are falling through the gaps, and that is underway, and that is a good thing. But overall, veterans serve with distinction and then go on and use what they've learned in that ADF career to apply out in Civvy Street, as we used to call it when we're in the uniform. So it is troubling that veterans can struggle post-service life, but I think what we've found overwhelmingly that is if an Australian in one of the forces can transition as seamlessly as possible from their ADF career into their next career, then we get much better outcomes for them and their families. So I just thank those that are speaking on this bill, because you're obviously interested in this important issue for our nation. And I think it's going to become even more important into the future as we face challenges far and wide. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I'll give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I acknowledge the member for Stirling who has proposed this debate, as well as the member for Solomon for his fine service to our nation through the military. Acknowledge that today the Veteran and Defence Suicide Royal Commission is beginning its hearings in Brisbane. Acknowledge also the amount of investment that this government has put into defence generally and veterans' welfare. Governor-General David Hurley, at one time a platoon commander at the home of the soldier at Wagga Wagga, returned to the base just the other day. As the reviewing officer at a march-out parade, as reported by ABC Riverina, he recalled similar events when he was at that recruit training base. I had many a father come up to me and say, "Well, I don't know what you did, mate, but it's a bloody miracle." It's not really a miracle. It's the product of work put in by your staff and all here at Kapooka to see you through your training. Governor-General Hurley told those present. It's the product of your families and your friends who have supported you during this 83-day journey. But more important than that, it's the product of your determination, your desire to complete this training and become an Australian soldier. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need the best, the brightest and the bravest to continue that long line of khaki stretching right back to Gallipoli and even before that. Only in recent days we have deployed Townsville troops trained at Wagga Wagga to the troubled Solomon Islands. Those 60 or so recruits who were addressed by Governor-General Hurley joined the more than 350,000 before them, graduating from that gruelling 12-week course. I'm in a privileged position as the member for Riverina, given that the largest centre in the electorate, my hometown of Riverina, of Wagga Wagga, is a tri-service city, where all three arms of the defence have a significant presence. We've got the Army, we've got the Air Force, and if you end up spending any given time in the Royal Australian Air Force, you will end up at Forest Hill. And we also have, even though we're many hundreds of kilometres from the nearest drop of seawater, a Navy base. How fantastic is that? And I often say at university graduations to the students that their degree is the key to their future. Well, I want to suggest that enlisting in the Australian Defence Force is a ticket to endless opportunity. Not only do those who sign up to defend our nation and its interests earn themselves our heartfelt thanks and eternal respect, but they sign up for an array of career opportunities and benefits. Signing up to the ADF opens the door to a multitude of benefits and advantages, such as flexible working arrangements, being paid to maintain personal health and fitness, a constant variety of work and the provision of meals and accommodation, the opportunity to learn more, to gain new skills. Career options in the ADF range from aircraft maintenance officers, administration and human resource officers, communication specialists, engineers, chefs, mechanics, medics, air traffic controllers, combatants and infantry officers, geospatial and intelligence analysts. So many opportunities, so many advantages. One only needs to look at the history of Commandants of Blamey Barracks Kapooka, as I say, the home of the soldier, to see the great heights and achievements of those who've led this fine institution. And Mick Garraway went from leading Kapooka and he went on to assist in the New South Wales bushfire crisis. Andrew Nikolic went from Kapooka, ended up as a member of the House of Representatives. Steve Jobson was also awarded the Conspicuous Service Cross in 2012 for his service to the Queensland floods. Outgoing Commandant Jim Hammett was recognised in the 2017 Queen's Birthday Honours, and well done to him. He is to be replaced by Andrew Deakin, 38 years old, youngest ever Commandant at the place. He's a Lieutenant Colonel now. May that Colonel rank be forever attached to this role, as it is, I know, one of, if not the most important positions in Army. I appreciate the Chief of the Defence Force and the Chief of the Army is an important role, but making sure that those recruits at Wagga Wagga are their best selves when they come out of the place is such an important role. I cannot emphasise that enough. Serving in the armed forces, of course, comes with great risk, and we acknowledge that. It comes with great sacrifice. Our Defence Force members give up time with their families and friends to serve our nation. We give them eternal gratitude. I know that the benefits, the advantages of being an ADF member are many, and I'm so pleased to be able to speak in this particular debate because we want, as I say, our best, our brightest, our bravest to continue to wear those uniforms. Whatever colour they are, ADF uniforms, a proud past, very good now and a great future ahead.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very happy to speak on the motion moved by the member for Stirling and particularly commend the contribution by the member for Solomon in this debate, but also on the rugby field yesterday when we took on the ADF and got touched up by the members of the ADF. But this is an important motion, acknowledging the sacrifice of personnel who put their hands up for a career in the Australian Defence Force and the sacrifice of their families. And it's a very worthy topic for a debate in this parliament, particularly on the day when the Royal Commission into Suicides is kicking off in Brisbane. I regularly visit the RSLs in my electorate of Moreton and do so proudly. Of course, on Anzac Day and Remembrance Day, those organisations play a special role, but they are actually very important every day of the year. Shoulder to shoulder always is the motto of the Queensland RSL, and I know the Yeronga, Sunnybank, Salisbury, Sherwood and Stephens RSLs all live up to that motto each and every day. This motion is particularly about the benefits and sacrifices of a career in the ADF, so I spoke to some local returned soldiers to hear their stories. When Hugh Polson was at school, he was attracted to the school cadets. He joined the regular army as an enlistee in 1968, went to officer cadet school in Portsea, Victoria, graduated 12 months later as a second lieutenant in the Royal Australian Artillery and was in the ADF for 25 years. When he left, he held the rank of Major. Hugh commanded a group of 500 men, had postings in Australia and overseas. He left the army as he felt he was no longer leading his men in terms of his physical fitness and because his children needed some stability. Hugh left the ADF in 1993. Unemployment was still high and he had to battle the preconceived views that civilians held about defence forces. Army is much more than foot soldiers. It's a self-sufficient organisation with all the skills and trades to exist as a solo enterprise. Hugh had and still has excellent people management skills, project management skills and communication skills, which he gained and developed in the Army. And Hugh understood that he had to sell himself and civilianise his Army skills and capabilities into a language that employers could relate to. It took him a number of interviews before he was finally employed, and he actually found work in the Queensland public sector. At one point, Hugh worked directly to the then Premier Peter Beattie on a telecommunications project where his management, communications and flexibility was crucial to the success of the statewide project. He also learned in the law and represented many ex-servicemen before the AAT, such an important part of RSLs. He was an advocate who not only understood the law, but understood the military context of the law. Hugh has been an influential force at the Sunnybank RSL sub-branch who has embraced the wider community and multiculturalism. Another local RSL member is Andrew Clifford. Andrew was in the Army Reserves for 13 years, been employed at the Department of Transport but gave up his day job to go to Timor as part of Australia's reconstruction project. He described this as the Hearts and Minds project. Andrew went to Timor as a reservist but was in charge of men who were in the regular army, as there weren't enough corporals in the regular. In the reserves he was a technical engineer, but in Timor he was a combat engineer. He worked on mine warfare, water purification and bridge building. When Andrew returned, it took 3 months to try and process his experience. While he was away, life had moved on. Andrew was very unsettled for a time and moved from place to place to try to find himself. What he took from the army was more than the skills of a combat engineer. Andrew had planning and organisation skills and could follow instructions. He transferred the skills he developed during his time with the ADF into building a business that removes Legionnaire disease from sites. He's also part of the executive of the Stephens RSL sub-branch in Annerley and has made a significant contribution to the support and social activities of the branch. They're just two stories, Deputy Speaker. We know that our Defence Force personnel have developed valuable skills that can be transferred to civilian businesses. They understand the meaning of service and sacrifice and see them as substantial commitments. Returned veterans have put themselves on the line to protect our freedoms, and we owe them an enormous debt. It is not always easy returning to civilian life, and the RSLs do an amazing job easing that transition process along with other organisations. I particularly thank Hugh and Andrew for their service and for letting me tell their story here in the Parliament House. I thank all of our returned service personnel. The horrific numbers that are coming out of that Royal Commission will reinvigorate trauma for many people. The idea that there could be one person a week who takes their life because they haven't transitioned back into society after serving honourably our nation disturbs all parliamentarians. So I hope that Hugh and Andrew know that we are proud of their service. I'm certainly proud of them and I wish them well.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's I associate my remarks with those of the member for Moreton, the member for Solomon earlier, and other speakers on this motion. I think if there's one thing in this House that brings us all together, it's our admiration and respect for the work that our servicemen and women do to protect our country. But not only to protect our country, Madam Deputy Speaker, to try and help in other countries in far-flung parts of the world to make their societies safer and better. And each and every day our ADF members protect our borders, our natural resources, provide humanitarian relief, disaster relief, as we've seen over the past couple of years, assist in recovery efforts and they contribute to our regional stability. And as we've seen in the past week, we now have members of the ADF on the ground in the Solomon Islands again, and it's a very sad state of affairs to see that, having been there 6 or 7 years ago on an election monitoring trip. We saw the success of Ramsey in prior to that, and to now see our troops on the ground again. I wish the Solomon Islands every success in getting things back in order. But their mission to defend our nation's interest is underpinned by a quality of training in a range of areas that is not replicated in the civilian workforce, I don't think. And when we look at the contemporary role that our Australian ADF personnel play, the variety of jobs and occupations on offer, the incredible array of high-tech, innovative and challenging part-time and full-time roles, it's no wonder that pardon me, people with a background in the ADF should be well and truly recognised for their efforts once they leave service. They bring with them a broad range of backgrounds, a broad range of skill levels, expertise and a broad range of interests. And I would say, given their roles, Madam Deputy Speaker, a much broader view of society and the world that maybe than many others in our community. It's a wide range of reasons as to why somebody should choose an ADF career. But more importantly for me, and sadly as we will see over the coming months with the Royal Commission, many instances where once people leave service, they find it difficult to reintegrate into society, and they find it difficult to transfer the skills that they have acquired in the Defence Force into civilian roles. And I think it's one of the weaknesses, and certainly an area that we can improve on as a nation, and that is to ensure that those leaving the Defence Forces, the skills that they have acquired, whether it's mechanics, electricians, carpenters, engineers, logisticians who are expert at logistics, that those qualifications are recognised in the civilian world, because the standards required to undertake the role in defence is of so much a higher level in many cases that I think we should have a much better transition in that space. When I look at returned servicemen and women at the Beanley RSL, for example, and I look at people like Roger Freeman or David Draper or Cameron Murphy and many others, the skills that they have acquired from their service, some more recently, some many years ago in Vietnam, but the skills that they learnt in their service, that they, when they came back, that they transitioned into the civilian sphere, and the businesses they built as a result of those skills that they acquired, or the careers that they had, and the ability for them to transfer those skills to a new generation of tradesmen and women. I want to thank all of our serving men and women, those who have served, and commend them on the wonderful work they do each and every day to make our country a better place.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you. Towns and communities in Eden Monaro greatly benefit from having Australian Defence Force bases or headquarters nearby, and thousands of Eden Monaro constituents have had very fulfilling careers in the ADF. On top of this, when the bushfires hit communities across Eden Monaro, the ADF was there to support and assist in recovery efforts. Army and Army Reserve personnel were on the ground throughout Eden Monaro, and HMAS Adelaide provided logistics support to Eden. Following the fires, HMAS supply crew travelled back to the Bega Valley to help rebuild fences that were lost and to rejuvenate a local oval that was used as an evacuation point. HMAS Supply has since made Eden its ceremonial port, further strengthening the bond between our communities and the ADF. Closer to here, my electorate is also home to the ADF's headquarters Joint Operations Command near Bungendore. My electorate is also host to an impressive defence technology sector, filled with multiple defence technology companies located just over the border in Queanbeyan. For people who live in my electorate, a career in the defence industry is a realistic and viable career option. We know people who join the ADF benefit greatly through the skills, education and experience that they get during their service. There is a myriad of well-known benefits to a career in the ADF. But I actually do question the timing of this motion, because whilst we're standing here talking about the benefits of a career in the ADF, this week hearings have started into the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. There is a time and a place for this discussion, but I wonder if it is now. Right now, we need to be listening. We need to be giving this Royal Commission the attention it deserves, and this government needs to be entirely focused on fixing the broken veteran support system. Veteran suicide is a national shame and it's a national tragedy. Too many people have died at their own hands, and there are too many people in our defence and veteran communities that are living with mental health problems without adequate support. We saw a report handed down last week by a Senate Finance and Public Administration Committee that said there's systematic problems in the Department of Veterans Affairs. The Morrison-Joyce government's privatisation of public sector capability in DVA is responsible for record waiting times and reduced services to Australia's veterans. In 2019 to 2020 financial year, 41.6% of the department's workforce was labour hire, including over 50% of frontline claims processing staff. The report found that replacing experienced public servants with external labour hire contractors has had a disastrous effect on services for Australian veterans. High rates of labour hire contractors lead to unsustainable caseloads, high staff turnover, and the need to constantly retrain new staff, creating significant delays. The average processing time for an initial liability claim is now 193 days. This means a wait of over 6 months. And we know that delays in processing compensation claims have a direct impact on the mental health of our claimants. The Morrison-Joyce government is once again proving that it doesn't know how to listen. For years, our veterans, their families and DVA staff have spoken up to demand change, but this government continues to outsource its responsibility. This government has chosen to raise a motion today talking about the benefits of a career in the ADF, but it needs to focus on listening and the tale being told by veterans and their families across this country. I was recently in Googong where I met a person who served in the Middle East. That person couldn't talk about their experience and simply said the support received since their service was not enough. I had a similar experience talking to a veteran in Tel Bingo. That person served in Vietnam and said frankly that he feels like governments have abandoned him. And these stories aren't unique. We need to do more to support our defence personnel when it comes to transitioning out of the ADF and into civilian life. We need to do more because when we don't, our veterans fall through the cracks. This is something that is already happening far too often, with thousands of our veterans sleeping rough across this country. In New South Wales, 1 in 10 people sleeping rough is a veteran. Around 5,800 ex-service men and women have been homeless in the last 12 months. It's a national shame that so many people have risked their lives and have served our country are homeless. Those people who stand tall with their medals on Remembrance Day, who march the streets on Anzac Day shouldn't have to sleep there too. The devastating and stark reality is that in our nation we have failed too many of our veterans. It's time to not only spruik the benefits of ADF service, but also to ensure that our veterans are looked after when they leave that service. This should be the aim of all governments.
Before the Chair is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to Member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Is there no motion that the Labor Party will not politicise? If there is no depth that they will not plumb? If there's nothing that the union movement will not demand of them? I would say to the Labor Party that if this is the cost of donations from the union movement, they should send the money back. The last speaker speaks to us about labour hire. privatisation, and those sorts of notions.
To his seat for a moment. The member on a point of order.
I'm just asking what the relevance of this is. I'd like him to speak to the motion.
Well, I'll make a ruling first. There is no point of order. The member has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So those opposite asked for a point of order. Yet their Speaker, the member for Eden Monaro, just spent 3.5 minutes in a 5-minute speech that is meant to be about the benefits, the costs, the sacrifice that other Australians, their fellow Australians, make to serve on our behalf. I'm talking about privatisation and labour hire firms. What is going on that side of the house these days? And so now he asked me if I listened to veterans. There is no government in the history of this federation, and I would expect the next one will do even more than we have for the veterans in this country. So the member opposite asked about how often they ask for a Royal Commission. It is this government that instituted a Royal Commission after their government ignored it. After that, their government ignored it. We wanted to have a rolling commission on veteran affairs. I speak to the Northern Beaches Veterans Centre, which is now the Australian Veterans Centre. The snide remarks from those opposite will be noted by veterans in this country. The snide remarks from those opposite who would rather spend a time talking about the service and the sacrifice that fellow Australians make to defend our nation, talking about what the union donors would prefer them to talk about, rather than talking. And now he says I'm embarrassing. I'm embarrassing because I stand up for those serving in our defence forces. I'm embarrassing because I stand here as a member of a government that actually brought on a Royal Commission into veteran suicide, while those opposite did nothing but make snide remarks, while those opposite did the bidding of their union donors, while those opposite talk about labour hire and privatisation, while this government has invested and spent record amounts of money in veterans' welfare, while those in this government have done more to help those who have served our nation, who continue to serve our nation.
There is too much disruption in the
Well, of course.
speech.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Of course there is disruption because they can't hear the truth. They have to disrupt it because the truth is that this government, on behalf of the Australian people, on behalf of a grateful nation, has invested record amounts of money in veteran welfare, has invested record amounts of money in our defence forces to ensure that the people of Australia, because the first job of any government is the security and safety of its people, so that the people of Australia can know that when they go to bed at night that we have done, that their government has done everything it possibly can to ensure their safety and security. That is what sacrifice is. That is what service is, not just talking about whatever your largest donor wants you to talk about. So every day ADF members are protecting our borders and natural resources, providing humanitarian relief, disaster relief, and assisting in recovery efforts and contributing to regional stability. This is worth noting in this House, not being attacked snidely from those opposite because they would prefer to talk about a Royal Commission, labour hire and, of course, privatisation. The ADF represents a modern and inclusive and diverse workforce with an incredible array of high-tech, innovative and challenging full-time and part-time roles. Diversity in defence means respect for individual difference. It means valuing and using unique knowledge, skills and attributes our people bring to their work. And these are the things that we should be focusing on, not defending our serving men and women from the attacks opposite. The nature of military service has a significant differences to civilian employment, with unique demands and sacrifices from both ADF members and their families. Family moves are regular, their sacrifice sometimes seemingly random, and they do this because they put their fellow Australians before themselves. Demands of the ADF are not only limited to national security and regional stability, they are about our safety and our security.
The question before the chair is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the cause member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak in support of the member for Stirling's motion before the House. I acknowledge and thank every member on both sides of the House in this place who have served the country in the Defence Force.
I also acknowledge and thank service members of the Defence Forces, particularly those currently deployed overseas, including the personnel deployed last week to help quell unrest in the Solomon Islands. It's an incredible sacrifice to put your life on the line and be away from your family and your loved ones for long periods of time to help keep us, our friends and our region safe. I've had the opportunity to observe a career in the Defence Forces firsthand as a regular participant in the ADF Parliamentary Exchange Program. And what's always struck me seeing ADF servicemen and women on deployment is just how impressive they are. Highly skilled, highly professional Australians who know their role and know how to get on with a job and execute. Some of the ADF's most skilled servicemen and women work in cybersecurity, the area that I am very happy to represent in this parliament. Cybersecurity is the most innovative and exciting area in both the civilian and defence life right now. You won't find a more interesting career or one with as much future growth potential as one in cybersecurity. We face a critical talent shortage in cybersecurity across Australia. AusCyber estimates that around 16,000 additional cybersecurity workers will be needed for both technical and not technical positions by 2026. In fact, data from the CyberSeek platform identifies that, quote, in the 12 months to September 2020, there were over 14,000 job openings for dedicated and related cybersecurity roles in Australia, but a talent pool half the size of the national average for employers to recruit from. The pandemic has only fuelled this demand for cyber talent, with global borders shut and more people working from home than ever before. While more people are choosing to study cyber-related qualifications, with AusCyber estimating the number of graduates to quadruple by 2026, this will still fall far short of what the nation needs. Just 14% of respondents to a 2019 ISACA Technology Landscape Survey believed that we would bridge the skills shortage in our region in the next decade, and 37% believe the skills shortage would worsen in our region compared to other parts of the globe. So, if you want to start a career in cybersecurity today, you'll be confident there'll be plenty of demand for your skills in the coming years. We need pathways to train tomorrow's workforce so they can develop the skills they need to be effective cybersecurity professionals. The Defence Forces offer an excellent pathway in this regard for those looking to start their cybersecurity career. Even better, you don't have to fully commit to a career in the Defence Force straight away. You can try before you buy. The ADF is currently running an innovative Cyber Gap program that offers a 12-month program for anyone in its tertiary cyber-related qualification at any level, from a Cert 3 through to a master's degree, to enhance their cybersecurity skills. It includes 2 cyber exposure experiences that gives participants real-world experiences in what it's like to work in areas like incident response, network vulnerability assessment, threat emulation and discovery, and counter-infiltration. And along the way, participants get access to mentoring, networking opportunities and guidance on applying for jobs after their studies. There's even generous financial support offered to help cover the cost of the studies. It's a great and innovative program. It's a great stepping stone into a career in cybersecurity with no obligation to work for the ADF or the government after you finish. But let me tell you why spending the first few years of your career in cybersecurity helping to protect Australia is not just good for the country, it's good for your career. We have world-leading cyber capabilities in Australia. Much of it sits within our Defence Forces and in serving roles in the Armed Forces, in addition within the Australian Signals Directorate as part of the defence portfolio more broadly. In fact, some of the world's best hackers work inside the Australian Signals Directorate. We can be really proud of them. Go to any of the world's biggest hacking conferences, as I have done, and talk to the people there, and they will tell you the same. And while you're there, you'll be able to do some of the most interesting work in cyber in our Defence Forces or at ASD. Working at these institutions is a, quote, licence to hack. You get to do things in cyber, working for the ADF or the ASD, legally, that you can't do anywhere else. And if the idea of hunting big game like international ransomware crews thrills you, there's no better place to do it. Under the leadership of Director General Rachel Noble and Head of the Australian Cybersecurity Centre, Abigail Brayshaw, they are keeping Australia's networks safe and frustrating our adversaries through offensive operations. The fact that we currently have 2 women leading these important roles in our nation's cybersecurity sends a clear message that cybersecurity is a career for everyone. And while we've got more work to do on this front, it's rapidly changing. As the ASD says, diversity powers our mission. Take up a career in cybersecurity in our Defence Forces.
There being no further speakers, The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 2 relating to COVID-19 youth recovery strategy.
I'll give the call to Member for Kingston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the COVID-19 youth recovery strategy in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper.
The member for Kingston.
Deputy Speaker, we know that COVID has impacted people right across this country. However, I would say that young Australians have been impacted particularly by COVID-19 in a way that has led to severe disruption to their lives. And we know that report after report really talks about this pandemic as really exacerbating many of the generational challenges that young people were also already facing. On measures such as income, superannuation, housing, the environment, even things that have talked about such as jobs, insecure work, all these things have been exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. And of course, there's been other things that have been quite unique to the COVID pandemic that has really affected young people, whether that's been the social disruption that has come along with it, mental health issues around loneliness. So many things have impacted young people. Disruptions to study in particular has been something that many young people have spoken to me about. It has therefore been incredibly disappointing that the federal government's response has been so lacklustre, that would be putting it mildly. They announced a youth policy framework which was handed down a year late, and a lot of us had a lot of anticipation for this. We eagerly, when it was a year late, took 2 years in the making, opened up. We thought it might actually have some future-focused ideas, some future-focused policies. Instead, what it was a shopping list of failed policies that are not even working for young people. Some of them also included one-off grants that were no longer available for young people. This was a government with no imagination, no ideas, but importantly had not even bothered to listen to the issues affecting young Australians. Let's just look at a couple of the programs that were lauded in this report. Of course, there was the Youth Jobs Path program, a $250 million funding, the trial internship work placement, has consistently failed to meet its targets of 120,000 internship placements over 4 years, with only 14,000 young people commencing an internship over the 3 years, and only 30% of participants even being offered a job. I mean, this is a failed program. We've also got the big $4 billion JobMaker program, which was listed in this youth framework. It was meant to deliver 450,000 jobs, but of course it failed spectacularly, just meeting 1% of the target. So there are so many examples where the government had the opportunity of this COVID crisis to look at a proper recovery strategy, to meet all the challenges that young people were facing, to actually talk with young people engaged, but they failed to do it. Instead, putting out a glossy brochure, we know they like to do that, but failed to do it. Of course, what we need is a proper youth recovery strategy that outlines what these challenges are and how we are going to provide a holistic response from government, how federal and state government can work together with measurable outcomes, because that's what young people deserve and that's what they're calling for. Many of us came to this place as part of the Raise Your Voice campaign to talk about the concerns that young people have for the future, and reading through those, what was very clear is they are worried about their future and they want a government to listen and respond. We don't have this from this government, but you will under a Labor government. A Labor government has committed, if elected, to properly put in consultation with young people. We will have a proper engagement strategy with young people, and we will ensure that there is an Office for Youth to respond to the needs of young people and put proper policies in place to respond to young people. This is what young people are demanding, and this is what they need, because we must see them as such an important resource if we are going to continue to have economic growth, to continue to succeed as a country. We must invest in our young people and respond to their needs. This coalition government is not, but Labor will, and therefore I commend this motion to the House.
Is the motion seconded? Thank the member. So the question before the chair is that the motion be agreed to, and I'll give the call to member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have a passion for representing young families in this place. I don't know if I can still call myself a young Australian. I'm young at heart. I still can. That's good. Excellent. But as one of the youngest members in this place, I do feel an obligation to make sure that we are best representing young Australians and young families. I can agree with the member for Kingston that the COVID-19 pandemic has absolutely been extremely challenging for young Australians. We know that they need certainty at a time when they're building their careers and they're building their families and supporting them. And of course, the pandemic has been the perfect confluence of circumstances to provide great uncertainty. But that is why the Morrison government was so quick to act to support young Australians and young people. So I can't agree with the member for Kingston's characterisation of the number of measures that we have put in place to make sure that young families are supported throughout the pandemic. JobKeeper and JobSeeker were the lifeblood of the Australian economy when the pandemic first started, and have now set out our path to recovery, and we're seeing young people play an important role in that. I know in particular in the hospitality sectors in my electorate of Ryan, the very famous Regatta Hotel and others, which were forced to be shut down during the pandemic, that having JobKeeper there to support those young people who would normally be working behind the bars or at the tables was incredibly important to sustain their efforts. And now, having seen the success of JobSeeker and JobKeeper, we see young Australians getting back into the workforce. As our economy has recovered, over 30% of the more than 1 million jobs created went to Australians aged 15 to 24. In June 2021, Australia's youth rate of unemployment dropped to 10.2%. This is the lowest level of youth unemployment since 2009. I'll just say that again. As we come out of the pandemic, we have the lowest level of youth unemployment since 2009, and that is a testament to the fact the Morrison government has supported young people throughout this COVID crisis. I want to quote a report last week from The Australian, and I quote, "The number of Australians taking trade apprenticeships has hit an all-time high as the nation embraces a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to train up more skilled workers to fill gaps sparked by border closures." There are now over 217,000 Aussies in trade apprenticeships in July of this year. That's the highest figure since records began. So the lowest unemployment since 2009 for youth, and a record number of young people who are getting their apprentices because of this government's focus on sovereign capability. This is how we provide certainty for young people. We provide, well, those on the other side of the chamber are scoffing because they scoff at the idea of young people improving their skills and getting a job, which is what the Morrison government wants for them. What the Morrison government wants for you as young Australians is to have the opportunity to go into the trade that you want, to get those education opportunities and to find a job so that you can start supporting your family and you can build your life and career as you want. Labor, on the other hand, would prefer to tell you how to do it, what you should do, what you should study, and how and the conditions of the job into which you should go into. In the last 3 years, the Morrison government policies such as Home Builder and the Home Guarantee Scheme have helped over 320,000 Aussies get into a home. So getting the education and training opportunities that you need, getting a job opportunity, and then getting into your first home again so that you can start that important role of building your family and your career. This is what creates certainty for young people. This is what young people need at a time of incredible uncertainty of the pandemic, and it's the Morrison government's policies that are ensuring they're getting those opportunities. I'm incredibly proud to be part of a government that has helped so many of these young Australians into their first homes, including in my electorate of Ryan, where we're seeing considerable construction and young people have taken up that home builder opportunity. I also want to touch, in the time that I have left, Mr Deputy Speaker, on mental health, because again, this is very important for our young people, and we know that if we can get them the support they need early on, we can head off a lifetime of mental health challenges in particular. And I want to pay testament to two important programs that the Morrison government is funding. First of all, the $60 million annually for the National Schools Chaplaincy Program. It has a special anti-bullying focus at the moment, and the chappies are doing fantastic work in their local community. And then to our local Headspace providers as well, who are taking that funding provided by the government and bring practical support to those young Australians to help them in their time of need. Thank you.
I thank the member for Ryan, and I call the member for Fenner.
If there's ever been a worse government for young Australians, I'm hard yet to hear of it. The fact is that the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison governments have overseen a deterioration in the living standards of young Australians that's unprecedented in Australian history. A number of years ago, Jennifer Rayner wrote Generation Less, in which she catalogued a number of the ways in which life has become harder for young Australians, rejecting that common view that things are always tough when you're young, and young people in Australia don't know how good they've got it. Jennifer Rayner instead goes through the statistics. She starts with getting into work, pointing out that underemployment rates are at record levels. It used to be very rare for young people to leave university and be unable to get a full-time job, but increasingly now that's a common experience. We're seeing young people graduating from university going into part-time work, wanting more hours, unable to get it. And then she talks about wage growth. We've seen a fanning out of wages, with wages going up a lot at the top and flatlining at the bottom. And young people have borne the brunt of that. And she turns to wealth and points out that wealth accumulation for young Australians has stalled, largely as a function of the collapse in the home ownership rate. In 1981, 60% of the poorest 25 to 34-year-olds owned a home. Now it's only 20%. We're seeing a huge rise in renting among young Australians, and 42% of homeless Australians are under the age of 25. Jennifer Rayner points out that there's been a significant increase in debt, with HECS help debts going up substantially compared to prior generations. The cost of doing a humanities degree now in Australia is pretty similar to the average cost in the United States, somewhere around $58,000 for a degree. And we've seen huge increases under the Orwellianly named Job Ready Graduates package last year, which loaded more debt onto an already over-indebted generation. And then there's mental health, where we've seen a significant deterioration of mental health over the course of the last decade. We've seen changes since this government came to office in youth unemployment rising, now at 13%, a higher level than in Britain, Germany, the United States, Japan, Canada or Korea. Millennials now earn 20% less than their parents did at the same age. We've seen the number of young Australians with disabilities living below the poverty line multiplying by some 300%. Mission Australia's youth survey in 2020 found that 43% of young Australians felt stressed all or most of the time, and many are performing excessive unpaid overtime. I commend the member for Kingston for bringing this motion forward, because it highlights how different things would be under a Labor government, where we would set up a dedicated office for youth and give young Australians the focus that they need. And we saw just over the weekend how tough it is in the housing market in particular. If you go back to the early 2000s, according to numbers from ANZ, it took the average household somewhere around 5 years to save for a deposit. Now that figure has blown out to more than 10 years. It's harder than ever before for young Australians to break into the housing market. Yes, overall interest rates are down, but that doesn't do you much good if you can't get the deposit in the first place. In the 2021 Youth Ambassadors Report, young Canberrans focus on a range of these challenges, but in particular, they focus on the issue of climate change. As a Year 12 student in the ACT said, quote, "I think the Prime Minister needs to take climate change seriously. This summer was the worst of my life, with smoke compromising access to clean air and the ability to go outside. I am terrified." When I go into schools, I don't hear climate sceptics in the way I hear from the Conservative side in the Parliament. Young Australians want action on climate change. It is typically their top policy priority. And yet we have from the Coalition the only advanced government that failed to take an increased 2030 commitment to the Glasgow climate change talks. Shame. It is a failure of policy and it's hurting young Australians.
I thank the member for Fenner and I call the member for Riverina.
I like the member for Fenner. I respect the member for Fenner. But on this occasion, Deputy Speaker, there are a number of points he has raised in his contribution which are, quite frankly, just beyond the pale. Mr Speaker, young people have every reason to be optimistic about their future, and they've got every reason to be confident and optimistic because of the policies put in place by the Liberals, by the Nationals in government. Now, if the member for Fenner should be so lucky as to be a minister in a future Albanese-Bant government, if he is, and look, I agree he may well do some good things, but I do not want to see Labor and the Greens in government, because it will be a coalition. I know members opposite have talked about the coalition that's in government at the time. Should there be a change of government at the next election, it will be another coalition, but it will be a Labor government dragged along by the nose by the Greens. And I know members opposite do not want that to happen, but the only way that they will get into government will be on Green preferences, and the only way they will be able to get into government will be on the back of the Greens, and they will be at the beck and call of the member for Melbourne. Now, this motion that has been brought to the House, I appreciate there are some aspects for youth that are very disturbing and very worrying at the moment. And my daughter, she lives in the member for Higgins electorate. She's got a very good local member. She teaches, and it has been very difficult for teachers to be able to have that face-to-face contact whilst giving students their best opportunities in life. Through COVID, through the lockdowns in Victoria and elsewhere, of course, let's face it, kids have had it tough. There's absolutely no question about that. But the member for Fenner talked about university graduates, and there are so many opportunities for university graduates. Not every Year 12 leaver wants to go to university, and there are many, and certainly across regional Australia, who want to go into the trades, who are going to the trades, and they're also absolutely being given such advantages because they've got a Liberal Nationals government in place, looking after their interests through the apprentices program, looking after their interests through increased funding at the right levels through their education. And the member for Fenner talked about home ownership. The Home Builder Scheme put in place by this government has enabled young people to, for in many cases the first time, in their own families, their parents rented, their grandparents rented, but they've got the opportunity to live that great Australian dream by having home ownership. I can well recall in the mid-1980s buying my first home with my wife Catherine and paying anywhere in the order of 18 to 21% home mortgage rates. Could you imagine if there were interest rates that high on a home repayment now? There would be people, it would put the anti-vaxxer protests to shame, because there would be 10 times the number of people protesting in the streets. But thankfully, Thankfully, and whilst I appreciate that interest rates since the dollar was floated in 1983 by then Prime Minister Bob Hawke, that interest rates are not the purview of the federal government. I acknowledge that. However, the economic conditions under which the Labor government ran this country in the mid-80s and around that time saw interest rates at an unaffordable level. And for many Australians, for many young Australians, home ownership was impossible. Well, we've got the Home Builder scheme in place. We've got other things in place which are enabling home ownership for many people for the first time. Now, for those young people for whom they do have a bleak outlook on life, there are so many jobs in regional Australia at the moment, we can't fill them. Whether it's in the hospitality sector, whether it's in the health sector, the education sector, in every single area of endeavour in this country today, there is a job in regional Australia waiting for that right young person to take that opportunity, to avail themselves of that chance of a better future. And for those for whom it is tough, we have significant mental health investment in place right around the nation through Headspace and other endeavours to help those young people. So I say if they are finding it difficult, please reach out. Say that you're not okay. There's help available for you.
Thank the member for Riverina, and I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Almost 60% of young Australians feel that the biggest barrier to getting involved in politics is, and I quote, feeling like they won't be listened to. And 52% of young people feeling that they had a say none of the time in public affairs. There's more than one thing wrong with the conduct of federal politics in this country at the moment. And anyone who's seen politics in Parliament over the last few weeks knows how toxic and dire some of the debate has become. But if we don't do something to change the fact that 60% of young Australians feel that they won't be listened to, and 52% of young people feel that they have a say none of the time in public affairs, then we're not going to be able to change the nature of politics and debate in this country, and we're at risk of another generation of people that see those of us who are in this place as not representing them. And it means that the big challenges that we face in this country and in the world that the young people that I meet across my electorate are engaged in and passionate about and care about won't be addressed. You can't go to a school in Dunkley and talk to young people without them raising climate change, without them asking me, why do we have a government that has people in it that don't think climate change is real? Why do we have a government that won't commit to legislating net zero by 2050? Why do we have a government that attacks us when we have the temerity to exercise our democratic rights and go and protest to ask them to act on climate change? I don't have answers for the students that raise that with me, because I don't understand why we have a government that takes those positions either, that doesn't seem to care about the future for the young people and children of this country, but only seems to care about whether or not it will get re-elected at the next election. So is it any wonder that young people in this country despair and look at politics as about power, as about getting and keeping power rather than doing good things? It has to become about doing good things. And the more we can support our youth to be involved, to have their voices heard, to feel like we care about them and their issues, not just about their vote, the closer we will come to being able to address some of those big issues. And we can't despair, because there are some amazing young people. You know, in the last 18 months alone, while we've been through a global pandemic and lockdown, I've had these young people wanting to come and do work experience and intern in my office because they want to be part of something that will build a better future, Joseph Levitt, Luca Pagic, Alish Salmon, Monica Galovich, Kate Eadie, Lucy Skelton, Isabel O'Brien, Patrick Stevenson, Alexander Nancaro, Giovanni Costanzo, Shahad Al-Kabi, just to name a few, need their voices heard. And you know who also needs their voices heard? The young people who don't have the wherewithal or the confidence or the opportunity to contact their federal member and say, can I do work experience in your office? They're the young people that need Labor's policy of a dedicated office for youth. They're the young people that need a government that says, we know that you are leaving school in circumstances where wages have been stagnant for the longest period in Australia's history and real wages are going backward. We know that you care about the environment and are desperate to see something happen. We know that you are entering a jobs market where, sure, there might be jobs, but there's 2 million Australians already who need either work or more work because casual and insecure work has become the norm in our country. We know that the cost of living has been sky-rising. We know that because of COVID, when you've been trying to finish your education, you've also dealt with isolation and mental health issues and loneliness. We know all of these things, and we know that what you need is a holistic, dedicated approach to harnessing your energy and your capabilities and your opportunities and supporting you to overcome your challenges, but also hearing your voices. And that's what you'll get from a federal Labor government, but not the current one.
I thank the member for Dunkley and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There is no doubt that young Australians have done it tough over the past 2 years. Whether it's an 18th birthday party, travelling with mates or schoolies week, the COVID-19 pandemic has meant that so many of our young people have missed out on what many Australians regard as significant milestones and rites of passage. Lockdown restrictions have also caused major disruptions to education and training and resulted in fewer opportunities to find employment in sectors that traditionally employ many young people. It is little surprise then that so many young Australians have reported high levels of psychological distress and a worsening of their mental health during the COVID-19 pandemic. Mental health and suicide prevention remains one of the Australian government's highest priorities, and young Australians in particular continue to be a focus of our investment in mental health. We want them to receive the help, support and care they need, where and when they need it, so that they can reach their full potential. In the 2021-22 budget, the government is investing a record $2.3 billion in the National Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Plan to lead landmark reform. This is the largest federal government mental health investment in Australia's history. A key feature of the plan is the investment of $1.4 billion in high-quality and person-centred treatment, including $820 million for a national network of mental health centres for adults, youth and children through the Head to Health and Headspace programs. Headspace is the government's flagship program for the provision of mental health services to young people aged 12 to 25. With the opening of Headspace Sindo in my electorate of Chisholm, I have seen firsthand the incredible impact of this program at a local level. On the economic front too, young Australians have every reason to feel optimistic as we emerge and recover from the pandemic faster than even the most bullish forecasts. The Morrison government's economic recovery plan, including our JobMaker hiring credit, Job Trainer Fund supporting apprenticeships and trainees' wage subsidy, boosting apprenticeships, commencement wage subsidy, transition to work program, industry training hubs, and the Youth Jobs Path program, and many more, have all contributed to cushioning the effects of the pandemic. The youth unemployment rate fell by 0.6% over the month to 17.5% in October 2021, and it's below the 19.2% recorded in March 2020. Furthermore, whilst Labor talks about the rise in the unemployment rate over the month of October, they've neglected, as usual, to consider the context of the nearly 60,000 youth who entered the labour market over the month, pushing the youth participation rate up from 64.3% in September to 66.4% in October. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Labor can continue to spout misunderstanding these statistics and spread its negative message. We'll just get on with the job of delivering for Australians. Yes, it has been tough for our young people, as it has been for many Australians, but there is reason for hope. Our economy is resilient, and the Morrison government will continue to back Australians in as we secure our recovery. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Chisholm. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've had wonderful opportunities to be around young people in the last few weeks. On Friday night, I joined a group of young women who are part of the Evie project at the Blue Mountains Women's Health Centre, aimed at ending violence and improving equality. Supported by Zonta Blue Mountains, there were messages of what coercive control looks like illuminated onto the windows of the Springwood Hub by Illuminat as part of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. On Sunday, I watched kids as young as 8 fearlessly racing at the state BMX championships at the Hawkesbury Hornets ground in McGraths Hill, and had the chance to thank Saya and Kai Sakakibara for the inspiration they both provided us during the Olympics. Within my electorate, I have the Macquarie Student Climate Activist Group, MESCA, who are determined in their efforts to see action, not words, on reducing emissions, and they can see the impact of the Morrison government's failure on them. And throughout these lockdowns, I've met with a group of young people who just want to see something tangible done to improve the odds for their generation, whether it's around accessing mental health support, like a Hawkesbury Headspace, or more secure work, or better value for their university fees, or a chance to one day own their own home. These are young people who, on the face of it, you'd think had the world at their feet. They are articulate, motivated, damn strong and amazing to be with. But what lies beneath some of these young people is a sense of alienation from the business that goes on in this very place. They feel they don't have a voice in politics, with almost 60% of young Australians feeling the biggest barrier to getting involved in politics was feeling like they won't be listened to. And more than half feel that they would have already a say in politics none of the time. They don't feel they have a say at all. For some people, COVID has not just put a pause on their ambitions and their dreams, but has radically changed their expectations. I've seen that in my own children's generation, the late 20s. But the impact for kids just finishing school and thinking about their next step, the options they have are now severely limited. Nearly 50% of young Australians report being worried about their education having been disrupted or held back as a result of the changes to schooling that COVID's brought. Many feel their motivation and career plans have been dented. The gap year, as we know it, is on hold. Teachers have told me about the pain of having high school students, high achievers, both at school and also at uni, lose their motivation to participate in remote learning. All young people have suffered social disruption severely. They've missed out on once-in-a-lifetime milestones and rites of passage, and they feel isolated due to lockdowns. with their ability to attend school and campus extinguished and social gatherings restricted or prohibited. So it has taken its toll, and that's had its impacts on mental health. More than half of young Australians say their biggest concern with COVID was mental health problems, reporting that they were not able to carry out their daily activities during the pandemic due to a decline in well-being. Another report, a third of students and young people report high or very high levels of psychological distress, and 75% of Australia's young people describe their mental health as worse during the pandemic. Now, I know we've all been affected by COVID. We've worried about our health or the health of our loved ones. We've missed out on family events, special celebrations, lost opportunities to do things, financial impacts. It's been hard on everybody. But as the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare observes, adolescence and young adulthood is a critical time. What happens then can be not just a marker of a life, but it can profoundly affect the course of someone's life. This is a generation that we here in this place have a huge responsibility to. Given that the consequence of so many of the decisions we make here, whether it's about renewable energy, about spending programs, about where mental health funding goes, about investing in education, about TAFE, about housing, about jobs, the effects of the decisions we make will be felt disproportionately by young people. They're the ones who will have to clean up any failures by this generation of parliamentarians. I believe that many of us are here not to do what makes life easier for ourselves, but to make Australia a better place for our kids and grandkids. And that's why Labor will put young people at the centre of our policies.
I thank the member for Macquarie and I call the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Of course, Australians have faced many hurdles throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, and no more than the youth of our nation. They've been deeply impacted by COVID-19, their education disrupted, and many transitioning during this time from school to university or the workforce. Much uncertainty remains for their future. But we do care, Deputy Speaker. The Morrison government and those on this side, and I know on the other side, do care about the future and the youth, the future of the youth of our nation. And mental health and suicide prevention has and always will be one of our priorities. As an individual's mental well-being is equally as important as our physical well-being. The government is delivering on policy initiatives and funding commitments to ensure that every Australian, especially youth and those who need extra help, have access to mental health services when they need them. The Morrison government invested record funding in mental health and support services through the 2021 and 22 budget, with $2.3 billion in the National Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Plan to lead a landmark reform in that area. As part of this record investment, we're safeguarding the wellbeing of young Australians aged 12 to 25 by strengthening, enhancing and expanding the Headspace network at a cost of $278.6 million over the next 4 years. And of course, I have a Headspace in my electorate, Deputy Speaker, in Southport, and have been there many times to visit and congratulate them on the work that they do. What I want to talk about is what the Morrison government's doing, and it includes an increase in Headspace, Deputy Speaker, clinics around the country, made possible by this government's mission to expand the national Headspace network, establishing 10 new centres and upgrading 5 satellite services, and including one in Coomera on the Gold Coast, Deputy Speaker. This funding will contribute to a total investment in the National Headspace network of $873.2 million over the next 4 years from 21-22. Quite a significant investment in the youth of our country. I had the privilege of visiting my local Headspace, as I mentioned, in Southport, to talk to the staff, talk to those who are accessing those services there and get some feedback on those services. And the young people that I spoke to were very happy about the services that were being delivered there, and the holistic nature of those services as well, with all kinds of services being provided, including counselling services for that age group. And Southport Headspace provides a combination of in-person and online and phone services and is free for eligible young people aged 12 to 25, funded by the federal government through Medicare, of course. Headspace Southport also runs an early psychosis program to support young people in their recovery, their treatment and education, and also employment opportunities for the youth. Headspace also provides youth with access to a GP in a calm environment, which was very welcome by those I chatted to at Headspace. Sometimes doctors and health professionals can seem daunting and intimidating for young Australians, and Headspace creates a kind of a funky environment, Mr Deputy Speaker, a fun environment, but also an inclusive environment for those young Australians to feel safe and secure. And in addition to expanding the national Headspace network, the Morrison government has introduced and invested in a multitude of existing and newly formed school-based mental health programs to further support young people. $154.9 million over 7 years from 2016-17 for Beyond Blue's BU program that offers educators evidence-based online professions training, tools and resources to support the mental health of their students, which is very helpful as well. $2.5 million over 4 years from 1920 for Smiling Mind to support 600 regional, rural and remote schools to implement mindfulness practices into their curriculums. $3 million in 2020, Deputy Speaker, for Raise Foundation to deliver early intervention mentoring support to Year 8 students across Australia at risk of disengagement, very important age group. The government recognises the COVID-19 pandemic is having a significant impact on the mental health of many young Australians, and it acknowledges restrictions and lockdowns have caused stress to the youth of our nation, and probably disproportionately, Mr Deputy Speaker, and that is why our government is investing in the future, in our young people, and our thoughts are with you as you finish high school and go into the new year, and we wish you all the best.
Thank the member for Moncrieff. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 3 relating to roads of strategic importance initiative.
Call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the Roads of Strategic Importance initiative in the terms at which it appears on the notice paper.
Call the member for O'Connor.
No seconder? Okay.
After you can.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the $4.9 billion Roads of Strategic Importance initiative is improving connections from mining and agricultural regions to ports, airports and other hubs right across Australia. That's fantastic for my entirely regional electorate of O'Connor, whose mining and agricultural areas are directly benefiting from $224 million of that funding. In O'Connor, Rossi will improve essential freight roads in the productive goldfields and wheatbelt regions of Western Australia. Under Rossi, 3 key projects are being funded in my electorate. First, there's the $52 million Coolgardie to Esperance highway upgrade between Widgie-Multha and Kambalda. Rossi is contributing $41.6 million to this important freight route in the Shire of Coolgardie. The project started in February and is due for completion in mid-2022. Second project, a $40.5 million upgrade to the Great Eastern Highway, will greatly improve freight transport between the goldfields and the Port of Fremantle. That project will start very soon. It will include significant works in the Shire of Westonia and Yilgarn. Deputy Speaker, following the recent WA redistribution, these 2 shires will come into O'Connor from the adjacent electorate of Durack, so ably represented by my good friend, Melissa Price. Construction on this Great Eastern Highway upgrade is expected to be completed in early 2023, and the $32.4 million of this project cost will come from Rossi. With Western Australia accounting for almost 70% of the nation's gold production, both of these projects are important for the nation's economic development. But it's the third and largest project funded in my electorate under Rossi that I wish to focus on today. The $187.5 million Wheatbelt secondary freight network is a once-in-a-generation fillip for a region that has 4,200 mostly family-run farms. WA regularly produces 1/3 of Australia's wheat and more than 40% of its wheat exports. Deputy Speaker, this year we're on target for a record 20.5 million tonnes. That's 2 million tonnes more than we ever produced previously, or an increase of about 10% on the previous record. It's no surprise, of course, that that production comes out of the wheat belt. The region also produces much of WA's 21% contribution to the national wool clip. Almost all of the clip is transported interstate or is exported. Deputy Speaker, you can see then why efficient freight to port and Rossi's $150 million contribution to the project is a huge deal for the region. I'm pleased to report that 42 local governments are collaborating on the 4,400-kilometre Wheatbelt secondary freight network. Project Technical Director Garrett Gandel, CEO of the Shire of Coolin, tells me the 42 LGAs have agreed on 7 priority routes to progress first up. Along those routes, 10 road projects have commenced, with 2 already complete. This is in the first year of the project's operation. Deputy Speaker, I'm incredibly enthused about this project because under the redistribution, my electorate, if I'm fortunate enough to be re-elected, will pick up an additional 16 of these Wheatbelt shires. And that's in addition to the 14 Wheatbelt shires that are already in O'Connor. In the Wheatbelt areas new to my electorate, the $2.2 million Merredin to Narrabeen road upgrade is one of those 2 projects already completed. Also in new areas of O'Connor will be the $1.3 million Cunderton to Quairading road upgrade, which is nearing completion, the $1.4 million improvement to the Gamalling-Meckering road, which is 3/4 complete, and a $1.6 million upgrade to the Merredin-Narrabeen, which is well underway. These projects aim to improve access from Wheatbelt ports to the ports of Albany, Kwinana, Fremantle, Geraldton and Bunbury. Elsewhere in existing areas of O'Connor, shires have priority 1 projects including Corrigan, Cuballing, Dumbleyung, Condinant, Coolin and Wickerpin. And in the shires yet to come across to my electorate, Cunderton, Merredin, Narrabeen and Quairading will all directly benefit. And that's just from the first $18 million tranche of projects in the overall $187 million Wheatbelt secondary freight network. Those shires that have received funding, Garrett Gandel tells me, the average project cost is between $1.5 and $2 million, which is 3 to 4 times the magnitude of projects that Wheatbelt LGAs would typically deliver. Mr Yandel says the secondary freight work is one of the biggest infrastructure projects the region has ever seen. The roads are essential for supporting key freight supply chains. They also support tourism in the region. I congratulate all participating 42 Wheatbelt shires for their leadership and collaboration in delivering this game-changing project. And I commend the Morrison government for its outstanding strategic commitment to the nation-building Rossi initiative.
I thank the member for O'Connor. Is the motion seconded?
The motion is seconded. I'll speak in a tick if that's okay, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call the member for... Sorry?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm pleased to speak on this private member's business today because in my electorate of Gilmore, we have many roads of strategic importance. Before coming to this place, I fought hard to get federal funding for the new Nowra Bridge. The 140-year-old Iron Truss Bridge was reaching the end of its operational life. Put simply, it had to be replaced, otherwise locals would have less lanes going directly in and out of Nowra. $155 million in funding from the federal government and $155 million from the New South Wales state government, which is great news. I'm pleased to say the new Nowra Bridge is progressing well and expected to be completed by mid-2024. But during this time, I've heard the very loud cries from people about the need for a Nowra bypass, that the new Nowra Bridge was not going to solve all our massive traffic issues. At the Nowra Bridge sod turning on the 19th of June 2020, I also said that we have to get on with the Nowra bypass. Deputy Speaker, quite honestly, I'm gobsmacked nothing has happened on the Nowra bypass. The plans have been there for decades. A New South Wales state government that has been in power since 2011. 10 years of state coalition government and not one bo peep about the Nowra bypass. 3 New South Wales Liberal MPs in my electorate of Gilmore, and again, no willingness or drive for a Nowra bypass, none. We've heard a lot about bypasses in other areas. Look to the south, we have both the Milton-Ulladulla bypass and the Moruya bypass going ahead, albeit with a distinct lack of genuine consultation with the communities involved. But Nowra, the largest town in the city of the Shoalhaven, and it has no bypass. Deputy Speaker, the Shoalhaven, the gateway to Jervis Bay, the pristine New South Wales south coast, it is a magnet for visitors. When lockdown ended, people were fleeing Sydney and Canberra for the coast, and who would blame them? Such a beautiful area. Our population more than quadruples at Christmas and holiday times. More and more people are choosing to relocate to the New South Wales south coast and work from home. But our infrastructure just doesn't cut it. Ask anyone living in Bomaderry or further north that needs to travel to Nowra for work. It's a nightmare, and that's on the good days. Friday afternoon commonly sees gridlock around our internal Nowra CBD streets as people try their best to dodge the traffic without any luck. Deputy Speaker, our local small businesses, their workers and families have done it tough. Drought, bushfires, floods, ongoing bushfire recovery and COVID-19 have created the perfect horrific storm. Our local businesses just need a break. Parking in the Nowra CBD is a nightmare and an ongoing issue, and the amenity of the town is not helped by the gridlock of our Nowra Bridge crossing and our streets. Deputy Speaker, I love Nowra. I'm proud of Nowra. It's where I've grown up. It's where I was married 25 years ago. It's where I've raised my 4 children. But there is so much more that could be done to help improve the livability and workability of the town. Deputy Speaker, the revitalisation of the Nowra riverfront is something that I have long been passionate about. The new Nowra Bridge is a great start, but unless the government looks to the future and gets on with the pre-planning for the Nowra bypass, it will be another 30 years. Don't we owe it to our children, their children and everyone in the Nowra-Bomaderry area and along the New South Wales south coast to ensure that people have safe passage through and into Nowra, that the town of Nowra can flourish, helping businesses, workers and jobs? How can people help? By signing my petition on my website, calling on the state and federal government to get on with the Nowra bypass, start the pre-planning and together let's get it done.
I thank the member for Gilmore. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for the Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and great to hear the member for Gilmore acknowledging the delivery by the Liberals and the Nationals in government. And certainly I know when I took over as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure, amongst other things, in that financial year there was a $50 billion infrastructure rollout. When I left in June, it was $110 billion, because I knew that we needed the infrastructure rollout right across the nation to revitalise the nation, to give it that impetus, particularly through the bushfires. Acknowledge that the member for Eden Monaro has just joined us here in the chamber, through COVID-19 and everything else that has beset this nation in recent years. The infrastructure program supports 100,000 workers, and whether it indeed is the Adelaide River to Wadeye, Alice Springs to Darwin, Alice Springs to Halls Creek, Cairns to Northern Territory border, Cooktown to Weipa, Karratha to Tom Price, Mount Isa to Rockhampton, Newman to Katherine, Northern Territory gas industry road upgrades, Tennant Creek to Townsville, Townsville to Roma. In South Australia, Southern Australia, Ballarat to Oyen, Barton Highway, Cockburn to Coburn to Burra, Echuca to Robinvale, Great Northern Highway, Bindoon Bypass, Green Triangle, Hobart to Sorell, Melbourne to Mildura, Port Augusta to Perth, Renmark to Gawler. We're getting to South Australia now, member for Grey. Stawell to the South Australian border, Tasmanian roads package, many projects under there. In New South Wales, Tenterfield to Newcastle, Toowoomba to Ipswich, Toowoomba to Seymour, taking in the Newell Highway, Wheatbelt secondary freight network, which the member for O'Connor mentioned. So many roads of strategic importance initiatives. So many. I know that this can only happen when the Liberals and Nationals are in government. Last week, I spoke about the Brisbane-based ALP federal member bemoaning the fact that we were putting bitumen on unsealed roads. And this, unfortunately, is sometimes what we hear from those opposite, particularly those opposite in metropolitan seats who don't understand the vast road networks in regional, rural and most specifically remote Australia. But they also don't understand that those local government areas, those regions, punch well above their weight when it comes to economic output. And whether it's through particularly beef, grain, they produce so much and they deserve a good road network. They deserve the best road network. They deserve that connectivity. They deserve those safety aspects that only programs like the ROSI program can implement. And that is why it has become such an important part of the overall national infrastructure rollout in this nation in recent years. And I'm proud of the ROSI. I'm proud of what it's been able to do. And I'm proud of those people who've then been able to increase their productivity. I spoke to a fellow in a remote West Australian mining company who told me that just by bitumening part of the Outback Way, and the object is to get the entire Outback Way completely sealed, but just that bitumen of a 70-kilometre or so section was going to save his company hours upon hours upon hours of productivity, because they wouldn't have to go over those corrugated, unsealed sections at a very minimal speed, because they didn't want to tip the heavy excavation equipment and mining gear off the back of the truck. They have to do it carefully. And that's just one small example of the huge benefits that ROSI and other programs only put in place by the Liberals and Nationals have brought to this country, have brought to the regions, and particularly remote Australia. No one understands regional Australia quite like this bloke over here, the member for Grey. And he'll tell you, he'll extol the virtues of not just ROSI, but all the road programs that we have put in place for those farmers, for those miners, for just those people who choose to live in regional Australia. And why shouldn't they have just as good a roads in remote Australia as we have in Kingston or Barton or anywhere else in the Australian capital? And I see you nodding, Mr Speaker, thank you. And that is so important. And now someone's even ringing me to tell what a great speech this is. Mr Speaker, it's so important. ROSI is so important. I know everybody in this chamber agrees, and we will not only put this program in place for years to come, but we'll invest more into it in the future.
I thank the member for Riverina. The question is the motion to be agreed to, and I call the member for Eden Monaro. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Riverina for his ringing endorsement of regional areas. It's great to stand here today to talk about the Roads of Strategic Importance initiative, because the premise of this initiative is so important to regional communities right across Australia. This initiative is a vital way to ensure that regional communities are connected and to make sure that key freight and transport routes are maintained and improved where needed. The safety of highways and important transport routes is something that is raised with me frequently on my travels across Eden Monaro. Everywhere I go, I meet with people who are concerned about the state of our roads, not just the roads in their neighbourhoods or their main towns. They're concerned about the state and safety of key highways and transport routes that intersect our region. Time and again, I am asked whether there is federal funding available to fix or improve Eden Monaro highways, and every time I provide the same answer: yes, there can be one-off funding available, but ongoing funding is only available if the road is identified as a road of strategic importance. This government has identified a number of roads across the country which they deem to be of great importance to our nation. They've attracted $4.9 billion for projects nationwide to deliver work such as road sealing, flood immunity, strengthening and widening, pavement rehabilitation, bridge and culvert upgrades and road realignments. Following the bushfires, 2 bridges in the Bega Valley will be restored thanks to the funding of this initiative. The Murray Bridge in Cobargo and the Whipstick Bridge in Wyndham will both be upgraded. These 2 existing timber bridges will be replaced with new 2-lane concrete structures. The benefits of these projects are expected to include improved freight and load limits of the bridges, improved accessibility of freight to transport for local producers, and increased productivity. There's 3 really significant benefits from 2 comparatively minor projects. Unfortunately, key transport routes for timber, livestock and produce and the increasingly busy tourist drives and highways across Eden-Monaro are not included in the list of roads of strategic importance to receive regular federal funding. Only one road in the entire Eden-Monaro electorate, an electorate that is the size of Switzerland and covers more than 40,000 square kilometres, is considered a road of strategic importance. That means only one road in the entire region that completely surrounds Canberra, that goes down to the coast and stretches to the Victorian border, receives that funding, and that is the Barton Highway. When people ask me why the Barton Highway is the only road to receive regular funding and why the Monaro Highway, Kings Highway, Snowy Mountains Highway or the Princess Highway aren't on the list, I can't answer. There's no visibility as to why some roads have been chosen and others haven't, and this is a point of frustration for some communities. The Princess Highway stretches from Melbourne to Sydney with dozens of towns along the way. It is the coastal highway between Australia's two largest cities, and yet the vast majority of it is not considered a road of strategic importance. The Kings Highway connects the nation's capital to the coast. It is a road that is used more and more every year as the population in the Canberra region grows, but it's not a road of strategic importance. During the Eden-Monaro by-election last year, the Prime Minister travelled to my electorate and stood with his high-vis and hard hat to announce Snowy Hydro 2.0 would go ahead. He was quoted as saying the scheme would help Australia grow its way out of the economic challenges of the pandemic. Over the life of the scheme, Snowy 2.0 is expected to create 4,000 direct jobs. It is a nation-building renewable energy project that will benefit many generations to come. And we never begrudge jobs or investment into these communities. But it seems to me that the Snowy 2.0 project is a pretty significant project for the country, and as such, the Snowy Monaro and Snowy Valleys regions should have had roads of strategic importance declared. This scheme has resulted in more cars, more trucks and more heavy vehicles on snowy roads. The Monaro Highway and the Snowy Mountains Highway are just two of the highways that is seeing an increase in heavy vehicle traffic. More traffic and more extreme weather events, including the recent floods in my region, means these roads are quite literally taking a beating. A project that is of national significance should attract federal funding to help with the infrastructure requirements around it. This means some of the roads in Eden-Monaro, particularly in the Snowy region, should be eligible to receive funding under the Rosie Initiative. When I meet with communities and they ask these questions, I tell them I will follow up. So today, I am putting questions to the government about the Roads of Strategic Importance Initiative. How are the roads selected to receive this regular funding? When was the last time a review into this scheme took place? How can new roads be added to the list of roads that receive regular funding under this scheme? And I look forward to the answers on behalf of the people of the mighty Eden-Monaro.
I thank the member for Eden-Monaro and I call the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. You would, like other members of this place, sometimes have people make complaints to your office about various things, whether it's about being vaccinated or about not being vaccinated or 100 other topics. And I'd have to say in the last few years I've had quite an upkick in my office of complaints about having to go slow on our roads because they're being rebuilt. I've never had a better complaint, I must say, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased that so much is happening on our roads. You've got to really work to get around Grey and avoid the roadworks at the moment. And of course, the Roads of Strategic Importance is just one of the programs that is delivering for us. In particular, there is $62 million allotted to the construction or reconstruction of the Barrier Highway between Barra and the border, essentially. And for those who don't know, the Barrier Highway is South Australia's direct connection to Sydney, so there's a lot of heavy traffic comes down that line. And then there is $100 million allocated west of Port Augusta, $75 million for the Air Highway heading through to the WA, and another $25 million on Eyre Peninsula for assistance in replacing the rail network that was closed 2 or 3 years ago now, and around about $15 million has that been drawn down on. All of these numbers I quote, I hasten to add, are matched by 20% from the state government, so the figures are actually bigger than they might initially appear. And on the Air Highway, we have seen hundreds of kilometres of widening go ahead. At one stage there, driving between my home place and Port Augusta, I think I had around about 120 kilometres of speed restrictions. The speed restrictions are off now and the road is in fantastic order. But as I said, there's so much more happening. We've got a $100 million commitment from the federal government for what we call the Port Wakefield solution, which is an overpass and dual lanes through Port Wakefield. This is on the Augusta Highway. And $160 million for the construction of a new bridge in Port Augusta, a second bridge, and the works on those are both well underway, and it's very exciting for me to drive past those works. We've begun work on duplicating the highway north of Port Wakefield, heading towards Port Augusta. For the first section will be to Nantawara. There is also commitments. There's been a lot of work done on the Horrocks Highway, and there is more to come. The Todd Highway on Eyre Peninsula, which is one of the major grain routes, has been widened. There are significant numbers of passing lanes going in around the electorate, and I might say the councils have not been missing out either, Mr Deputy Speaker. In fact, in Grey alone, there's been $9.4 million come through the coming through the ramped up roads recovery to councils in Grey. Another $23 million come through the local road component of the FAGS grants. The Supplementary Local Roads Program, a South Australian specific program, delivers $20 million a year to regional councils across the state, and in the last 18 months, $68 million has gone to councils in Grey from the 3 rounds of the local road and infrastructure program. Like, no wonder things are happening on our roads. On so many areas, we rely in regional Australia on transport routes. The farmers, our miners need a best path to port, if you like, the most competitive way of getting our products onto the world stage. And there's the safety issue, quite frankly. While the road toll is not what it was 10 years ago or even 20 years ago, we are moving in the right direction all the time. Some of that is on the back of better cars and better safety in cars, but certainly a lot of it is on the increasing integrity or the increasing level of road safety provided by a good road. And the roads transport people are very keen to point out to us that the best value for buck we can get is this road widening, the extending of the shoulders out. So when someone dips a wheel off, they could get back while they're still on the bitumen rather than dipping that one wheel off. We've all seen the tracks, Mr Deputy Speaker, that curving line that comes from the left-hand side of the road that ends up with the car backwards on the other side of the road. I do around about 80 or 90,000 kilometres in a year, and I'd have to say over the last 14 years I've had a couple of close encounters of the third kind that I would prefer not to have had, and they weren't of my driving mistakes. And so there is always a chance out there that there is an accident waiting to happen. Now, we will never get to a stage where there will be no accidents. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. The driver error is alive. But we need to do all we possibly can to make sure that the road surfaces are not contributing to that outcome, and I think we made great ground. I'm very pleased to be part of a government that has a $110 billion commitment in this area, and we have never seen works of this scale before, certainly in my electorate of Grey.
I thank the member for Grey. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber is now suspended and the chair will be resumed at 4 p.m. Thank you.
Hello, Michael.
Hello, Russell. I'm assuming I'm here, am I?
said, maybe you don't. What do you think of that? And I said, sounds great.
Are they Christmas pyjamas?
Thank you, colleagues. Are there any statements for honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate my constituent and friend Victor Marilanka, who tomorrow night will be granted the very prestigious Otley Award. This award is one of the highest honours from the Mexican government given to citizens outside of Mexico. It's awarded once a year per country, and it celebrates individuals who have aided, empowered or positively affected the lives of Mexican nationals. What's especially unique about Victor receiving this award is that he's not a Mexican national, but Chilean, having escaped to Australia as a political refugee during the Pinochet regime. Nevertheless, his support for the Spanish-speaking community within Australia and abroad has been far-reaching and worthy of this esteemed award. Victor helped establish the first Spanish language program in the nation's capital, Conexión Latinoamericana. For 45 years, the program has provided a voice to thousands of Spanish speakers and kept them informed on important topics such as immigration, refugee programs and current politics. Frequently featuring academics, politicians and diplomats, the program also supported human rights and strengthened diplomatic ties between Australia and Central and South America. Victor continues to provide valuable diplomatic support to Spanish-speaking countries, deepening ties between them, their communities here and in Australia. Congratulations, Victor, on 45 years of remarkable service and on this remarkable recognition from the Mexican government.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The current wet season across the Murray-Darling Basin has resulted in the basin being at near saturation point. High flows in our catchments have resulted in storage capacity running at near full, and particularly in the southern basin. On the Murray, the Dartmouth Dam is at 85% and Hume is at 98%. The Goulburn storages have Eildon at 87% and the Goulburn Weir and Warringah Basin both above 95% full. I particularly like to draw attention to Lake Buffalo on the Ovens River, which is at 98% full. Lake Buffalo has reached 100% capacity every year since 2003. There is real concern that further rain will create substantial flooding, which will bring some serious damage to many of the Murray River communities. Lake Buffalo was built in 1965 as a 24 gigalitre dam, and that was just the first stage of a major project. And the Victorian government owns all the surrounding land, and it was originally intended that Buffalo wouldn't be 24 gigalitres, but it would be 1,000 gigalitres. Now, what we have an opportunity now is to build Big Buffalo, construct it properly, and this would act as both a flood mitigator, which people right now would be able to see tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of damage avoided. Plus, when we go through our dry periods, we would have this incredible amount of water for productive agriculture, and it should be a win-win.
Thanks. Give the call to member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. It's with deep regret that I advise the House that Second World War veteran VX 67548 Captain Jim Elwood passed away on Saturday evening. Jim was surrounded by his family. During World War II, Jim was a cipher signaller and he arrived on the island of Timor with the 4th Independent Company in September 1942. He was attached to Sparrow Force headquarters and then continued with Lancer Force once the 2nd Force returned to Australia. Jim volunteered as a member of the Stay Behind Party that was established in early 1943 to continue to observe and report on Japanese activities. This Stay Behind Party was evacuated from Timor to Fremantle by the submarine USS Gudgeon in February 1943. Jim Elwood then returned to Timor 7 months later as a member of the SRD's ill-fated Operation Legato. He was captured and spent the remainder of the war as a prisoner of war, mostly in Dili, and was subject to terrible deprivation and torture. But Jim was liberated after the war in late 1945. But Jim went on to live a big life. He was a proud member of many ex-service associations. Our condolences to Jim's wife Loretta, their sons and their descendants. He was a true gentleman. Vale Jim Elwood.
Thank you, and I give the call to member for Moncrieff.
2021 has been a challenging year for many, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I take this opportunity in the last sitting week of 2021 to wish everyone in my electorate of Moncrieff a happy Christmas and a bigger, better and safer new year in 2022. It's Queenslanders who have done the heavy lifting to reach almost 80% of double vaccinations, and that means that the domestic borders will open to Queensland so that families in Moncrieff can reunite with their loved ones who may be interstate. The Gold Coast economy can now reignite and business can do what it does best, and tourism and small business can start the journey out of the pandemic. I thank the Moncrieff Community Cabinet for the work that you do in our community. I also thank the Gold Coast's only cross-industry think tank, the City Heart Task Force, for the work that they've done for jobs, skills and industry on the Gold Coast this year, and for their dedication. I wish you and your families all the best. Congratulations to Alfred Slowgrove, CEO of Study Gold Coast, and his wife Katia for their new baby Allegra, and congratulations to Adrian Reddings for her elevation as the new chair of Destination Gold Coast. Thanks to Ned Pankhurst and Ian Kennedy for their service on the City Heart Task Force, and to Paul Donovan for his 17 years of service to Destination Gold Coast. To the good people of Moncrieff, I wish you an absolute fantastic Christmas and New Year for your clubs, your schools, your surf club, your veterans organisation. A Merry Christmas and a happy, safe 2022.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Scullin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm a big fan of libraries and of the Yarra Plenty Regional Library Network in particular. Through the pandemic, the work that they have done has been sorely tested. I think we know that libraries are much more than places where people go to borrow books. They're places of community connection. And the network has been sorely tested but never found wanting. Indeed, how critical these libraries are to community has been revealed. And I want to thank Stephanie Convery from The Guardian for highlighting the great work of the Thomastown branch in particular, and that of its manager, Coralie Cavellis, who noticed cars in the car park, the same cars with children sitting in them, and thought, and I quote, "This is really unusual." So she said hello to the people in one of the cars and found out they were there so the children could do their homework using the library's wireless network. So the City of Whittlesea and the library recognised this was a real issue in our communities and answered it by providing Wi-Fi dongles to be used so kids could participate in remote learning. A big shout out to the City of Whittlesea and Thomastown and Lalor libraries. But of course, this really shouldn't have happened. We shouldn't have this digital divide in Australia in 2021. And that's why I'm so proud that my friend, the member for Greenway, the Shadow Minister for Communications, has announced that Labor will provide 30,000 families with free broadband so that they will never be cut out from online learning or the fact that the internet is a necessity of modern life.
Thanks. Give the call to member for Monash.
Deputy Chair, this Wednesday is World Soil Day, and I knew you'd be interested in that. Soil degradation is widespread in Australia, and this poses untenable risk to food security, the environment and our health and well-being. Over the past 200 years, we have done terrible damage to our soils. But the good news is innovative farmers, graziers and market gardeners across Australia have turned their creativity and knowledge to regenerating Australia's degraded soils. Organisations like the independent non-profit Soils for Life have been sharing their stories of restoration and regeneration for more than a decade. And now soil has rightly found prominence as a matter of national significance through the National Soil Strategy and Office of the National Soils Advocate and PM&C. I recently hosted a discussion with Soils for Life with leading producers, farmers and soil specialists. As we deliver on this strategy to repair degraded soils, success will rely on researchers, policymakers, producers and partnering to support stewards of this land to make our soils healthy and naturally productive. Again, their advice to me was clear. They need stable, long-term, ongoing support for locally led soil health initiatives run through local hubs. I look forward to continuing work with Soils for Life and producers in my electorate and encourage other members to do the same.
I'm going to ask the member for Franklin to join us via video conference.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Sorry, Member for Franklin, we don't have any audio. Can you try again?
Can you hear me, Deputy Chair?
Loud and
Thank
clear.
you.
Come on
Access
in, Member
to
for
the
Franklin.
Thank you. Access to the internet, as we've just heard from the member of Scullin, a good quality, reliable connection is becoming more and more important. And we've seen that, of course, through this global pandemic, with many people working from home and studying from home. And that's why I was so pleased that Federal Labor has announced that if we're elected, that communities right across my electorate of Franklin will stand to benefit from Labor's NBN plan, a $2.4 billion plan to expand fibre access to more than 1.5 million premises across Australia. In my electorate, it'll mean 7,600 homes and businesses currently stranded on the Liberals' copper will get access to fibre under Labor's policy. Communities such as Lauderdale, Rokeby, Margate and Huonville will have the potential to benefit from Labor's plan. Labor's plan will run fibre to these homes and businesses, giving Tasmanians relying on copper wire connections the choice to upgrade their homes to fibre if they want faster speeds. Not only will this policy deliver faster internet speeds, but it will also create jobs in our local community. It's a significant announcement for Tasmania. It's specifically significant for my communities in outer suburban and regional areas in my electorate. And we also announced, of course, that we'd keep the NBN in public hands. We know that it is critical for the rollout of fibre to the home and reliable internet to keep the NBN in public hands where it can do the job that it was always intended to do and benefit our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to Member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And just recently, Ian Venables and members of the Albion West Fire Brigade used donated paint from their local Mitre 10 to paint a dead tree blue on a picnic reserve located near Yarran. Deputy Speaker, it's one of almost 700 trees painted to start a conversation about mental health around Australia and indeed overseas. They've been painted to tell a very simple message to all Australians. It's okay to not be okay. The Blue Tree Project was born from tragedy but lives on in the cherished memory of Jaden White, who tragically took his own life in 2018 in Western Australia. Jaden's family and friends are determined to prevent others from experiencing the same anguish and the same heartbreak associated with Jaden's loss. Deputy Speaker, the blue trees are often set quite incongruously in the landscape. They're intended, though, to encourage difficult conversations. To start those difficult conversations and encourage perhaps typically silent people to help share their feelings, share their suffering, to seek help and to try and remove some of the stigma that is often associated, even today, with mental illness. So I want to congratulate the families and friends involved in the Blue Tree Project, and I want to also congratulate the Albion West Fire Brigade for bringing the Blue Tree Project to Gippsland. I'm looking forward to working with other communities across my region to make sure we continue to have that conversation. I say again, it's okay to not be okay. Help is available. Please don't suffer in silence.
Thank you. I give the call to Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The 1st of December is National Water Safety Day, and it's an appropriate day to recognise the bravery of Frankston South brothers, Ryan and Oscar. Last summer, Ryan and Oscar rescued 3 girls who were in trouble in the water at the beach. They say they were in the right place at the right time, but they risked their own safety to bring these 3 girls safely back to the sand, and they rightly received a Life-Saving Award for their brave efforts. The Royal Life-Saving Society of Australia and Surf Life-Saving Australia have asked us to support National Water Safety Day and to get this message out. Here's what you can do to be safe in the water. Swim at supervised locations, patrolled beaches between the red and yellow flags. Wear a life jacket when boating and fishing. Avoid alcohol and drugs in and around the water, possibly all the time. And supervise children at all times around water. They're simple messages that one would think most of us in Australia have grown up with, but there are too many people who don't know those messages. So please share the message, get it out. We're about to enjoy a summer with some freedoms that we haven't had for a while. Let's make it a safe and happy summer. And I very much look forward to coming down to the Frankston Life-Saving Society and the Seaford Life-Saving Association and getting out with the nippers and being part of teaching people how to be safe in the water.
Thank you. Give the call to member for Dawson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In February 2013, a young Mackay woman, 23-year-old Shandy Blackburn, was brutally stabbed to death on her way home from work. It was a horrific crime that rocked our community, and it remains unsolved. In the last few days, however, as a result of an investigative podcast by the Australian's Hedley Thomas, we have learnt that there are some very serious questions being raised about the DNA testing at Queensland's government-run laboratory. Samples sent to that lab have not been fully tested, and on a number of occasions DNA could not be detected, not even in a sample of Shandy's own blood. One of this country's most respected forensic scientists, Dr Kirsty Wright, has looked into the case and has grave concerns. Dr Wright is calling for testing at the lab to be suspended and an inquiry conducted. She has said, and I quote, "We need a public inquiry because I don't believe the police or the courts can trust any of the DNA results coming out of this lab." Dr Wright also said this is the potential to be the biggest forensic disaster in Australia's history. Yet the Queensland Health Minister has refused to consider an inquiry or the retesting of the evidence. The family of Shandy Blackburn, and I spoke with Vicky Blackburn, her mother, earlier today, have called that response a disgrace. They do deserve better. Now, I'm calling on the Queensland Government to take action to immediately investigate that forensics facility and see what can be done to have justice for Shandy.
Thank you. I'll give the call to member for Fremantle.
Sadly, Deputy Speaker, the Morrison government's inability to govern in the best interests of vulnerable Australians has extended to the mismanagement of the NDIS. As a constituent said to my office recently, it's as if this government has redesigned the system to proactively lock the most vulnerable out. One of the most heartbreaking local cases for me involves Avril and Earl, the grandparents and guardians of two boys, both of whom have autism, fetal alcohol syndrome, PTSD and severe behavioural issues. Needless to say, Avril and Earl are undertaking an incredible care responsibility, the nature of which I don't think any of us could imagine. On the advice of their specialist support worker and with considerable clinical evidence, they successfully applied for one of the boys to receive a place in an independent supported living program. Yet after a drawn-out and convoluted process, the NDIS has declined this request with no explanation. The family must now weigh up whether they have the strength to appeal through the AAT process. Deputy Speaker, rather than working to strengthen the NDIS, this government has removed the reasonable and necessary test, introduced independent assessments with a clear intention of restricting access, made it harder to appeal NDIS decisions and explored other ways to push people off the NDIS and into less suitable mainstream services. Avril and Earl are not alone. There are more than 12,000 people in my electorate who provide regular unpaid care to a family member with a disability. They deserve a high quality and supportive NDIS. They deserve a better government.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to acknowledge and thank the community pharmacists for the work that they have done collectively to ensure the success of the vaccine rollout, particularly in regional and remote Australia, where at times getting access to doctors is very limited. I'd also like to extend that thanks to the hard-working staff in those pharmacies and acknowledge that it would have been a difficult time for you. We know in the country that a pharmacist is so much more than someone who dispenses scripts. They are quite often somebody who is a trusted confidant of our medical information, our medical conditions, a counsellor and a carer, particularly to the elderly, and most of which is done for the benefit of the individual and the benefit of the community. So I'd also like to take this opportunity to call for equity in payment for community pharmacies for the rollout of the booster program. Currently, pharmacists are paid $17 to administer the booster, which in most cases is not enough to cover costs. Doctors receive $38 plus many charge a consultation fee. We must remunerate pharmacies adequately or risk their withdrawal from the program and consequently undo the great work that we as a nation have done over the past 20 months. It is only fair that community pharmacies receive fair payment for such an important role.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this morning I met with early childhood educators on the lawn of Parliament House to discuss the report that they've released today. Where does all the money go in Australia's early learning sector? The report is quite damning. This report actually highlights the amount of money that goes towards big business and into shareholders' pockets. It is a vital industry. It is a vital sector. Early childhood education and care in Australia, it has a turnover of $14 billion annually, and 80% of the sector flows from government. That's taxpayers' dollars who we all want to go towards the education and care of our youngest Australians. Yet sadly, because of the way the sector is structured, hundreds of millions of dollars is distributed annually to shareholders and to CEOs' salaries, not towards the care and the education of our young people. This money, rather than going to shareholders, should flow into the care and education of our youngest Australians. The government needs to do better. We need to look at early childhood educators' wages. They should be paid a better wage for what they are doing. We need to look at the resourcing to the sector. It's time the government listened to these workers and to their union and acted. More money into education and care and less money into shareholders and CEOs' salaries.
Thanks. Give the call to member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to alert the Australian Parliament to a disaster that's unfolding across Western New South Wales as we speak. We have had, under the effects of the La Nina weather pattern, increased rainfall over regular times. That has led to a substantially above average winter crop. Sadly, the rain has continued. And we're seeing not only that crop being downgraded, in many cases completely destroyed, and at the moment in Gunnedah we're seeing up to 100 houses affected by flooding. The main concern that I want to alert the House to is that the forecast coming up is a very great concern, and I think as a nation we need to be prepared to step in to what could be a potentially very, very dangerous Christmas period. Just the forecast for this week in my home area is 100% chance of rainfall tomorrow for up to 100 mils. On top of that, with dams that are full to capacity, the potential for very, very damaging floods on top of what we've already seen for the devastation of the winter crop is of great concern, and we need to be prepared as a government to step up when we need to as this situation currently unfolds.
Thanks. I'll give the call to member for Fenner.
Belconnen Tennis Club was just one of hundreds of sporting clubs across Australia whose application under the Sports Grants program was highly rated by the department, yet was not funded by the minister. Of the almost 700 programs in this $100 million allocation, almost half, according to the Auditor-General, fell below the cut-off from the department. Today we've had an analysis of some $3.9 billion across 7 grants programs by the Australia Institute researchers Hannah Melville-Ray, Robin Seth Purdy and Bill Brown. It finds that funding clearly favoured coalition seats, with marginal coalition seats receiving $184 a person, while safe Labor seats received $39 a person. In terms of their national grants programs, they identified 13 seats that received zero funding, including my own electorate of Fenner. And it's no surprise that a majority of those 13 seats are Labor seats. The analysis doesn't even cover car park routes or park and ride, in which 47 car parks included not a single one selected by the Infrastructure Department. It didn't even include safer communities, also known as safer seats, in which $31 million was overturned by the Home Affairs Minister and allocated based on his own political considerations. It's no wonder that the Liberals don't want a National Integrity Commission.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to David Peach, Executive Officer of the Launceston Chamber of Commerce, who passed away recently after a short illness. David arrived from Sydney in August 2020, ready to take on the role at the Chamber during a critical time for our local economy as we navigated the uncertainty of the pandemic. He took on the role with such passion and drive that Northern Tasmania quickly embraced David as one of our own. His experience and enthusiasm were valuable as the community worked together in the best interests of local employers and employees. I was fortunate to have the privilege of working closely with David, including during a visit from the Treasurer for a post-budget breakfast this year, and his professionalism always shone through. Before moving to our region, David built a 25-year career across business, consulting, IT and community service, bringing his wealth of knowledge to the Chamber. As chair of the Northern Tasmanian Development Corporation, Mark Baker said, David was a natural collaborator who brought a positive attitude to working together for the greater good of the city and the region. David was also instrumental in establishing the men's table in 2011 in New South Wales with his mate Ben Hughes, who also moved to Launceston, where there are now 4 tables supporting men's mental health and wellbeing. The David Peach Foundation has been set up in his honour to establish more local men's tables across the state. My deepest condolences to David's wife Victoria and his 2 children. Vale, David Peach.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Saturday was the 80th anniversary of the loss of the HMAS Parramatta II. Commissioned in 1940, her crew served in perilous conditions, escorting, patrolling and minesweeping as part of the Red Sea Force. In 1941, she began service in the Mediterranean, supporting the reinforcement of Cyprus and Allied forces besieged in Tobruk. In the early hours of the 27th of November 1941, she was escorting a ship carrying much-needed ammunition supplies to Tobruk when she was sunk by a German submarine. The damage to the ship was so great that only those on deck had time to escape. 24 crew survived the sinking, 138 lost their lives. On Saturday, I was honoured to attend the annual memorial service in honour of the men who served on the HMAS Parramatta II. It was held at Queen's Wharf Reserve on the Parramatta River. I'd like to thank the Naval Association of Australia, Parramatta Memorial Subsection and its President Bruce Richens for their work to commemorate the HMAS Parramatta and her crew. I'd also like to thank the other organisations in my community that work tirelessly to support veterans and servicemen and women in the community. The Parramatta RSL Sub-Branch President Ron Grace, Maryland's RSL Sub-Branch President Robin Grimley, Granville RSL Sub-Branch Treasurer Alice O'Connor, Vietnam Veterans, Peacekeepers and Peacemakers Association of Australia New South Wales Branch President Frank Cole and the Sydney Veterans Lodge President Fred Manar. Lest we forget.
Thank you, and I give the call to member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Presenting certificates at the end of the year school award ceremonies is something I certainly look forward each year. But it's a time when the school communities come together, they recognise the achievements of students throughout the year. This year I presented awards at the Kuranda District College, the Red Lynch State College, Cooktown State School and the Cape York House for the graduation for both the boys and the girls. Sadly, given Queensland's quarantine requirements and the vast size of my electorate, I couldn't attend any more. One of the things that strikes me about these ceremonies is the air of excitement among students, teachers and families. End-of-year awards night is just simply a great celebration. It's a celebration of excellence, whether it be an academic or sporting, and for some, just the end of a chapter in their lives. There are thousands of students across my electorate who are now about to embark on a new chapter in their lives. For some, their formal education will have finished. For others, they will get to enjoy their summer holidays before embarking on vocational and tertiary studies in the new year. Attending these recent presentation nights really made me cast my mind back to when I finished school. I finished on Friday afternoon and started work as a 14-year-old in a job on Monday morning. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to wish all of those students across my electorate who graduated this year to a very, very best for their future endeavours. Thank you.
Give the call to the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, the government has made no secret of their plan to make military technology one of Australia's top exports. And this plan is working, with some $5 billion worth of sales approved last financial year alone. The problem is the government has approved military sales to countries like Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Eritrea and Sudan, countries with appalling human rights records, with some directly involved in civil wars and other conflicts, and others responsible for abducting children to become child soldiers, mass executions of prisoners, torture and other horrific war crimes. Not that the Australian government would necessarily know, because it does very little to track our arms exports once they've left the country. Moreover, there's the media report just today that Australia's Future Fund has almost $160 million invested in 14 companies linked to the Myanmar junta, including a Chinese arms manufacturer that sold aircraft and missiles to the Myanmar military and which is designated by the US as a banned investment entity. Deputy Speaker, the situation I describe is obviously unethical and out of step with community expectations. No way should we be selling military kit and know-how to the world's most odious governments, nor should we be investing in their own grotesque arms industries. Frankly, Deputy Speaker, the government needs to get out of this trade and to get out of it now. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thanks. Give the call to Member Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Not every day you get to tour a specialist tunnel training facility, but recently I had a great reason to visit one. As a recipient of a $419,000 Morrison Government's National Careers Institute Partnerships Program grant, Holmesglen Institute were keen to show me what this funding will do to help train the next generation of tunnel engineers and workers. With infrastructure projects sprouting across the nation, the tunnelling industry can't keep up with enough skilled workers. This funding will help those who are thinking about a career in tunnelling find out what it's all about in replica and virtual environments. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to thank Andrew, Gary, Ross and Tina from Holmesglen, who showed me around the incredible Victorian Tunnelling Centre. They explained that people need to experience working underground in a realistic way to know if it's the job for them. During the tour, I tried on some stylish 3D virtual glasses which transport you to a replica mined tunnel, then onto a replica boring machine, using the exact type of equipment used on the Melbourne Metro Tunnel project. Holmesglen are helping build the engineers of the future. These engineers will build our future. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is yet another example of the Morrison government investing in technology, backing in industry, creating more jobs and securing our future. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the call to Member for Shortland.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak about the ongoing crisis in aged care, specifically regarding the blowout in the waitlist for residential home care packages. Older Australians are literally dying waiting for their packages, and others are missing out on precious extra years in their family home due to the Morrison-Joyce government's failures. One of the key recommendations from the Aged Care Royal Commission report was that the government clear the home care package waitlist of over 100,000 people by the end of this year. However, in the budget, the Morrison government announced only 80,000 new packages over the next 2 years, ignoring that there was over 100,000 people waiting and that thousands are added each and every year. In my electorate of Shortland, the sixth oldest in the country, there are almost 3,000 older Australians waiting to receive their home care package. This is an absolute disgrace. There is currently only one home care modification company in the region dealing with the waitlist for home modifications as well, down from 3 companies previously. And there's no additional funding. So this one company is now doing the work of 3 without any additional funding, which means that the wait time for home modifications is expanded dramatically. For 8 long years, coalition governments have neglected older Australians who deserve our respect and need to be treated with dignity. These people continue to make a valuable contribution to our community, and they should be able to receive the best quality of care in their own homes.
Thank you. I give the call to Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Although we've had a mild spring in South Australia this year, summer is on its way and so is the hot weather. I want to remind all of my local residents about what they can do to be bushfire ready and thank our wonderful CFS volunteers who keep us safe each and every summer. Boothby Hill Zone residents must make sure they have their bushfire survival plan in place now. There is nothing more important than having a plan in place. It literally could be the difference between life and death. There is nothing more important as well than supporting our incredible CFS volunteers, and they have a wealth of information about planning and prevention, and I encourage all residents to visit cfs.sa.gov.au to update their bushfire plan. It's essential my local residents know how to protect themselves, their loved ones and their homes. As the CFS says, prepare, act, survive. I want to acknowledge the continuing work of our local CFS volunteers in the Sturt CFS group for keeping local residents safe in Boothby each and every summer. The Sturt CFS group is led by Group Officer Dale Thompson and Deputy Group Officers David Sims and Chris Smith. I thank them for their years of dedicated service to our local area. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the following CFS Brigade captains and all the brigade volunteers: Mark Brooks and volunteers at Belair, Jamie Emsweiler, at Blackwood, Laurie Lingwood, Cherry Gardens, Rowan Clark, Coromandel Valley, Ben Gloyne at Eden Hills. On behalf of all of our residents, thank you so much for everything you do.
Thanks. I give the call to Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One woman every week in Australia is murdered at the hands of a current or former partner. mothers, daughters, sisters, friends, co-workers. In fact, in Australia, violence is the leading preventable cause of death, illness and disability for women aged 15 to 44. Violence against women is so bad in this country that police are called to a domestic violence incident every 2 minutes. This is a national shame. It is a deep-seated cultural problem in Australia, and the pandemic has exacerbated many of these issues, and the support services that support women are overwhelmed, doing the very best they can without the resources they need. This government hasn't funded family violence services to give women the help they need to leave and stay safe. This means Australian women and children are trapped in violent situations. Across the country at this very moment, women fleeing violence are being turned away from services because there aren't enough workers to help them. Women's safety should be a national priority, and Labor is committed to addressing this. A Labor government will fund 500 new community sector workers to support women in crisis, create a family, domestic and sexual violence commissioner to act as a strong voice for victim survivors, and to provide accountability and coordination for violence prevention. Labor will invest $100 million in crisis accommodation and build 4,000 new homes for women and children fleeing violence and older women on low incomes who are at risk of homelessness, because all Australian women should feel safe.
Thanks. I give the call to member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to mark the passing last Friday of a great Australian, Hudson Chen KHS OAM. Hudson was a giant in the Australian Chinese community, a dedicated supporter of the Liberal Party and an incredible contributor to many, many community organisations. He worked tirelessly to ensure the Liberal Party represented the aspirations of those who made their home and future in Australia, as he did himself over 60 years ago. Along with Ben Chow, he established the New South Wales Liberal Chinese Council, and in that role encouraged and mentored so many in the Chinese Australian community. He was the embodiment of the entrepreneurial and family values that are the hallmark of those with Chinese heritage. He was a close friend to many in the party, including our current State President, the Honourable Philip Ruddock. Philip Ruddock said of Hudson in an email he sent me last night, and I quote, "Hudson has gifted all of us an enduring legacy of what our country represents, an immigration experience that embraces our core values and shares with us their rich cultural heritage." And that's the end of the quote. Hudson was supported in all of this, his endeavours, by his wonderful family, and to his wife Eve, their daughters Vivian and Jennifer, and to his many grandchildren, I extend my deepest condolences. We all share in your loss. A few years ago, Hudson Chen convinced then Premier Barry O'Farrell to light up the sails of the Opera House in red for Chinese New Year, a tradition that continues to this day. In future years, when we see those lights, we will think of his spirit and his contribution to our state and nation.
Thank you, and I give the call to member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. GPs across the Hawkesbury and Blue Mountains have raised with me their fears about patients facing long waits to be seen and doctors and staff being stretched like never before. They call it a crisis. And it isn't just COVID, although a lack of a hub in the electorate created extra work for GPs. But even before COVID, some had closed their books to new patients. A change by the Morrison government in 2019 means that the Hawkesbury and most of the Blue Mountains is no longer a priority area for trainee GPs. I met with the team at Katoomba's medical practice. Dr Aman Rana said, "We miss out on doctors because we aren't considered regional." He and other GPs say it's a struggle to find registrars to come here, as the area shares the same zoning as metropolitan Sydney, and it's hard to attract students from regional medical and nursing schools. Overseas doctors can't do their training either. Dr Rana says while some local doctors and nurses are at retirement age, others are simply burning out and none of them are being replaced. GPs can be a vital, stable influence in a person's health care. Our area needs to be reclassified as a matter of urgency to help our local GPs respond in the way that they need to see their patients in a timely way, and they need to be fully supported and resourced to meet the needs of our community.
Thanks. I give the call to member for Brower.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge the passing of two significant Chinese community leaders, and in doing so I want to associate myself with the remarks of the member for North Sydney about the late Hudson Chen, who was a lion of the Chinese community within the Liberal Party, along other such greats as Ben Chow and Helen Sham Ho. He and his wife Eve were very devoted to the party and to the Chinese community and to the Catholic Church. And to Eve and her family, I say, may Hudson's memory be a blessing.
I also wanted to speak about Master Richard Liu, an Australian Chinese community and a spiritual leader of global significance. I first met Richard during an interview at the Australian Oriental Media Group in 2017. As the proprietor of a Chinese and English language newspaper broadcasting business, Richard was very proud of the fact that his group was free of interference and remained independent. Richard Liu was also very committed to interfaith relations and had amazing connections all over the world. One of the kindest things he did to me was to introduce me to his friend Emanuel Zingras, who is a respected leader of the Lithuanian Jewish community and a member of parliament in that country. It says something about the multiculturalism of Australia that a Chinese community leader would introduce two Jewish community leaders from opposite sides of the world, but such was the nature of Richard Liu. Given his status as a Buddhist master, I was pleased also to introduce him to the Buddhist monastery in my electorate, the Manmahavana Buddhist monastery at Katai, and he formed a great friendship with him. To his son, his family and his followers, I offer my sincere condolences on the passing of a great man.
Thank you. I give the call to Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it's the sad truth that trust in our parliaments and our parliamentarians is under threat these days. There is a lot of disquiet in our communities about things like the rorting of programs, about self-interest being put before the national interest, about debates being shut down. One of the most important things that we as a parliament could do to help restore trust in the way we do our job in parliament, indeed in government, and democracy as it stands, is to introduce a National Anti-Corruption Commission. This would be a really important pillar of restoring trust. But we don't have one in the parliament. And the Prime Minister tells us he has a bill, but he's not bringing it in. Why is he not bringing it in? Because Labor don't support it. I'm sorry, blow me down with a feather, but I would have thought, from my years of experience, that this government delights in bringing in terrible bills that Labor won't support so that they can wedge and sledge us all the time. I've never seen this government decide that because Labor won't support one of their bills, it can't be presented to the parliament. What an extraordinary position to take for the government. I suspect it is more to do with the fact that it's a really bad, ineffective proposal and people will see it exposed for what it is.
Thank you. I give the call to Member Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, I had the privilege of presenting the Chisholm Community Award to a truly remarkable individual, Mr. Arthur Merriweather. When Arthur joined the Army Reserves at just 17, he was driving 5-ton Army trucks before he even had his driver's license. He went on to serve for 30 years, working for the Commonwealth Bank while travelling with the Army, doing drills and jumping out of planes. Arthur went on to join the Box Hill RSL, where he has been a member for 26 years, 23 of which he has been the treasurer. Among caring for his wife, his 4 children, 13 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren, Arthur has always ensured his RSL remains a priority. To quote Arthur, "It's great, but I'll tell you, I don't get much time for telly." Congratulations, Arthur, and thank you for your service to our country. To the excellent executive team at the Box Hill RSL, President John Howard, committee members Ray Ward, Lindsay Berg, Brian Tyson and Beth Dawes, thank you for making Box Hill RSL one of the best RSLs in the country.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Lyons, joining us on video link.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will use my time to speak on the housing crisis currently gripping my state of Tasmania, and I don't use the term crisis lightly. 1 in 10 residents of the Brighton LGA are at risk of homelessness. In Bridgewater and Gagebrook, which is around my office, that figure jumps to 1 in 5. A young woman whom my office is assisting is one of those 5. I've written to the State Housing Minister and we are continuing to advocate on her behalf. She, of course, is beside herself at the prospect of homelessness. She's just one of the 4,500 Tasmanians who are now on the emergency list for housing. Not the total list, just the emergency list. We're looking at a 72 to 78 week wait on average. We will keep seeing sole parents coming into my office and begging for aid. We'll keep hearing from shelters that are full to the brim. And all the while, house prices and rentals continue to rise with no action from this government about how to tackle it. An Albanese Labor government will create 20,000 homes for those in need through a Housing Australia Future Fund. We'll achieve this in 5 years, creating 21,000 jobs in the process. Providing safety and shelter is not just right, it builds our nation, it builds back stronger, and that's what good government does. After 8 long years, we desperately need to address the housing crisis.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And speaking of governments getting things done, I am pleased to announce that the M4-M5 Link Tunnel's final breakthrough event went ahead last month, and I joined the Prime Minister and the New South Wales Premier, Dominic Perrottet, along with the Minister for Cities and Infrastructure, Paul Fletcher, and the CEO of Transurban, Scott Charlton, and the CEO of WestConnex, Andrew Head. And this event marked a major construction milestone in Australia's largest road infrastructure project. This project is changing the lives of thousands of people, bypassing dozens of sets of traffic lights and allowing an uninterrupted drive from the Blue Mountains to the city. This $16.8 billion project has seen us cutting travel times and supporting thousands of families with work as Sydney and across Australia, where we're reopening after the COVID-19 lockdowns. When opened to traffic in 2023, the M4-M5 Link tunnels and the Rozelle interchange will complete the WestConnex project, providing improved links between key employment hubs and local communities. And this project is going to have an incredible and significant changes to the lives of the people in Reid. Parramatta Road, which is a very busy road in Reid, trucks will be taken off Parramatta Road. The improved traffic flow will help lots of families in Reid get them home safer and faster to be with their families. So we welcome this new project and congratulations on the government on getting this done. Thank you.
Thank you. And in accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded, and I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Private members' business. Order of the day number 2, Family Law Amendment, a step towards a safer family law system, Bill 2020. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to member for Griffith, who's joining us via video link.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Victims of violence shouldn't bear the legal burden of rebutting the presumption that the abuser should have equally shared parenting. And the best interest of the child, including children's interest in being safe from violence, should come first in family law. Yet the law as it stands today tells the courts to start with a presumption of equal shared parental responsibility. Madam Deputy Speaker, as you know very well, of course, because you're involved in a parliamentary inquiry in relation to these laws, to which I will refer shortly, this situation has been the subject of criticism both in and outside of this parliament. The Women's Legal Service is calling for the removal of this presumption, and the member for Moreton has moved this private member's bill to seek to give effect to that call and to reform these important laws. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Women's Legal Service says that the presumption shifts the focus of the decision makers, which is the courts, away from children's safety and away from the best interests of children to an emphasis on shared care. They said that the current system places victims of violence on the back foot in court, mediation, and in their negotiations with the violent perpetrator. And the Women's Legal Service further says that the legislation is complicated, is easily misunderstood, and its links to equal time incentivise violent perpetrators to pursue their rights, in quotes, in the court and other processes, putting children. It's also, they observe, very complex, making trials and legal processes longer and more expensive. Madam Deputy Speaker, as you know, in the 2009 report, Time for Action, the National Council to Reduce Violence Against Women and their Children pointed out that under previous almost identical legislation, evidence emerged that a very strong pro-contact culture had arisen, and that the, quote, opportunity for a significant relationship with both parents, end quote, took precedence over a history or even recent experiences of violence and abuse. That was a report from that council at the time, and the same report said that evidence from the council's own consultations and from the judiciary itself tended to show that such a presumption was inappropriate for a great number of families using the Act. Madam Deputy Speaker, in a bipartisan report of the House Social Policy and Legal Affairs Committee in 2018, of course, of which you were, I believe, the Deputy Chair, the committee said it had, quote, received considerable evidence that the presumption in the Family Law Act 1975 Commonwealth of equal shared parental responsibility is leading to unjust outcomes and compromising the safety of children. And your committee recommended, or the committee I should say, recommended that the Australian Law Reform Commission, as part of its current review of the family law system, develop proposed amendments to the legislation, and specifically that it consider removing the presumption of equal shared parental responsibility. In its 2019 report on family law, the Australian Law Reform Commission described the language used in the law as confusing and recommended redrafting the relevant provision to refer to a presumption in relation to joint decision-making on major long-term issues, to draw a clear distinction between responsibility on the one hand and care and time on the other. They also recommended that the legislation should make it clear that in determining what arrangements for the care of the child would best promote the child's best interests, the court must determine on all of the material before it what is best for the particular child in their particular circumstances. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is really obvious that there will be different views about how children's interests will be best served in family law matters. But I would hope and expect that every member of this House would be of the view that children's safety should be paramount, and that that paramountcy should be clear to all who come into contact with the family law system. Unrepresented parents and others should be under no doubt that a court would, if called upon to adjudicate, seek to discover precisely what is in the best interest of the children concerned. As we are within the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, it is particularly timely to consider the impact that the design of statutory provisions can have on victims and survivors of violence and their children. Madam Deputy Speaker, but this is a long-term issue that the Morrison-Joyce government should address, particularly given the bipartisan nature of the House Committee report that called for the change. I want to thank the stakeholders who are continuing to press this issue. It is an important one. There should be no position in our law that suggests that people who are victims and survivors of abuse should be forced to rebut a presumption that the abuser, the perpetrator, should have equal rights in relation to the children. It is incredibly important that this matter be dealt with, and I call upon the Morrison-Joyce government to take heed of this private member's bill, to take heed of the views of stakeholders and committees of this parliament, and to take heed of the many representations that have been made over a very long period of time, and resolve this situation in the interests of children.
Thank you. And the question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to the private member's bill moved by my friend and colleague, the member for Moreton. This is an incredibly important bill because it is about the children, Deputy Speaker, the children. Children in a family breakup all too often are used as weapons by perpetrators of family domestic violence and coercive control. They know how to hurt the other partner through exploiting her or his love, connection and concern for their children. To be honest, I have experienced this through my own divorce. I was told by mediators to be careful because they said my ex-husband did not care about arrangements for the children. He only cared about hurting me and getting all the money out of me that he could. Being careful was the only advice they could give me. I know how effective using the children is as a punishment. I know the worry, the pain and the constant game of trying to mitigate the hurt to the children. All the everything's okay lines when everything is not okay. Of course, my experience is nothing like the tragic and horrific experiences we hear of and know of through the media, through work and friendships. But I do have an understanding of the situation.
You see, currently the Family Law Act perversely makes things worse instead of working to avoid tragic outcomes. The Act provides a presumption of equal shared parental responsibility in parenting matters. It also stipulates a complex pathway for a judge to navigate when determining parenting arrangements, a pathway that has been described as practically impenetrable and confusing. Deputy Speaker, this bill, tabled by the member for Moreton, removes some of those problematic sections of the Family Law Act. It goes to ensuring that only the children's best interests are served by our justice system. It ensures that the system is not used for retributive justice for perpetrators of abuse. Time and time again, we've been presented with reports from parliamentary committees and organisations, including the all-important Australian Law Reform Commission, raising concerns about these sections of the Act. And as for the member for Moreton pointed out, Women's Legal Services Australia, through their Safety in Family Law campaign, recommended removing the presumption of shared parental responsibility, and we've just heard some excellent evidence given by the member for Griffith. It may be, of course, that the Act was written with good intentions, but when we know that a law has bad, unintended consequences, it's up to us in this House to make amendments to fix it. Yes, it is important when we see those consequences blazoned across our TV screen and social media feeds, but it is equally important for the countless families we don't see, those who struggle desperately through the courts with inadequate legal support, without the ability to fight back against a system that we know is stacked against them, frightened, vulnerable, often alone and unseen. The extent of family and domestic violence, including coercive control, is a tragic indictment on our society. One woman every week and one man a month is murdered by a current or former partner. When the women of Australia stood up against violence against women and said enough is enough, when we marched through the streets and onto this House, the Prime Minister said we were lucky we weren't shot. And that was bad enough. But he must not, he cannot say the same about the kids. He cannot dismiss their safety with a glib line, because I said in the beginning this is about the children. If this House cannot make the world safer for children, then why are we here? Or more to the point, why are they on that side here? Because indifference to the vulnerable is their trademark on so many fronts. Remember, the Liberal National Government abolished the family court against all recommendations. Pretty much all stakeholders, bar none, advised against that move. In other areas, tens of thousands of people are waiting for home aged care packages. Thousands are dying while they wait. Underspending on the NDIS means so many people going without the supports they desperately need. Pensioners are being forced to pay back welfare payments when they let multinational corporations keep billions in JobKeeper payments they didn't qualify for. Robo-debt, neglect in residential aged care, appalling treatment of early childhood education sector and the families that rely on it, maintaining the punitive and racist CDP, inability to deal with toxic workplaces for vulnerable employees, and if I had time there would be more. The government doesn't care, and I go back to my original question, Deputy Speaker. Why are they here?
Thank you. The time allotted for this debate has now expired and the debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made an order for the day for the next sitting. And I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Private members' business, notice number 4, Global Polio Eradication Initiative. Motion to be moved by the member for Higgins.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the Global Polio Eradication Initiative in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Madam Deputy Speaker, battling a pandemic is not an easy task. We're learning this more every day as we deal with yet another variant of concern in the form of Omicron in COVID. But this is not the first time that a coordinated global health effort has successfully responded to a highly infectious disease from the community. For a masterclass in an extraordinary global response to a significant health threat, we need only look to the story of polio. In the early 20th century, polio cases surged in the United States, leading to widespread outbreaks which quickly spread around the world. Australia was no exception. More than 1,000 people died of polio in Australia during the first half of the 1950s alone. It's haunted the childhood of many and left as many as 40,000 Australians with lifelong paralysis. In 1952, a successful vaccine was finally found, but a global response was needed to bring polio under control. To that effect, in 1988, the World Health Organization founded the Global Polio Eradication Initiative. The newly founded organisation took on the ambitious aim to eradicate polio worldwide. Excellent vaccine uptake did well to control the spread of polio in developed countries, and in 1994, polio was declared eradicated from the Americas. Australia achieved the same milestone at the turn of the century in 2000. However, a greater challenge remained. The world's most vulnerable people were still exposed to the ravages of polio. Australia has been there from the beginning, stepping up to provide financial and technical support to the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, as it set out on the largest community-driven vaccination program in history. The initiative developed a strategy and implemented vaccination drives across the world. A broad coalition of community members took up the task of immunising the world's children against polio. As a Paul Harris International Fellow of Rotary, I'm particularly proud of the hundreds of thousands of Rotarians worldwide who've raised money and contributed more than $1 billion to the effort so far. And as co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of UNICEF, I know firsthand the extraordinary contribution UNICEF has made to polio eradication. The Global Polio Eradication Initiative leads the world's efforts to end polio, bringing together not just Rotary International and UNICEF, but the World Health Organization, Global Citizen, and here in Australia, Results Australia, and of course many others, including in the private sector, with a common objective to eradicate polio. When the Global Polio Eradication Initiative commenced, more than 350,000 cases of polio paralysed and killed children in 125 countries annually. Fast forward to today, and in 2021, polio is 99% eradicated, and wild polio remains in only 2 countries, Pakistan and Afghanistan, with the entire African continent certified as polio-free just last year on August the 25th. It's an amazing achievement. Some considered the challenge of polio eradication, particularly in India, insurmountable. Nonetheless, with the extraordinary dedication of the Global Polio Eradication Initiative and its partners, vaccination drives continued. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, in a single day in 1998, more than 134 million children in India were immunised against polio. Now, the payoff wasn't instant. In fact, it wasn't until 2014 that India and the rest of Southeast Asia was finally declared polio-free. But now, in 2021, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have almost completely eradicated polio. What's more, we're seeing only a handful of cases in those 2 countries in where it remains, Afghanistan and Pakistan. We're remarkably close to finally ending polio forever. Australia has much to be proud of, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the fight for polio eradication. We stood side by side with global health organisations. Come next year, the Global Polio Eradication Initiative will set out the final stages in this great journey to achieve complete eradication of polio by 2026. It means a major opportunity for Australia to reaffirm its commitment to polio eradication. As much of an achievement as polio eradication will be, it's also a rare chance to affirm the power of vaccines have to change the world. As a parliamentarian, we can all support this. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion, Deputy Speaker. Thank you. I also speak in support of the member for Higgins and on the motion on the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, GPEI, and we are both honoured to be co-chairs of the Parliamentary Friends of UNICEF and advocates committed to the GPEI. We're also very fortunate to be living in a country where polio is eradicated and a world in which polio is 99% eradicated. It's a remarkable achievement. Today, the disease is almost forgotten, except for the few whose lives were and remain directly affected. It was once hard to imagine that 70 years ago polio was rife across the globe. But over the past 18 months, we all got a taste of what a worldwide pandemic actually looks like and it feels like. Cities shut down, borders closed, isolation from friends and family, spending most of our days online. They didn't have that luxury 70 years ago. Working from home, watching Netflix. The only possible domestic travel was to the edge of your 5-kilometre radius, as some of the lockdowns in Melbourne restricted us to. We've gone through the Rolodex, through many kinds of public health interventions in our struggle to stop COVID-19 spreading. And now, just like the polio epidemic, vaccination is the primary means which we're aiming to end the pandemic for good. Thanks to vaccines, the prevalence of polio has been reduced to a small sliver of what it once was. At its worst in the late 1940s, it infected hundreds of thousands and paralysed more than 35,000 people a year. While polio remains in only 2 countries, Pakistan and Afghanistan, with the entire African continent certified as polio-free on the 25th of August 2020. This is a testament to science and what it can achieve, and to vaccinations. It is a historical legacy of achievement, and it speaks volumes to what can be achieved when the international community also works together. Much of this is thanks to the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, and the GPEI leads the world's efforts to end polio, bringing together the World Health Organisation and many stakeholders with a core objective to end polio once and for all. And we're almost there, Deputy Speaker. It's fitting that I'm speaking about this today, or we're talking on this motion, given the new strain of COVID-19, Omicron, and this new variant, which was first identified in South Africa, has shed light on the low vaccination rates in developing countries. Despite the repeated warnings of health leaders around the world, our failure to put jabs in the arms of people in the developing world is the reason the virus has come back to haunt us with this variant. Yet we were forewarned, Deputy Speaker, yet we are here. Vaccine equity was critically important. The WHO had asked every country to vaccinate at least 10% of their population by September. More than 50 countries have missed this target. Most of these are in Africa. And our neighbour in the Pacific, Papua New Guinea, has only achieved 1.7% coverage of the vaccine. Why are we forgetting that we are part of a global community? Why did we forget this from the very beginning of the pandemic? And why are we forgetting that Australia has to play a role in protecting our region and supporting our friends and partners, stepping up to support that part of the developing world? Yet we have only delivered 18% of the COVID vaccinations that we promised to developing nations. Just 18%. Now, this is not a partisan point here. I'm imploring the government to do better, because it actually affects all of us into the future. Until we vaccinate enough people, we will see this happen over and over again. We are literally, Deputy Speaker, in an arms race to vaccinate the world. I call on the Morrison government to step up. They talk about the step up policy in the Pacific. Well, they're not stepping up. It's time now that they do so, because it's in our interests in Australia, it's in our common global interests that we actually vaccinate parts of the world that have such low vaccination rates. So I implore the government to do what is necessary to actually get those vaccines to our friends and partners, particularly in the Pacific and in other parts of the world. We are a wealthy nation. We're privileged in many respects. We can do so much better in helping our friends around the world with vaccination, and by doing so, we're helping ourselves as well. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's very timely to be talking about global polio eradication, because polio, of course, was one of the great scourges of humanity in the early part of the 20th century, and one of the most dangerous communicable diseases that we laboured under. It did not discriminate between victims or countries, from children in the Third World to people such as Franklin Delano Roosevelt, an uncle of mine, in fact, in Trinidad and Tobago, many new people, even until the 1950s and 60s in Australia, who had been afflicted by polio. But what we've been able to achieve as a global community, since the development of a polio vaccine and since has been little short of remarkable. Polio today is endemic in only 2 countries, Afghanistan and Pakistan. There are outbreaks from time to time in other countries, usually countries that are suffering from a degree of state failure or highly fragile institutions, and we need to remain vigilant about that. But since 1988, when the Global Polio Eradication Initiative began, we've had 2.5 billion of the world's children who've been immunised, and polio cases worldwide have gone down by 99%. It's a remarkable achievement, and initiatives such as the Global Polio Eradication Initiatives, but also global governance bodies like the World Health Organization, like the United Nations Children's Educational Fund or UNICEF, have played an incredibly important role. Just earlier late last year, in August 2020, the WHO announced that transmission of wild poliovirus had stopped in all 47 countries of sub-Saharan Africa. So the countries we're focused on now are really quite small. What I think this shows us is, well, firstly, that until we eradicate any communicable disease, it poses a risk to all of us, and that the first world or the developed world has an obligation and an interest to help the developing or less developed countries to deal with this problem, not only because it's the right thing for our shared humanity and our shared values and ideals, but because ultimately we will not be safe from any communicable disease until it's eradicated everywhere. And we are seeing that now with COVID-19 and the emergence of a new variant. We do know, and it's no surprise, that the deeper disease reservoirs that exist for COVID-19, the greater the chance of new mutations forming and the greater the prospects of new variants emerging, which can then quickly outcompete other variants and maybe well be more lethal or more transmissible or more likely to evade the protections of our immune system or the protections afforded by vaccines. And this is really the struggle we're dealing with now with COVID. The developed world, especially Australia, but not only Australia, has done a very good job in rolling out vaccines quickly, and our scientific community has done a remarkable job in developing vaccines for a new disease in simply record time using new technology, using messenger RNA technology, commercialising them, scaling them and distributing them. But as we're reminded, we need to make sure that these vaccines are not only in the arms of our own population, but in the arms of our neighbouring populations. And the previous speaker, the member for Wills, mentioned Papua New Guinea. The low vaccination rate there does concern me. Papua New Guinea is a difficult country in which to vaccinate people because the terrain is very forbidding, transport infrastructure is not great, public health infrastructure is not well developed, and there is a degree of scepticism and suspicion towards vaccines. So vaccination programs generally struggle in Papua New Guinea. But we saw an outbreak of polio in Papua New Guinea in 2018, which Australia helped them get to grips with, and it's equally important now that we help them get to grips with COVID-19 as well. Deputy Speaker, I'm confident, and I think this Omicron variant will only have strengthened our will there, that the world has the capacity and the means, but also the willingness or the political will to make sure this vaccination program reaches our neighbours. We've had great success as Australia in other parts of the Pacific, smaller islands, smaller states, yes, where the geography is a little more permissive and where public attitudes towards vaccination are perhaps a little less hostile in places like Papua New Guinea and Fiji and Solomon Islands and Tonga and Samoa. But it's very important that just as we had success with polio, with a persistent and well-resourced campaign over many years, we need to bring the same attitude and resourcefulness and will to bring to bear against COVID-19.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Like many of my generation, my first exposure to polio was reading Alan Marshall's I Can Jump Puddles. I have since met people who survived polio, and I note that some of those are now experiencing a post-polio syndrome in their later years. But essentially, we work together to eradicate polio and in the developed world completely, and we're close to getting rid of it everywhere. Vaccination is the only effective preventative measure against polio, and Australia began mass vaccination in 1956. The country's last polio epidemic was 1961-62, and that was after a second wave took hold, because the vaccination rates weren't high enough to achieve herd immunity. So for Australia, this is largely history, but Australians have been at the forefront of the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, which has been a joint effort led by Rotary International, the World Health Organisation, and the United Nations Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, and many others. When the eradication program began, more than 350,000 cases of polio paralysed and killed children in 125 countries each year. In 2021, it is 99% eradicated, and the entire African continent was certified as polio-free on the 25th of August in 2020. Wild polio remains in only 2 countries, Pakistan and Afghanistan. So safe and effective polio vaccines have been the single most important factor in achieving that eradication. Australia's been a very strong supporter for more than 3 decades and has invested more than $135 million in polio eradication over that time. And Rotary was at the forefront, working to eradicate polio for more than 35 years. In 1988, when the joint project with World Health Organisation was launched, that was the official start, but Rotary started a project to vaccinate children against polio in the Philippines in 1979. Rotary members have contributed more than $2.1 billion and countless volunteer hours to protect nearly 3 billion children from this paralysing disease. Rotary's advocacy efforts have played a role in decisions made by governments to contribute more than $10 billion to the effort. And my own local Rotary clubs have been involved in this initiative for many years. In 2013, I stood with Katoomba Rotarian Amanda Woods as she helped lobby the then Gillard government to recommit to funding the polio eradication program for another 4 years. Amanda acknowledged that Australia's contribution to the effort was a game changer when the Prime Minister showed leadership at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in 2011 and restored polio eradication to priority status on the international agenda. This year, in the Mid-Mountains, which Central Blue Mountains Rotary Club calls home, local businesses have helped the club raise money through its End Polio fundraiser, where members walked, ran or rolled either 10, 20 or 50 Ks during the month. The support they received including sponsorship from local businesses like Wentworth Falls Podiatry and Love Bites Coffee Company. In previous years and decades, every club in my electorate has contributed. They've walked, they've caught trains, they've worn their red End Polio Now t-shirts to raise awareness. They haven't got sick of the challenge. They've kept going. 2022 will be a critical year for polio eradication as the program sets out its strategy to achieve eradication by 2026. Progress has been made, but the new challenges in the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan are certainly impeding efforts and risk the outbreak of new polio cases. And additional measures will be required to manage that risk so that we can ensure no widespread polio outbreak occurs. Now, this has been a vital global effort, and Rotary's been there. It is so easy to see the parallels that we have with the current pandemic, and I'm sure that people around the country would like to see the same level of commitment to Australia helping other countries deal with the COVID pandemic. We need to step up beyond what we are. Words are not enough. We have to make sure we do everything we can to help our neighbours, particularly in the Pacific, have the supplies they need and the education program needed to be able to increase their levels of vaccination. We can see what's happening. If we fail, we will be failing all those nations.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you to the member for Higgins for bringing forward this motion. I've spoken a few times lately on medical treatments that are bringing an end to debilitating conditions. It might be a COVID thing with this endlessly ongoing disease, but it's nice to look around and see that we aren't victims to disease, and we have some agency against them. It takes time and effort, but eventually, with enough people focusing on one condition, we can consign it to the history books. Polio is one such story. Less than 100 years ago, it was so prevalent that the president of the most powerful industrialised country in the world could have it. In pre-war generations, polio was rife in Australia, with thousands of children suffering. Even when I was at school, one of my mates, Barry Mulligan, had polio and could only get around with the help of clippers and crutches. But while it was endemic in the 30s, in Australia, our final case of polio was caught in 1972, and since then it has hardly been visible. Australia was declared polio-free in 2000, and at the same time as the whole of the Western Pacific. The Western Pacific point is important. As a rich country, we often have health outcomes better than poorer countries around us, but eradicating polio is not about eradicating it in rich countries. It is about ensuring it is consigned to history everywhere. To be declared polio-free at the same time as the Western Pacific is very important. This excellent news has been continued across the world. As this motion says, in August 2020, the entire African continent was declared polio-free, and around the world polio is 99% eradicated. How have we got there? Together. The Global Polio Eradication Initiative has brought together organisations like Rotary International, the World Health Organization, the United Nations Children Emergency Fund, as well as the private sector to bring polio to heel. When it started, there were more than 350,000 cases of polio annually. Each of these cases resulted in a child being paralysed or killed. The program has been incredibly successful. The other key ingredient has been vaccination. The polio vaccine has been one of the more efficient vaccines, proving to be easily distributed and highly effective. The National Immunisation Program in Australia still operates a polio vaccine for newborns and infants, and by this method we will keep Australia free of this terrible condition. Just as we talk of smallpox being eradicated by a vaccine, soon this narrative may be taken over by the polio shot. But we are not fully there yet. Polio continues to spread in two countries, Pakistan and Afghanistan. Both these countries have challenging health networks and very isolated, if not autonomous, regions. Lawlessness is endemic as polio, and this makes treatment difficult. There have only been 2 cases this year, one in Pakistan and one in Afghanistan. However, 2021 has not been a good year for health reporting in either jurisdiction, and it is safe to assume that polio remains widespread with continuing transmission throughout the community in these countries. Furthermore, COVID restrictions has caused mass disruptions to the eradication goals compared to 2019. In 2020, there were reports of increasing cases of spread and circulating vaccine-deprived poliovirus globally, and continued reports of wild polio virus cases in endemic countries. Polio vaccines were briefly stopped at the beginning of the pandemic as healthcare was diverted to more pressing areas. However, that has since been reinstated. So although we don't know the extent of COVID impacts, it is likely there is underreporting of cases globally, particularly in resource-poor settings. That said, ultimately, though, polio is a good story. Hundreds of thousands of children who would have suffered from polio will now live full lives thanks to modern medicine and the efforts of the international community. There is still more to do in a small number of countries, but we have the tools and the willpower to make this happen. And then soon the world will be able to look back at polio knowing that we will never to fear it again.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Macnamara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I commend the member for Bennelong and his fine words on this motion, and I also rise to speak on this motion moved by the member for Higgins. And clearly there is fierce agreement across both sides of this chamber and across the House and the Parliament that Australia's efforts in eradicating polio are crucial and they are supported, regardless of our political inclinations. My personal connection to this motion also proudly is on behalf of the electorate that I represent. Dame Jean McNamara, who the Australian Electoral Commission honoured with the naming of the electorate of McNamara, formerly Melbourne Ports, was a pioneer in the treatment of polio, a pioneer in the treatment of people and children with polio. And before I go into some of the scientific breakthroughs that she was famous for and managed to lead, one of the things that doesn't get spoken about Dame Jean McNamara, but should be spoken about in any conversation about polio, is just how frightening it is for a young person or a child who is crippled by this disease to be confronted with it. And Dame Jean McNamara was not just known for her brilliance and her sharp mind, but also her bedside manner and her ability to make young children feel calm and feel supported, and to help treat them through this really difficult disease, this awful disease. The other thing that Dame Jean also helped lead was some of the scientific development that then eventually led to the development of a vaccine. And while she began the experimental treatments around immune serum, it was widely acknowledged that that work that she did in collaboration with Macfarlane Burnet, who also is a famous name in the medical research world of Australia, who also, the Burnet Institute, which currently presides in McNamara, which does some outstanding work on malaria vaccines and a range of other bits of research. They've done some outstanding work on COVID. But these two fine Australian scientists, both McNamara and Burnet, paved the way for Dr. Jonas Salk, to develop their vaccine. And so I would pay tribute to Dame Jean and pay tribute to her early works in this fight against the vaccines. Funnily enough, Dame Jean's granddaughter actually still lives in the seat, and she's a dear friend of mine, and I know her daughter as well. Her granddaughter is actually a doctor, and we were speaking to each other about the outbreak of the coronavirus, and I at the time had made some firm remarks about the need for vaccinations and the need for people to get vaccinated. And in fact, her granddaughter, Dame Jean McNamara's granddaughter, has been running a vaccination clinic locally in my electorate and has literally vaccinated thousands of locals in the efforts to combat coronavirus. And we were discussing that, that the stance that I took as a Member of Parliament, but more importantly that she took as a doctor, is exactly the same stance that Dame Jean McNamara would have taken had she been here during this coronavirus. That she would have insisted that vaccinations are the way through this, and that she would have insisted that people have confidence in order to take the vaccine in order to prevent this disease from spreading. And now, obviously, this virus is not over. And obviously, this virus is still running its course through humanity and through the globe. And until it is eradicated everywhere, just like polio, it is eradicated nowhere. And we must commit ourselves to the global eradication, not just of polio, but also of this awful, awful novel coronavirus. And the final thing I will say on this is that I think that we have heard the best of this Parliament in this debate contribute to our efforts on polio. And I think it is incumbent on all of us to be committing the same sort of commitment to vaccinations and the treatment of this disease as we do from polio to coronavirus. And I think it's fair to say that there have been some members of the government that have been outstanding, and some members of the government that have been absolutely appalling in the way in which they have not only put misinformation out there on vaccinations, but actively encouraged civil disobedience against health authorities. And I want to call that out in this instance and say that that is not the best of this Parliament. It is not acceptable, and that we commit ourselves on both sides of this House to actually treating people and getting over these two awful, awful diseases.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Riverina.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I acknowledge the words spoken then by the member for McNamara and agree with you. and certainly given the fact that he has sort of put a challenge out there, I do distance myself from those remarks of those people who are calling for social and civil disobedience. I felt the gallows that were erected and taken to the Melbourne protests were absolutely despicable, and those people who do that sort of thing as part of protests, particularly on a health issue, should be thoroughly ashamed of themselves. And any person who is a community and political leader who wants to spread misinformation and fear amongst their communities also should think long and hard about the role that they are playing in their communities, because people listen, people look at their Facebook posts, people observe and they follow, and particularly older Australians don't need to have this sort of misinformation before them, because it makes them worried, it makes them anxious, and it leads to a lower vaccination rate in those communities. But we're talking about polio, and this is so important, and I acknowledge my good friend, the member for Macarthur. I also acknowledge the member for Higgins, who has brought this important motion to the floor of this chamber. A mate of mine called John Winterbottom in Wagga Wagga contracted polio in 1948. He was only 3 years old, and he, along with 3 other people in Wagga Wagga, in a very small area of what was then not a very large town, all contracted polio at around the same time. And John spent 2.5 years in the Wagga Wagga hospital, and thereafter, every 6 months until he was 14 years old, he would go to the Far West Home in Manly for treatment. And yet, John, through perseverance and resilience and the great medical assistance that he received, managed to survive and managed to live, and continues to do so, and managed to contribute to his community. But he had an awful limp, and I can remember him one day amusingly telling me that he went into a hardware store and dragged his one of his legs sort of with him, and the fellow in the hardware store had been similarly afflicted by polio, and John had asked for some sort of hardware implement, and the fellow went to get it. He too limped away, and it was almost like one of those bad British comedies. But certainly no laughing matter in the Federation Chamber. But John said the fellow turned round and he was limping. He thought he was taking him off, and anyway he turned back to get the screw or the nail or the hammer or whatever it was, and John limped forward, towards him, and the fellow turned around again and said, "Are you taking me off? Are you mocking me?" He said, "No, I have polio." And the fellow also had polio, and they became firm friends after that, with a similar affliction that so many sadly contracted in Australia. And thankfully, due to great work by a number of philanthropic organisations, not least of which is Rotary, we are now polio-free in Australia. And as the member for McNamara so eloquently put it, hopefully we can be coronavirus-free with a similar determination to roll the sleeves up and to get jabbed. I mean, it's not that hard. It is not that hard. And polio remains endemic, of course, in 2 countries, Afghanistan and Pakistan, and that is very, very unfortunate. But so much work has been done in Africa. I know Africa has, that continent has so many countries which go so without, but thankfully, because of the philanthropic efforts of people such as Bill Gates and the Rotary International, and I have to say, in my home district 9705 in and around the Riverina and Central West, Rotary clubs have dug deep for so many years to provide so many funds for this so important a cause, and I commend all the efforts to make sure that the world will one day be polio-free, just like I hope one day we are coronavirus-free. And I do commend every medical professional for taking the time in this space to do what they can to make it a healthier society and a healthier world.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Riverina for his wonderful speech, and also the member for McNamara reminding us about the work of Dame Jean McNamara, who indeed became world famous in her treatment of children who had been severely impacted by polio. The member for Higgins, of course, is to be congratulated on moving this motion and to be commended on congratulating Rotary International, the Global Fund and Results International, the work they're doing to support the Global Polio Eradication Initiative. I'll happily speak to this motion, of course, for a few reasons. First of all, I consider myself a very lucky man. My generation of Australians were the first to receive polio immunisation. And I have a cousin about 3 years younger than me who unfortunately developed polio before she could be immunised, and she was severely impacted, and I can remember talking to my mother about how terrified people were of catching polio and their children succumbing to polio. When I started working at the Children's Hospital in Sydney, when it was at Camperdown, in the basement they still had the mechanical ventilators, which was like a big metal piston that used negative pressure to breathe for children whose respiratory muscles were paralysed by polio. Some of those children didn't survive, and some that did were severely damaged, and even if they survived in the present time, many of them are suffering from post-polio syndrome. So polio is a dreadful disease. I myself have seen children with polio, not in this country, but in the subcontinent, in my early years of training. And it is a dreadful disease, and we must not ever become complacent about it. Many generations of medicos, in fact now, have never seen the childhood illnesses of polio, tetanus, diphtheria, even measles, because of our immunisation programs. And they are really transformative and have transformed the medical landscape in the developed world, and are doing so also in the present pandemic. However, in the third world, developing countries, polio still has the potential to explode in unimmunised populations. The work of Rotary International has been over many decades in trying to eradicate polio around the world, but that work continues. We are still seeing cases of polio reported in Pakistan and in Afghanistan, and the potential still exists for polio to occur in other countries who have low immunisation rates. We've spoken about the present pandemic. Some countries in sub-Saharan Africa still have immunisation rates for COVID-19 under 2% of eligible population. So we will not eradicate COVID, and we will not reduce the health impacts of COVID around the world until our immunisation rates increase. Immunisation is vital. I've previously remarked on Australia's role in this. Australia must step up its efforts to increase our immunisation rates around the world. It's not just Australia. It's to our north, Papua New Guinea, to the Pacific Islands, in the subcontinent and around the world. We must try and increase our COVID immunisation rates. We owe it to our neighbours and to ourselves in general to get the world population immunised for COVID. We must reaffirm our commitment to eradicating it around the world. If COVID's taught us anything, is that we are living in a connected world, and it doesn't take long before an outbreak of a disease in somewhere like South Africa comes to our shores. Healthcare has come a long way since I first started studying medicine, but tragically there are still far too many deaths from vaccine-preventable diseases, not just polio, but diseases like measles. We saw an outbreak in Samoa of measles recently that killed a number of children. It's always important that we recognise the human effect of these diseases on not just our population, but populations around the world. Unfortunately, there are people in this parliament who are actively trying to undermine our immunisation program to COVID-19, and this must stop. I welcome any steps that governments take to further our cause in eradicating not just polio, but other infectious diseases around the world.
Expired.
Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for McKellar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair, and I'd like to thank the member for Macarthur, whose contributions on this and other matters are always so well considered and so well thought out. I particularly want to reiterate, if I can, just as before I get into my speech, his point about immunisation and vaccines, because it is both well made, it is timely, and importantly in this debate, it is worth reminding people of what the member for Macarthur just said, which is that we now live in a world largely free of polio. We are very lucky in Australia, but this didn't just happen. This happened because public health officials globally, not just in one country, but globally, made a concerted effort to have it eliminated from their countries so that we could live free of this. And that was something that was achieved through vaccines that led to immunisations. I also at this point want to thank, because even though it doesn't naturally follow, but Rotary International, because this was a program, and I stand to be corrected, that they decided in the 1960s that they were going to eliminate polio from the face of the world. And they are so very close, Deputy Chair. They are incredibly close to achieving that. And I came across that point when I was watching during the lockdown of the recent pandemic we had, so some good came of it, inside Bill's mind, which was about how Bill Gates with Rotary has used the power of data to drive polio from so many of these countries. And he got so very close, or we got so very close to eliminating polio from the face of this planet. But unfortunately, we were not successful at that time because of there were hard to reach regions on the border of Pakistan and Afghanistan. And then, of course, we've had the withdrawal of the security forces in Afghanistan. That will now complicate matters more. And, of course, the pandemic also made it very difficult for us to make that point, to reach those people that needed to be reached. But we have learnt so much, and we should not give up because we are so close. And it is for that reason that Australia is committed to the global eradication of polio, and we have supported, not just as a government but as a nation, the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, otherwise known as GPEI. Australia itself was declared polio-free in 2000, and I think it's important to remember that it was only very recently that we were declared polio-free. The other day I was watching something with my 12-year-old, and a thing came up saying, imagine if you were transported back to a time long ago, and it was 1994. And of course I thought, I remember 1994 very well, so it wasn't that long ago, hopefully. But 2000 is very recent, and it was only then that we could officially say that we were polio-free. It remains endemic in 2 countries, though there is suspicions that it is also endemic in a number of African nations, but the 2 that we know of are Afghanistan and Pakistan. Until the polio virus transmission is interrupted in these countries, other countries remain at risk of importation of polio. The COVID-19 pandemic has posed challenges to polio eradication goals through disruptions to immunisation programs and surveillance, making 2022 a critical year for polio eradication activities. Australia, along with the Western Pacific region, and the member for Macarthur was making this very good point, was declared polio-free in 2000. But there is still much work that we need to do and that we need to stay on top of in the South Pacific. We have an excellent record when it comes to polio control, with the last case of poliomyelitis or myelitis caused by locally acquired wild polio virus in Australia was reported in 1972. And the last imported case of WPV was reported in 2007. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted public health globally through the disruptions to surveillance and immunisation activities, although we hope that this will change next year.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm really pleased to rise to join these important contributions from a number of colleagues this evening. This is an important topic, and it's good that it's being addressed in this chamber. And I would echo the comments of many of my colleagues when I begin by saying how fortunate I am that I grew up in an environment where polio was certainly nothing I had to worry about myself contracting. My parents didn't have to worry about me contracting it. And now for my children, I'm certainly not worried about them contracting polio. And I'm not worried because of the success of the vaccination program. This is truly a global success story. It shows us what happens when we, as an international community, as a nation, put the effort in, when we realise the benefits of what science has brought us, the safety that vaccines bring us from these diseases that, as many have talked about this evening, ravaged lives. They did leave children in positions of carrying a lifelong disability, of being in an iron lung, and unfortunately, obviously, some children also died with polio. And as I said, that is something that I have never had to experience in my lifetime, and what a privilege. And I very much hope that this is the direction that we as a world are heading in when it comes to COVID-19 and vaccinations. And I know when I have conversations in my community with people about vaccination, many of the stories that older people want to tell me about is about their experience of the rollout of the polio vaccine in Australia and just how important that time was, and how people were anticipating and waiting for this vaccine because they'd seen the devastation that polio caused to many families. So this is the potential that is within our grasp with the COVID vaccine now. We have excellent vaccine rates in our country. We can continue to push those higher. And of course, we can do the global work that has been happening with the polio vaccine. We can do this global work with the COVID vaccine. And there is absolutely a role for Australia to play here as a good neighbour to our Pacific family, also as a good global citizen, to be a lead actor in making sure that we support countries around the world with their COVID vaccination efforts, both with vaccines, with information that combats too much of the misinformation that is out there, because there is too much misinformation, and we do need people to understand the benefits that these vaccines bring. So I very much hope that is the next thing that Australia does in this space, because as the past few days have shown us, we're not safe until the world is vaccinated, and that is really important. And as I said, this is a global success story, the effort to get polio eradicated in so many countries, but also to have so many people vaccinated. And I do want to acknowledge the work of the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, together with Rotary International, who have been such leaders in this space, the World Health Organization, other UN organisations, and the private sector as well, who I know have been involved in this effort. I am such a supporter of this Global Polio Initiative, and I'm delighted that earlier this year I met with representatives of Global Citizen, who are one of the Australian organisations who continually push us to be a supporter and an active participant in the push for global polio eradication. Since 1988, when the World Health Assembly first resolved to attempt eradication, huge progress has been made around the world. It's estimated that 16 million people are able to walk today who otherwise would have been paralysed, some in iron lungs, and approximately 1.5 million people are now alive who might otherwise have been dead as a result of polio. This is a phenomenal achievement, and as I said, as we face this global pandemic, it is something we can look to as to what we can achieve as a nation, but also as a world together. We do know that what is termed wild polio is now only in 2 countries, Afghanistan and Pakistan, and in fact Africa was certified as polio-free in August 2000. And this success really is a result of the GPEI's extensive worldwide community-driven vaccination program, which has been the largest of its kind in the world, to safeguard children from polio worldwide. We should be proud of Australia's efforts and the strong role we've played investing $135 million over 3 decades into that. And so it is important now that we don't give up, that we make that last push on polio, that we continue to hunt out the inaccessible places, to battle the misinformation, to get polio across the world and to eradicate polio across our world. We've shown so much can be achieved, there's just a bit more to be done.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 5, juvenile arthritis. Motion to be moved by the member for Macarthur.
Give the call to the member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to juvenile arthritis in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Thank you. I came to this place to provide a voice for my community and for the many patients that I've cared for over the years. Some of those patients suffer from juvenile arthritis. And one organisation that I've been privileged to work with since I've been in Parliament and support is the Juvenile Arthritis Foundation of Australia, alongside the member for Higgins, who co-chairs the Parliamentary Friends of Juvenile Arthritis with me. And juvenile arthritis is a serious, incurable and debilitating disease that affects up to 10,000 young children and adolescents around the country, and there's more than double that number of adults who are in adult life suffering the side effects of their childhood arthritis. The Juvenile Arthritis Foundation Australia is a wonderful organisation founded by Professors Ruth and Stephen Colaguiri that seeks to advocate for these children and their families, and they're doing a fantastic job. But we must help them provide state-of-the-art treatment for children with juvenile arthritis. There is no Australia-wide proper program to develop paediatric rheumatologists to treat these children. And many children are missing out on care because of delayed diagnosis and the lack of a comprehensive program to provide multidisciplinary treatment for them. Between 5 and 10% of these children also suffer from what's called uveitis, which is a chronic inflammatory disease of the eye that can lead to blindness. Some of these children can't get to see an ophthalmologist because of lack of a comprehensive program for care. Many of these young Australians have really suffered a lot because of their juvenile arthritis, and before the COVID lockdown, we did have a meeting in this place where we heard the stories of the children and their families, and it was really harrowing. Juvenile arthritis is not uncommon, but the diagnosis is often missed because of lack of proper training of general practitioners and other health professionals. 1 in 5 children with juvenile arthritis will develop uveitis. 80% of children living with juvenile arthritis have daily pain that's often difficult to manage. 1 in 3 people who have suffered from juvenile arthritis will enter adult life with a severe disability. There's a shortfall of specialist services around the country, but particularly so in the more populous states such as New South Wales. And I've been privileged to work with a close friend of mine, Dr Geoffrey Chatow, paediatric rheumatologist, who's provided wonderful care for children around Sydney and New South Wales with juvenile arthritis, but he has severely limited resources because we're not training enough people to deal with juvenile arthritis. There's a shortfall of specialist services in things like paediatric physiotherapy, occupational therapy. There's a shortfall, as I've mentioned, in ophthalmologists who can assess and treat these children quickly. Unfortunately, it's so common in a complex condition, children are waiting far too long for a diagnosis, and we must have a comprehensive national plan. The effect of juvenile arthritis is severe on families. The children often struggle to get to school because of pain. They often have physical disabilities because of limitations of joint movement and contractures. And this is really profound. These children battle every day, and their families battle with them. We must raise awareness, we must provide comprehensive care plans for them, and we must train more people in paediatric rheumatology so better treatment can be provided to these kids. We need to address the shortfall in services around the country. We need to improve affordability and accessibility of care. and the quality of care that the children are getting. Whilst I'm most familiar with the problems in New South Wales, I know in places like Victoria, Tasmania, South Australia, Western Australia, it's very difficult to get comprehensive multidisciplinary treatment for children with multiple joint abnormalities. Some children have other associated problems, such as heart problems. Some children suffer, as I've mentioned, from uveitis and visual impairment. And early treatment, early diagnosis to prevent disability is the key in management, and we must do better as a country. I will be talking about this more later next year, because we are at present we'll start a health committee inquiry into better treatment for juvenile arthritis, but we must do better as a country. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded? Member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my friend and colleague.
Order. Is the motion seconded? Member for Jagga Jagga.
Yes, I'm happy to second it.
Member for Bennelong.
Gee, when the gun went, I just started to run.
You did. Second the motion?
Yes, I do.
Member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my friend and colleague, the member for Macarthur, for bringing forward this important motion today. And as he often does, reminds us that there's very good people on both sides. Juvenile arthritis is a serious, incurable, debilitating autoimmune disease affecting an estimated 6,000 to 10,000 children and adolescents in Australia. For a condition with such a high prevalence, there is an incredible lack of awareness of this condition. For example, today I learned that shorthand for juvenile arthritis is JA, something I feel I should have known sooner. The condition is debilitating but also unpredictable. Mornings without flare-ups are no guarantee of a pain-free afternoon, and when the condition does flare up, the excruciating pain can leave people unable to walk, move and, importantly, play and socialise. At this age particularly, even temporary disability can leave lasting stigma and depression. With effects like this, it would be logical to think that juvenile arthritis would be better known, yet despite the prevalence being similar to childhood diabetes and epilepsy and around 6 times more common than cystic fibrosis, there is hardly any political or community awareness of juvenile arthritis. Thankfully, there is some movement by the government to address this condition. In 2018, the government commissioned the National Strategic Action Plan for Arthritis, which is an evidence-informed blueprint to guide national efforts to improve the healthcare related quality of life for people living with arthritis, including children living with juvenile arthritis. The action plan was released in 2019, and implementation funding of $4 million has been provided to date, focusing on consumer awareness, raising and educational activities and health professional education and training for arthritis. In regard to juvenile arthritis specifically, activity being implemented under the action plan includes development and dissemination of guidance and on consumer-focused care for people with the condition, their carers and families, and support for kids camps run by arthritis organisations. These camps provide an opportunity for children and adolescents to meet others like themselves and to participate in condition-appropriate and fun activities. They include educational workshops and self-management techniques delivered in a fun environment and provide important opportunities for peer support, both for the child and for their families and carers. For a disease that can limit the amount of childhood a child can enjoy, camps like this can make a real difference. The emotional and physical therapies for juvenile arthritis are obviously important, but we also must devote time and energy to finding treatments and hopefully a cure, so that this condition does not continue to bring pain to people into the future. On October the 14th, 2021, the Health Minister announced a new grant opportunity through the Medical Research Futures Fund Emerging Priorities and Consumer-Driven Research Initiative targeted at chronic musculoskeletal conditions like in children and adolescents, with funding of up to $20 million over 4 years from 2021 to 2022. The objective of this grant opportunity is to provide financial support to Australian medical research and medical innovation projects that develop or improve approaches for the early diagnosis of chronic musculoskeletal conditions occurring in children and generate knowledge that supports the development and implementation of improved therapeutic regimes and models of care for chronic musculoskeletal diseases in children. The grant opportunity will target chronic autoimmune diseases that affect the musculoskeletal system, such as juvenile idiopathic arthritis, juvenile system lupus, erythematosus, and juvenile scleroderma. The final piece of this puzzle is education. We can't treat these conditions if we can't diagnose it, and early detection is key. There needs to be more education for doctors and clinicians. Thankfully, I understand that work is also underway to develop a living guideline for juvenile arthritis as part of a health professional's education and training funded by the government, led by the Australia and New Zealand Musculoskeletal Clinical Trials Network and Cochrane Musculoskeletal, presented by the Monash University.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Lyons.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the motion moved by my friend and colleague, the member for Macarthur. Dr Freelander has had a long and distinguished career as a paediatrician and is passionate about quality health care for all Australians, especially children and young people, and I commend him for bringing this motion to the Parliament. Deputy Speaker, as Dr Freelander has said, juvenile arthritis is serious, incurable and debilitating, and it affects between 6,000 to 10,000 young children and adolescents across Australia. While juvenile arthritis is relatively common, about as prevalent as childhood diabetes or epilepsy, it does not receive the same level of attention. This motion aims to help change that and to raise the profile and prominence of juvenile arthritis in the wider community and, importantly, with decision makers and funders. As the motion states, juvenile arthritis can have a profound impact. 1 in 5 children with juvenile arthritis will develop inflammation of the eyes, which can permanently impair sight and cause blindness. 80% of children with juvenile arthritis will live with pain each day, impacting their learning, their play and their mental health. And there are 30,000 adults in Australia today whose arthritis started in childhood, and 1 in 3 of these people will have a severe disability. As the member for Macarthur mentioned, there is a shortfall of specialist services available to Australian children living with juvenile arthritis. And as is all too common, this shortfall is even more acute outside of the big cities. A grandparent in the electorate I represent on the central coast of New South Wales wrote to me about his granddaughter. He said, and I quote, our granddaughter suffers from ankylosing spondylitis, a form of arthritis which has a very significant inheritable causative factor. He goes on to say, I myself have suffered a lifelong severe disability with symptoms commencing in the 1950s. Much less was known of the disease in those days, and most sufferers went undiagnosed for years, leading to a lifelong disability. Better knowledge and management these days will ameliorate these impediments to a successful life. He goes on to say, unfortunately, these are sadly lacking in New South Wales. The continual pain and disability resulting from these diseases very seriously impair these lives of the sufferers. Moreover, the family burden resulting is also significant. Time is lost, financial burden incurred, and family relationships are harmed. Affected children such as our granddaughter need the care of a paediatric rheumatologist, a physiotherapist, of trained nurses, pain management and psychological counselling. These services are all lacking in New South Wales. He finishes, much better care should be available to sufferers of juvenile arthritis. Deputy Speaker, as is common with a range of complex conditions, children are waiting far too long for diagnosis, which means that they are waiting even longer for effective treatment and care. The early years of life are critical to our social, cognitive and emotional development. Children and adolescents with juvenile arthritis unfortunately miss out on a lot because of their condition, whether it's time off from school because of pain or because of treatment, the social impact of having to miss out on activities, or the complexities associated with diagnosis, treatment and support. These children struggle, as the member for Macarthur said. He said they battle each day, and we owe it to them to give juvenile arthritis the attention that it deserves. Juvenile arthritis must receive proper recognition so these children can access the services they need close to home and when they need them. But we also need to address the delays families experience in obtaining a diagnosis. 10 months is far too long for a child living in pain each day to wait. And as a society, we must do better. Deputy Speaker, we also need to address the shortfall in services to manage this condition. In particular, we need to improve the affordability, accessibility and quality of paediatric rheumatology services across the nation, but especially for young children and families living outside of big cities. Early diagnosis and expert care by specialist multidisciplinary teams can significantly reduce permanent joint and eye damage, stop pain and disability, and improve lives. I also support calls by the Juvenile Arthritis Foundation Australia, and it was a pleasure to meet with them in Canberra earlier this year to establish a national registry and research package into juvenile arthritis. Appropriate recognition, appropriate funding from all levels of government is critical. If we are able to better understand the disease, to train people working in diagnosis and treatment of the disease, and to work to improve the quality of life for all those who live with it, be much better for all Australians, particularly for young people who at the moment are waiting 10 months for diagnosis and waiting even longer for effective treatment. And early diagnosis and early treatment mean that many of these young people might avoid the lifelong disability associated with juvenile arthritis today. So I commend the member for Macarthur for bringing this motion to the House, and I support the calls of the Juvenile Arthritis Foundation of Australia for more support.
Has concluded. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Is there anybody seeking the call? All right, the member for Macon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's difficult to contribute to this debate without repeating some of the matters and discussion points that have already been raised by other speakers. But can I say I commend the member for Macarthur for bringing this matter to the attention of the House, because it is indeed a serious matter. I, for one, have always looked at arthritis as being an adult's disease or illness or ailment. But the reality is that, as the member for Macarthur quite rightly points out in the motion, arthritis can affect anywhere between 6,000 and 10,000 young people. And indeed, even those numbers are questionable because we don't have either a register or adequate research that establishes what the real rate is of people that are, or young people that are affected by the disease. But nevertheless, 6,000 to 10,000 young people are affected that we know of. And for them, life can be incredibly debilitating. I can only imagine what it would be like for a young person each and every day to deal with joint stiffness, pain, swelling, joint tenderness, possibly bone growth problems, which in turn affect the whole development of the young person. And as a result of all that, more than likely excluding the young person from a whole range of daily activities that other kids would be able to participate in, but which they will not. And whilst there might be a little bit of support for them already in the form of perhaps a bit of guidance from their GPs and other health professionals, the reality is that it's a disease that is not curable at this point in time. Yes, there is support that can be provided to them, and certainly by way of nutrition and maybe some forms of exercises, their life can be made a little better, and in particular exercises that are not stressful on the joints, such as swimming and bike riding, which I know can help with the muscle strengthening aspects of it all, but ultimately they will not fix up the disease itself. And that is something that we should be focusing on, and this motion talks about that by talking about research and also establishing a register. Can I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a member of the Parliament's Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Sport, having to confront parents of young children with any kind of debilitating disease is something that breaks your heart. And I have said it in this place before, and I will say it time and time again. It disappoints me that every time we see these young people, particularly if they are a person that has a rare disease and that has not properly been researched, that we can never find the money to carry out the research, to set up the registers, to give them the support that we do for a lot of other diseases, and yet we can, at the blink of an eyelid, find billions of dollars for defence equipment. Now, I'm not saying defence equipment is not important. I'm simply making the point that sometimes the amount of money that is being asked for is absolutely minuscule, and it will change lives. It will even sometimes save lives. Yet we can't find that, but we can find it for other purposes. One of the concerns I have about this particular disease, from the research I've been able to put together, is that, as other speakers have quite rightly said, it sometimes takes a long time for the diagnosis to be verified. And that means that for all of that time, the child goes undiagnosed, untreated and unsupported, and therefore lives in a much worse lifestyle than would otherwise be possible. One of the reasons for that, from what I understand, and according to one publication, is that in Australia we only have 22 paediatric rheumatologists. Now, that in itself highlights a shortfall in the medical profession, and I'm not sure how well your normal GPs would understand this condition or understand what sort of advice and treatment they should be providing. So I guess one of the first things we need to do as a nation is try and ensure that we have enough professionals in the medical field that are able to provide the advice and support that these children need, so that they can in turn impart that advice to the GPs and so on, because without their support, obviously we can't find the cures and treatments. It is a disease that is quite often, in fact too often, misunderstood and therefore neglected. And so the motion goes straight to the point of having the register, carrying out the research, which I strongly believe we need to do, so that at least we give these kids a chance and hopefully one day find a cure for what is indeed a very debilitating disease.
The question before the chair is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fenner.
In 2016, I got a call from my friends McGregor Duncan and Tanya Dimitriou about their one-year-old son, Leo. They told me he'd been diagnosed with juvenile polyarticular arthritis, meaning he had many severely swollen joints, including his ankles, knees and fingers. Leo was in a lot of pain, and a little boy who'd been crawling had now ceased crawling after weeks of testing in hospital. My friends knew that if his arthritis went without proper treatment, it would probably mean permanent disability, a life of pain and possibly even blindness. Soon after he was diagnosed, my friends returned from the United States, where they'd been living, to Australia, and they remarked to me how they were struck by the lack of attention or resources to juvenile arthritis sufferers in Australia compared to the United States. As others have mentioned, juvenile arthritis affects just as many children as juvenile diabetes, many times more than cystic fibrosis. Yet across the nation there's only 22 paediatric rheumatologists, limited community awareness and support and little research funding. Now, my friends Mac and Tanya are lucky. They live in a city, they have a great paediatric rheumatologist. Leo's illness is so well dealt with that they tell me he's now the fastest runner and swimmer in his class. That might not be the case if he lived in a rural and regional area. And so we do need to do better for Australian kids with arthritis. I commend the member for Macarthur for bringing this motion forward, and the Juvenile Arthritis Foundation Australia for their advocacy on this issue. In March this year, I was really pleased to meet with JAFA's representatives as part of their launch of the national campaign to stop pain and disability in kids with arthritis. To meet with Associate Professor Ruth Caligari and other experts on juvenile arthritis. It is a disease that afflicts between 6,000 and 10,000 Australian children and adolescents, 80% of whom experience pain daily. In the ACT, Rebecca Davey of Build a Better Me, Arthritis Pain Support and ME-CFS ACT, tells me the stories of two Canberra children who are affected by juvenile arthritis. There's Julia, an 8-year-old who's legally blind from the disease, which affects her eyes and other organs. She travels from Canberra to Sydney every month for injections and drainage from some of her larger joints, since there's no paediatric rheumatologist in the ACT. So her parents have to take time off work. She does hydrotherapy to assist with pain relief and improve joint mobility, but she can't always get into the pools. The medicine she takes reduces her immune response, which means her parents are constantly worried about the fear of contracting COVID in school or of a family member bringing it home. She has some NDIS funding, but the interstate trips are also a burden on the family. There's Sam, a 13-year-old who attends school in the ACT, whose juvenile arthritis took 5 years to diagnose. He misses up to half of his schooling due to joint swelling and stiffness, unless he gets up really early and gets moving in order to allow the stiffness to settle. Sometimes he needs to use a wheelchair, sometimes Sam doesn't need to use a wheelchair, and that in itself generates a stigma because there's a sense that sometimes people in authority question whether he's really sick or disabled or just seeking attention, and that only makes it harder. He has regular blood tests, fortnightly injections and regular x-rays and MRIs to try and track his disease. Now, some days he gets out with his mates, other days he's in bed with incredible pain, and he hates not knowing what the day will bring. That affects his schooling outcomes and his social outcomes, and it may well affect his work and his lifelong earning capacity, as well as the concern that he might pass the disease on to his children, since there's a definite familial trait. So I commend those who are working with children with juvenile arthritis. It does deserve more attention. We need a national registry and research package to better understand the extent and impact of juvenile arthritis on individuals and on the Australian economy.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 6, genocide. Motion to be moved by the member for North Sydney.
I'll give the call to member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to genocide in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
The member for North Sydney.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there are two places in the world I've visited which have moved me to my very core. They both represent some of the darkest chapters in modern human history. Sitting on the western slope of Mount Herzl in Jerusalem, it lies Yad Vashem, Israel's official remembrance memorial and centre for those who perished in the Holocaust. I visited Yad Vashem 3 times. The third time was just as powerful as the first. And within the complex, nothing has touched me more than the Children's Memorial, where the loss of 1.5 million Jewish children is remembered. All of the victims of the Holocaust were innocent of any crime other than being who they were culturally or in their faith. Yet there is something especially moving and disturbing reflecting on those children in their age of innocence and with their lives before them, but murdered without compunction or compassion. How could this ever be so? And on a ridge above the Armenian capital of Yerevan sits an austere but impressive memorial and museum dedicated to the 1.5 million Armenians killed in the Ottoman Empire during one of the greatest tragedies of the modern era. Just over 2 years ago, I visited Yerevan with my federal colleagues, the members for Goldstein and Bennelong. We planted a tree in the Grove of Remembrance and we laid a wreath. These were small gestures, but reflected our determination to ensure that the suffering of the Armenian people during its genocide is never forgotten. Both places are heart-wrenching and sobering. Both so clearly convey the barbaric impact and magnitude of genocidal crimes designed to exterminate a people based on their ethnicity and beliefs. On the 9th of December this year, as happens every year, the United Nations will mark the crimes of genocide that have killed so many millions in the modern era. It will reflect on that great early achievement in the United Nations history, the adoption of the Genocide Convention. That convention had its immediate impetus in the events of the Holocaust and the global determination to make sure international law recognised the crime against humanity that genocide represents. But as one of its primary authors, Raphael Lemkin, often acknowledged, its roots lay earlier in the genocide undertaken by the Ottoman government. The Holocaust and the Armenian genocides are linked so clearly in driving the creation of that convention, yet they have been treated differently. Australia and the international community, with few exceptions, recognised the Holocaust for what it was, a genocide perpetrated by Nazi Germany and its collaborators. Importantly, this is accepted by current generations of Germans, and their governments have strived for atonement and reconciliation in a way that has been both moving and incredible. Yet similar recognition has not been given to the Armenians or the Assyrians or the Greeks in the Ottoman Empire, past or present, for the genocide they faced despite the enduring scars and legacy. In contrast to Germany, the successor of the Ottoman state, modern Turkey, stridently resists recognition of that genocide for what it was, let alone makes any efforts to heal the wounds wrought by those events. It is time that changed, and Australia must play its part by joining what has been a slow but growing number of nations that have recognised the Armenian and other genocides of the Ottoman regime. This year, President Biden, in a historic statement on behalf of the United States, joined the list of over 30 other nations that have now done so. These events started 106 years ago, yet they do remain relevant today. For the Armenian, Assyrian and Greek people and their diasporas, that great loss haunts their communities. So many count grandparents and other relatives amongst the dead or dislocated. However, the case for recognising the genocide has a much more profound calling, not only based on identifying the truth of past events, but also our efforts to prevent these tragedies occurring again and befalling other communities. We should never forget the words of Hitler, who on the eve of launching his own murderous assault on the people of Poland said, "Who, after all, speaks today of the annihilation of the Armenians?" These crimes cannot be forgotten, and Australia must play its part in making sure they're not. We owe it to truth and justice. We owe it to the memory of the millions who perished and their descendants, and to the hope of atonement. And we owe it to the world as we strive to achieve a more peaceful global community, free of crimes that threaten whole communities based on their attributes of race or culture or belief. 1948 was a landmark year, with the optimism and determination of the still young United Nations to address crimes against humanity like genocide, perhaps the most evil of all. It is that spirit we should remember on the 9th of December, and it is that spirit we should be leaving as our own legacy.
Is the motion seconded?
Speaker, and
thank the
I
member.
rise in support of the motion moved by my friend, the member for North Sydney. He and I, of course...
I give the call then to the member for Hunter.
He and I, of course, I'm not sure I was supposed to second the motion, but he and I are, of course, we together convened the Australia-Armenia Parliamentary Group. The International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of the Crime of Genocide and the prevention of this crime is an important one, and those of us who are making a contribution to the debate tonight would like to see it receive more attention. In particular, we'd like to generate more attention for the Armenian genocide. For too many years, survivors and their descendants of that great event, of that terrible event, have been ignored. Their calls for historic justice have largely fallen on deaf ears. A little more than 106 years ago, more than 3 million Armenians, Assyrian and Greek peoples lost their lives for no other reason but for their ethnicity and their beliefs. That is genocide, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is no other word for it, and it's time the Australian Parliament joined with many others who have recognised it as such. This is important not only to give closure to those affected by the events of 1915, but to send a clear signal to the world that genocidal behaviour will not be tolerated by our community of nations. Support for the UN Convention on the Punishment and Prevention of Genocide means taking resolute action on all genocides. Tolerating genocide denial does all of us harm. It's a stain on our conscience, and it prevents survivors from achieving proper healing. Now, I understand the events of 1915 are a sensitive issue amongst Australians of Turkish heritage, but recognitions of the crimes of the Ottoman Empire's leaders is no more a reflection on our Turkish friends here in Australia than is the recognition of the crimes of the Nazis on Australians of German heritage. Zero reflection, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, as indicated by the member for North Sydney, the United States took the important historic step of recognising the Armenian genocide. President Biden's recognition is a significant shift in US foreign policy. In recognising the genocide of 2015, he's led the way, Madam Deputy Speaker, and has joined some 32 other countries around the world in making such a recognition. It's time for the Australian Parliament to do the same. By continuing to remain silent and tolerating genocide denialism, we are effectively diminishing the very legacy established by our forefathers and the great work they did to help the victims of this horrible crime. Our Anzacs were there, by their side in 1915. Australia accepted many refugees. Armenian and other diaspora have generously continued to support those who have an ongoing disadvantage because of the genocide. I've seen the Australian Armenians do that firsthand. Now, I've had the confronting experience of visiting the former Auschwitz concentration camp in Poland. 1 million people were gassed to death in that camp. 6 million Jews across Europe were murdered in the Holocaust. It is surely the worst atrocity in modern human history, if not all of human history. Visiting Auschwitz today, you see people shedding tears, even the most hardened of them. It's difficult not to, Madam Deputy Speaker. The families of those Armenians, Assyrians and Greeks who were victims of the 1915 genocide do not ask for our tears, Madam Deputy Speaker. They simply ask for recognition. I've also, like the member for North Sydney, had the confronting experience of visiting the Armenian Genocide Memorial in Yerevan, Armenia's modern capital. There too, it is difficult not to be overwhelmed by emotion. I predict in the coming years more parliaments around the world will add themselves to the list of those recognising the events of 1915. And I hope the Australian Parliament is amongst them. Indeed, I hope the Australian Parliament does that soon and leads the way for others.
So the question before the Chair is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my friend and colleague, the member for North Sydney, for bringing forward this important motion. The word genocide is a terrifying one. It is the chilling finality of homicide, but on a mass scale. Not killing one person, killing one race, one ethnicity. The concept is as horrifying as it is unimaginable. That genocide exists at all is tragic, that we saw so many in the last century, in so many different continents and disparate situations, is truly frightening. Some genocides are organised, Germans. Some are chaotic and opportunistic, as in Rwanda. Destroying a race is nearly impossible, and thankfully all genocides fail in that goal. Genocide leaves deep scars in communities. It's not just the loss of the victims, the empty seats at the dinner tables, children growing up as orphans. It's also the deep psychological cuts from the branding aimed to dehumanise before the killing starts. The effects of this dehumanisation live on for decades to come. So what can we do? You can't fix it or undo a genocide. You can't bring back people from the dead. Genocide leaves a legacy that can never be forgotten and will mark a people for centuries. Perpetrators can apologise, but what apology can compensate for the lives of millions lost? There is only one thing that can be done. We can discuss. There can be no healing without acknowledgement. The Jewish will never forgive, and they will never forget, but they can start to heal at memorials around the world, including in Germany, where they can air their grievances, mourn openly, and continue a discourse with their former persecutors. The Armenians, similarly, will never forget or forgive the atrocities that were visited on them in the fading light of the Ottoman Empire. There is nowhere they can mourn, no place to discuss, as the genocide not acknowledged by the descendants of the perpetrators or by many countries around the world. There are tens of thousands of Armenians in Australia. We have one of the largest Armenian diasporas in the world. We have had an Armenian treasurer, and our biggest state was run by an Armenian until recently. And yet we still cannot officially acknowledge the genocide at a national level. My local council, my state has, but the government for which I work in still has not. This is shameful. I've witnessed in my years representing the largest Armenian Australian populated electorate of Bennelong that this community is made up of active and vital contributors to our contemporary understanding of what it means to be Australian. These Australians are the descendants, the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren of those who tragically died from starvation, deportation and death marches. I have pushed during my time in this place to have the Armenian genocide recognised by our government. Not recognising the past harrowing realities leaves room for mankind's most atrocious perpetrators to continue pursuing heinous crimes against humanity. The open wounds of the Armenian genocide are the primary example of this. In September 21, I had the privilege of joining a federal Australian delegation to the republics of Armenia and Artsakh. I visited the Armenian Genocide Memorial with parliamentary colleagues, intent on seeing motions like this lead to what we must do, recognise the Armenian, Assyrian and Greek genocides as a proud signatory to the UN Convention we celebrate today. On 9 December 2021, the United Nations International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of the Crimes of Genocide and the Prevention of this Crime. Surely this is the time to acknowledge this genocide and give these people the opportunity they need to grieve. The word genocide didn't come from a lab or through an experiment. It was first used in 1944 in reference to the killing of Armenians in the 1910s, the very intent which could coin this most odious of words. We should now recognise this for the sake of our Armenian Australians.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I give the call to member for McNamara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I would first of all start my remarks by acknowledging the member for North Sydney for moving this motion, and all of the speakers before on this debate and all of the speakers who will come after me. It takes courage to put your name to a motion such as this, and I acknowledge the member for North Sydney for doing so. As this motion states, the 9th of December is the United Nations International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of the Crime of Genocide and the Prevention of this Crime. It's been 73 years since the 1948 Convention where the punishment of the crime of genocide was ratified. The Holocaust only ended 3 years earlier. The darkest hour of mankind, where over 6 million Jews, Gypsies, political prisoners, other enemies of the state were murdered at the hands of the Nazis. My grandmother was born in Germany and fled in 1938 in October, only 1 week before the Kristallnacht, the night of the broken glass. Many of her family were not lucky. They were unable to escape, and they stayed on in Germany, and in 1941 were some of the very first people that were sent to Auschwitz, and they obviously never survived. The term genocide was coined by Raphael Lemkin, the Polish Jewish lawyer. But he did not just coin the term genocide in 1944, looking at the Holocaust. He also referenced the genocide committed against the Armenians, the Assyrians, the Greeks and other minorities between 1915 and 1923 at the hands of the Ottoman Empire. To this day, this genocide has not yet been recognised by the Australian government. 33 other countries have already, including Germany, France, Italy, Canada, and most recently the United States. President Biden made that historic declaration this year on Armenian Remembrance Day, and he was the very first US president to acknowledge and recognise the Armenian genocide. But I also want to take this moment that prior to the US president making that recognition, the House of Congress, both houses of Congress, the House of Representatives and the Senate, both chambers in which the Australian parliaments drew inspiration and carried the names of our houses of parliament, following the US example. Our House of Representatives and our Senate, in their honour and in their example, should follow suit. Because when houses of parliament seek to make recognition such as this, we don't do it lightly, but we do it in a way that is intent on truth and intent on recognising history as it was. And it was significant that the US parliaments and the US Houses of Congress did recognise the Armenian genocide, and I thank the member from North Sydney for taking the steps in today in replicating and taking steps so that Australian Houses of Parliament do the same, and hopefully one day the Prime Minister of Australia follows suit in the same way that the US President did. And I think it is worth mentioning in this debate the differences between Australia and America. Obviously, Australia does have an important relationship with Turkey. Each and every year, Australians go and commemorate in Turkey on the beaches of Gallipoli, and the Turkish government has, for decades, collaborated with the Australian government in order to mark that difficult battle and allow Australians to go and pay our respects. That should not be put in jeopardy, and that should not be diminished in any way, shape or form. What we are doing here today is simply recognising what was, and simply recognising that in order to move on and in order to acknowledge the atrocities committed against the Armenians, the Assyrians and the Greeks, that we must be honest. And being honest with the Turkish government and with the Turkish people is the least we could do as friends of the Turkish government and as friends of the Turkish people and as friends of Turkish Australians who are proudly part of our wonderful country. But this motion and this reform and this recognition is what must happen. It happens slowly, but it happens purposefully. And I'm pleased to add my name as the descendant of someone who, and the descendant of family who understands acutely what genocide is, and we recognise that what happened to the Armenians was a genocide. We stand with them, we acknowledge the truth that happened, and we hope for better days in the future.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I'll give the call to member for Barrera.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me pay tribute to those who've already spoken in this debate and associate myself with their words, particularly the member for North Sydney, the member for Ballangong, the member for McNamara and the member for Hunter, and my friend the member for Adelaide who's going to speak shortly. I associate myself with everything that they have said about the Armenian genocide, although in my remarks today I'm largely going to focus on the Holocaust. There is, of course, a link between the Armenian genocide and the Holocaust, and it is the phrase that the member for North Sydney reminded us of that Hitler famously said, "Who, after all, speaks today of the annihilation of the Armenians?" And that demonstrates what happens when people forget what's happened and they misunderstand the particularity of what's gone on in a particular genocide. And I'll return to that particular thought at the end. In recent years, the consciousness of the Holocaust has been placed in sharper focus in Australia by the wonderful book by the late Eddie Jaku, the happiest man on earth, that he wrote at 100 years of age. Eddie died earlier this year, and despite the extraordinarily difficult war that he faced, despite the fact that he repeatedly escaped and then was drawn back in, despite the fact that he saw most of his family murdered, he managed to maintain humanity and a wisdom of someone who had every right to be angry at the world, but who, through the reflection of his book, has been happy and grateful for his family, his friendship and the kindness of strangers. His victory over Hitler was to live a happy life and to give happiness to others. He beautifully said in his book, you must remember you're lucky to be alive. Every breath is a gift. Life is beautiful if you let it be. Happiness is in your hands. Eddie Jaku's life was witness to the truth that we must never forget our humanity or the humanity of others. Eddie Jaku was one of many Holocaust survivors whose numbers are gradually thinning in this country. On a per capita basis, Australia is home to more Holocaust survivors than any other nation on the planet. People like Frank Lowy or Judy Kassab or Eddie Jaku have changed the face of Australia. While my generation had the privilege of meeting and knowing these survivors, by the time children are born in a few years' time and are old enough to understand what happened in the Holocaust, those survivors will be gone. For a coming generation without survivors, the danger is that the Holocaust will seem as long ago as the pogroms, the Crusades or slavery in Egypt. And it will then be up to us to tell the next generation our own memory of the survivors and their stories, to help turn our memories into the memories of the next generation. And the importance of that task shouldn't be underestimated. Sadly, we're witnessing a growth of Holocaust denial around the world in two forms. In parts of the Muslim world as a way of playing into an anti-Jewish message that bolsters an anti-Israel message, and in the West fuelled by social media and a regression to what I've termed the pre-Enlightenment age, where people seem incapable of reasoning and assessing sources of information with the ability to tell fact from fiction. The future US President and Supreme Allied Commander Europe, General Dwight D. Eisenhower, saw the potential for denial in April 1945. He wrote about Orduf, a subcamp of Buchenwald, which he'd just visited, saying, "The things I saw beg a description. The visual evidence and the verbal testimony of starvation, cruelty and bestiality were so overpowering, I made the visit deliberately in order to be in a position to give first-hand evidence of these things, if ever in the future there develops a tendency to charge these allegations to propaganda." And Eisenhower remarkably organised delegations of journalists and politicians and filmmakers to go in first-hand and see what happened. The traditional view is that it is up to us to educate the next generation so that they view the Holocaust not just as the experience of Jews, Roma, homosexuals, people with intellectual disabilities, but rather as a human experience where the most civilised and enlightened society on the planet can quickly turn to a monstrous barbarism and engage in murder on an industrial scale. That, Deputy Speaker, has been the traditional view of the importance of Holocaust education. But I have been struggling with a rather arresting series of podcasts and a book by an extraordinary Jewish-American author, Dara Horn, which has just come out with the confronting title, People Love Dead Jews, and a companion podcast series, Adventures with Dead Jews. And what Dara Horn does there is she is critical of the way in which we remember these events because they lose their particularity. She says in particular, when going to the US Holocaust Museum in the United States, in Washington, you're encouraged to think of yourself as a child going through the same set of circumstances. It could be any one of us. We forget the particularity of the culture that was lost in the Holocaust. Similarly, to take us back to where we began, when we fail to remember it, we forget the culture of the Armenians.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate the member for North Sydney and the other speakers before me for bringing this motion to the House of Representatives. And it would be remiss of me if I didn't participate in this debate as a member of this parliament who represents one of Australia's largest Greek Australian communities, many of whom are descendants of those atrocities that took place that we're discussing here today. So I rise to support this motion, which recognises the United Nations International Day commemoration and dignity of the victims of the crimes of genocide and the prevention of this crime. But I also rise to support this motion that accurately recognises the genocides committed by the Ottoman Empire between 1915 and 1923 of Greeks, Armenians, Syrians and other Christian minorities in what was known as Asia Minor, and one of the greatest crimes against humanity in modern history. Now, Deputy Speaker, the term genocide is relatively new in historical terms. Genocide itself isn't a very old term. It's been used and it was developed partly in response to the horrendous murder of Jewish people during the Holocaust. But it also in response to the brutal cleansing that took place in this campaign committed by the Ottoman Empire between 1915 and 1923. In this period, millions of Greeks, Armenians, Syrians and other Christian minorities from the Pontus region and other parts of modern-day Turkey were deported, massacred or marched to their deaths. And some of these stories have been handed down, it's only 2 generations ago. In fact, my son's best friend, his grandparents came from Pontus. He was a small child, and I recall him telling us the story of the long march from the Pontus region through to modern-day Greece. Along that march, many perished by death through starvation, being murdered along the way through illnesses, etc. And it's approximately 300,000 people that lost their lives. It was a brutal cleansing campaign. Deputy Speaker, it all started in the early morning of April 24th, 1915, when the Ottoman authorities arrested some 250 Armenian political, religious, educational and intellectual leaders and community figureheads in the capital, Constantinople, marking the first stage of the Ottoman Turks' attempt to exterminate the Armenian, Assyrian and Greek population of that Ottoman Empire. The Greek genocide began with a series of programs in eastern Thrace and the Aegean coast of Anatolia, beginning in January 1914, when the Ottoman Turkish government declared that only those Greeks who became Muslims or would change their religion would be allowed to remain in Thrace. Maps and history were rewritten. Churches, schools and cultural monuments were desecrated and misnamed. Even stories of children being snatched from their parents, and they would be renamed and farmed out to be raised as Ottomans. Deputy Speaker, on that particular day, 300 kilometres south of the Empire's capital, young Australian men began to fight against the Ottoman soldiers during the Gallipoli campaign, one of the most significant formative events in the military history of Australia. And some of those first documented evidences of genocide taking place were by Anzacs. Some who were prisoners and witnessed some of the atrocities and began writing little notes on pieces of paper that still exist today. Deputy Speaker, the neglect and the plight of the peoples of this region, the Assyrians, the Greeks and the Armenians, ensured that it was just an absolute bloodbath in terms of a cleansing that took place. It absolutely is something that should be recognised by our government and by this parliament. As we heard earlier, President Biden has recognised it. Many countries around the world have recognised the genocide, and it's about time that we did too, because if we don't recognise humanity's mistakes, they're there to be committed again. And it's not about putting one ethnicity against another. As we heard, we recognise the Holocaust of World War II. It doesn't mean that German people are bad. It just means that we recognise an atrocity so it can never, ever take place again.
The time allotted for the debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 7, relating to economic impact of COVID-19.
Give the call to member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. I move the motion relating to the economic impact of COVID-19 in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
The member for Warringah has the call.
Thank you. This motion concerns the fate of several industries as we enter yet another phase of this pandemic. Australia is a lucky country, and during this pandemic most were shielded from devastating recession. Our support payments worked, but a third wave of lockdowns across the economy in the third quarter has brought many businesses to their knees, and we need to tell their story and make sure the government is focused on their needs. Businesses of Warringah, like in other electorates, have been hit hard by the pandemic and the lockdowns. Sectors like events, tourism and seasonal retail were the first into lockdown and the last out. On top of this, the third wave has hammered them, and now, because of the influx of the Omicron variant, confidence is going fast, and there is concern for this industry that is a long pipeline industry. People are uncertain and will not book events, overseas or domestic travel, while this variant is hanging over their head. There is uncertainty, and the government needs to recognise that, the impact of uncertainty on the recovery for these sectors. They've enjoyed some support in the form of JobKeeper, JobSaver, disaster payments and grants, but unfortunately these supports have ended in circumstances where these industries don't just snap back into operation. Many, especially seasonal industries, have 6 to 12 months before they are back to operating circumstances, and that is not recognised. So these businesses, they were hoping that things were going to start to pick up, but they really are now just hammered with that lack of confidence. For example, in Warringah, over 18 travel agents. They've been without bookings for months and months, and they've had approximately 10% of their revenue that they had pre-COVID. Now, for them, the current challenge is to survive into the new year. Other challenges pale next to this one. So it is about that survival of keeping these businesses going. Some have bookings, for example, in March next year. But with the withdrawal of support, open borders, state and international, they were hoping things were going to get better. But unfortunately, these sectors still need some support. Australia's confidence to travel again is not yet there. There isn't certainty, especially when it comes to booking events, conferences, large hotels that are relying on conferences being able to be booked. And these things don't just get booked a week out, they get booked months in advance. Seasonal retail like the snow industry, they struggle, and they will need to wait it out till the next season, which is next June, July. Boot fitters, winter clothing, ski shops usually outfit many Australians to go into the snow over the winter months. They've lost 2 seasons in a row and the international season in the middle. They have simply no revenue whatsoever. Some of the resorts are struggling to stay afloat because they simply have not been able to operate because of the restrictions. And these are not just the ordinary retail sectors that can just snap back as soon as you lift restrictions. They need to wait to the following season. We need to restore confidence and optimism so that these sectors can survive until they are next able to operate. And this is where the Commonwealth can and should step in. I've written to and met with the Treasurer on the issue, and while I understand the concern about spending, we can be fiscally disciplined and responsible and still keep these sectors afloat. Because if not, the large outlays we have already committed will be for nothing if we just let these sectors fall over with these latest strains, but also by thinking that lifting of restrictions in somehow means an immediate return to trading condition. For certain sectors, it just doesn't, and so a one-size-fits-all simply doesn't work. There are some packages and some ways in which we can turbocharge these sectors and the recovery. We can have sensible policies to assist businesses, like ongoing income support for businesses and industries and their suppliers for up to 6 months when they are an industry that can't simply reopen. We could have an event underwriting or insurance scheme to provide confidence with going ahead with bookings, against more closures and more strains. Providing tax rebates for travel, events and seasonal retail to stimulate demand. At the moment, there's barely the confidence, and as soon as there is talk of more border shutdowns or more variants, that confidence just evaporates. So I urge the government to consider the specific needs of these sectors.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion, Madam Speaker, and I'll speak shortly.
Yes, no problem. You reserve your right to speak. I thank the member for Indo. Very helpful. So the question before the chair is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Ryan.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Warringah for raising this motion, as it gives us all the opportunity to talk about Australia's recovery from the COVID pandemic and the ongoing recovery efforts. And the member for Warringah is quite right when she says that Australia has done a remarkable job throughout the COVID-19 pandemic on measures relative to the rest of the world. But it's Australians who have done the heavy lifting. This wasn't just luck. They have rallied significantly. They have followed directions and requests to get the jab and other measures. And it wasn't just fate. It was this government that moved swiftly and quickly to put in place support measures that helped them get through the early lockdowns and uncertainty of the pandemic, and then allowed us to see through further lockdowns of the last 18 months. JobKeeper and JobSeeker have been lifelines for Australian businesses. I was reflecting just earlier on in this place about the practical impact that they had in seats like Ryan at popular pubs, the very famous Regatta Hotel, and particularly for young people who tend to work at hospitality establishments. For them, having JobKeeper there was an absolute lifeline, and we've seen the results of that. We have seen youth unemployment drop significantly. The RBA is forecasting economic growth at 5.5% next year, as well as the unemployment rate to be sustained at 5% for the first time in 50 years. In 50 years, 350,000 jobs have been created since the start of September, and we were the only nation of comparable economies to be able to say that we had more jobs after the pandemic than we did at the start. And that's because at all stages the government has moved swiftly to put in place support packages as it's needed. So I agree with the member for Warringah that businesses do need certainty, and certainty is the most important thing in terms of helping them plan from the economic recovery. But that is why remarks that she has made and the Labor Party are making today to try and stoke fear of new variants and to try and jump ahead, a couple of steps ahead, before we truly understand whether this new variant is going to lead to lockdowns or anything like that. We are in a different position now. We do have one of the highest vaccination rates in the world because of the vaccination program this government has been able to roll out, and because Australians have been willing to roll up their sleeves. And that gives us the opportunity to provide more certainty for businesses that rolling lockdowns aren't going to be required. And the other way we can provide certainty is to, again, reinforce with the state governments that the agreements that they made as part of the national plan to open up their borders when certain vaccine benchmarks are reached, that are now well and truly being reached, are stuck to. And that's what will help the travel industry more than anything else that the member for Warringah has specifically raised, is the ability for Australians to make plans without concerns that they might change at a moment's notice because of a border closure or because of new quarantine requirements. And though nothing can be exactly certain, if we have premiers out there, Liberal and Labor, but I'm from Queensland, so I know the example of the Queensland Labor government best. If we had our Labor Premier in Queensland reinforcing that she will meet the national plan requirements that she has agreed to, and the border will definitely be reopened at 80% vaccination rate in our state, well then, again, the tourism industry in Queensland, that Queensland is so heavily reliant on, and that travel from southern states that the Queensland tourism industry is so heavily reliant on, can have more confidence than they have at the moment, because we have a planned reopening date on the 17th, but already today with the new variant we've seen the state government the Labor state government start to equivocate on that. So we will continue to ask state premiers of all political ilks to stick with the national plan as we continue to support Australians into apprenticeships, into jobs, into new homes through programs like the Home Builder Scheme that's been so successful, and to be nimble and quick as support is required, as we have always done throughout the pandemic.
The question before the chair is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year, the New South Wales and Victorian border was closed for 137 excruciatingly long days for small business. On the Victorian side, Wodonga locked down for 167 days. On the New South Wales side, Albury locked down for 73 days. You don't need a calculator to see that the impact on the Victorian side was disproportionate. Wodonga was locked down twice as much as Albury. That's the simple truth. The latest modelling shows the border lost over $500 million in economic activity last year. Most of that downturn was on the Victorian side of the border. Tourism businesses were particularly hard hit, with spending in the Victorian high country dropping a whopping 50%. And the member for Warringah has just pointed out the impact on alpine areas such as mine and hers. There were also many weeks this year when Albury was locked down, but Wodonga was not. As one community, we rely on each other to keep our economy going, When Albury locks down, businesses on the Victorian side suffer too. Imagine if you could shop or dine on one side of Collins Street in Melbourne but not the other. That's what we've been dealing with. The New South Wales government understands these unique impacts on borders. Last week, the Deputy Premier of New South Wales, Paul Toole, announced a $10 million COVID recovery package to help border towns get back on their feet, including grants of up to $25,000 for local stimulus-geared infrastructure projects. That's exactly what border communities have been calling for. As the Deputy Premier put it himself, border communities have faced some of the biggest challenges in the state's history over the last few years, from droughts to fires to floods, and the additional burden of border closures. How refreshing to hear that. A few months ago, I called our Federal Treasurer, Josh Frydenberg, and asked him to pick up the phone to the Victorian Treasurer, Tim Pallas, and sort out a dedicated economic package for businesses on the border in Victoria. Now, he rejected my argument for support for these Victorian border businesses, and yet the Federal Treasurer managed to do it with the Queensland Government in September. Together, the Queensland and Commonwealth governments funded 4 payments to small tourism operators on the border. 1, a $5,000 statewide small business payment, and 2, a $10,000 South East Queensland lockdown payment, and 3, a $5,000 extended border closure payment, and 4, a $15,000 tourism sector payment. That's $35,000 in one-off grants that particularly targeted border communities. Now, what if you were an identical small tourism operator in Wodonga? Well, you had to choose between either a $2,800 per week payment, which was statewide, or a one-off $20,000 small business COVID hardship payment, which was also statewide. If a small tourism operator in Wodonga took up the latter, they're straight away $15,000 worse off than an identical business in Coolangatta, even though they were locked down more than double the amount of time. Now, I'm not begrudging financial support offered in Queensland. They did it tough too. But so we on the border in Victoria have done it incredibly tough, and all we want is to be treated equally. I've been speaking to businesses on the border every day for months now, and many tell me they're barely hanging on. Last week, I met with Zach Rogers, who owns CrossFit TMA in Wodonga, and he told me how painful it was for him to hear from his regular clients in Albury that they could not travel across the border to the gym. And I admire Zach. He's got incredible integrity as a small business owner. He called his clients in Albury and offered to suspend their gym memberships because they couldn't cross the border. Zach knew this would damage his bottom line at a time where his business was just holding on, but he couldn't stomach taking money from clients who couldn't use his services. In his heart, he wanted to see people working out and keeping their mental health strong during a difficult time. And his clients really showed their love for him in return, and they declined his offer to suspend memberships because they knew he was doing it tough with the border closures. What a powerful example of our border community coming together to support each other, to keep small business alive, when the government chose to look the other way. I call on the government right now, who are talking up grand plans for an economic recovery. If you can't show up for border businesses in their darkest hours, how can we trust you to show up in recovery? I call on the Treasurer to work with the Premier of Victoria to deliver immediately $15,000 grants to small businesses on the border in Wodonga and show you are serious about treating all border businesses in exactly the same way.
I thank the member for Indi. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I will point out to the member for Indi that this government, our Treasurer, never ever turned his back on any business, and indeed the support that we have given right throughout the 20 months. I'll take that interjection in a tick. Right throughout this coronavirus pandemic has been extraordinary, and it's been on the back of the fact that when the virus first came to these shores, the economy was in a strong position. Unemployment was down, the number of job opportunities was up, business was looking to the future with confidence, all the retail sectors were very optimistic and things looked bright and rosy. And then, of course, and even that was despite the bushfires, despite the drought. And I don't often hear word about the drought from those opposite. I don't often hear it from the member for Warringah, but the drought was crippling to rural and regional Australia. The drought took such a toll, as did the bushfires, and then, of course, along came the virus. But as far as, and I heard the member for Kingsford Smith say, what about the travel agents? Well, we looked after those too. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, you will know that certainly in the National Party room, that was a big topic for discussion, because so many of those travel agents, so many of whom are women, operating their own small businesses, often at home, even before the virus, even before people had to work from home. They were operating their businesses out of home because that's what suited them. And we have looked after them, and in conjunction, of course, in a coalition government with the Liberal Party, we've made sure that they have been able to continue to operate. The member for Warringah talks about in her motion the business sector, and yes, the business sector has lost a lot of money, but right throughout the whole world, businesses, many of them, have actually gone bankrupt, have gone absolutely broke, and we've been able to, through JobKeeper, through JobSaver, supporting with state government, we've been able to nurture those businesses and nurse them through the bleakest of times. The mass participation sporting event sector, which lost over 80% of events over the past 2 years, causing a loss of over $5 billion to the Australian economy, she writes. And yes, I agree, it's been very hard, particularly on people who like to watch and participate in sport. But let's talk about community sport as well. My football and netball competitions in the Riverina got up to their finals series after a full season, and all of a sudden, because of a state government directive, they would. And even though in Wagga Wagga there hadn't been a coronavirus case for 13 months, too bad, there was to be no finals played, and it came at such a blow. It's not just about those sporting organisations that make money and are watched by mass television audiences. It's also about the community sports in country areas that sometimes those metropolitan members forget. But did they whinge? Did they moan? Did they bleat? No, they just got on with it, because they knew that for the sake of the health of their communities and of their state, they said, well, we're prepared to miss out on our finals. We're prepared to, even though we've played all the minor rounds, all the home and away season, we'll go without the premiership deciders, and we will do it for the right of the community. I can't hear what you're saying, so there's no need to keep trying to interject on me. But it has been very difficult for business. It's been very, very difficult for communities. And I say to the member for Warringah, whilst I appreciate that she's no doubt brought this motion to the House in good faith, there are supports out there that have been provided by the federal government to ensure that business, that community were able to get through this virus as best it could. And we've worked very hard with state governments. I know the National Transport Freight Code was brought into being in a matter of hours, not days or weeks or months, because of the good relationship I had with largely Labor state members. And that's the sort of cooperative ability that we probably need more around the national cabinet table. And may, once the federal election is out of the way and hopefully a Liberal Nationals government has been re-elected, hopefully then we will be able to see some of the Labor premiers showing more cooperation and collaboration so that we can get through this together as a nation, as a collective of communities. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Riverina. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. I want to thank the member for Warringah for pointing out through this motion the deficiencies and the lack of support for certain industries from the government's COVID response. And the thing that I have with the government's COVID response is that it reflects the ideology of the Liberal National Party rather than support for Australians who need it. And you need look no further than JobKeeper. It was poorly designed. It was paid to companies that did not qualify for the payments, companies that were making record profits, that were issuing bonuses to their executives, that were handing out dividends to their shareholders. They were getting JobKeeper, whilst other Australians were lining up for the food queues because they were unlucky and the company that they worked for didn't qualify for JobKeeper. So there was an unevenness in the distribution of the funds and how they were allocated to particular Australian companies. Now, the issue with who got JobKeeper is also a deficiency in it. This government paid JobKeeper to casinos, but universities missed out. They supported gambling, but they didn't support education for support through JobKeeper. It says everything about this government's philosophy in providing support for particular industries and, through that, for employees in those industries as well. The arts industry, of course, something that we know that the LNP has a philosophical objection to, of course, missed out on JobKeeper support as well. And now I understand that they had to get it out the door quickly, that it needed to be done efficiently and quickly. And Labor supported that. But when the deficiencies and the problems in the scheme were identified, and they were well and truly within 12 months of the scheme becoming operational, the government had the opportunity to fix those problems, but they didn't. They didn't take that opportunity to amend the terms of eligibility and say, look, if you're making profits, you don't need JobKeeper. We can use some of that money to pay some of the other companies that haven't qualified and whose employees are missing out. And there are still many businesses that are struggling to this day as the economy begins to open up and we begin to recover. And the motion moved by the member for Warringah points those out. Travel and tourism industry, I've been inundated with calls and emails from travel agents that I've visited to hear their stories about how they've had to put off staff, they haven't been able to trade because of government regulation associated with the closed borders. Yet many of them are still struggling to survive. The arts and live performance industry has been smashed by COVID. Yet once again, many of those businesses didn't qualify for JobKeeper. And many of them who were working in casual occupations, the employees, simply missed out and were forced onto the unemployment queues and struggling to survive and joining the few queues just to live and survive. One of the other industries was the amusement, leisure and recreation industry. And this motion points this out about the insurance and public liability insurance issue that this particular industry is having at the moment. And it is a big issue for a lot of businesses that work in that industry. And we're talking about people that work in the show industry, in sporting tourism, and adventure tourism and leisure and recreation industries. Many of them simply cannot get public liability insurance because of the tightening of the insurance market at the moment. And recently, the Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman did an inquiry in 2020 into these issues associated with insurance in this industry. And the Amusement, Leisure and Recreation Association submitted to that review that many members were facing closure and or stranded assets due to the unavailability of insurance. And the Small Business Ombudsman has recommended that the government look at a discretionary mutual fund to address those insurance industries and the crisis that we have in the leisure and recreation industry. And the way that the scheme would work is that there would be a government contribution of capital as well as the industry participants and businesses paying into that, and that would entitle them to a certificate of protection and coverage for any public liability issues that come up in the future. Without something like this, I fear, Deputy Speaker, that this particular industry is going to be shut down, and thousands of businesses and thousands of employees are going to be out of work into the future. So it's something that the government must consider.
I thank the member for Kingsford-Smith. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in the most severe global economic crisis since the Great Depression. In April 2020, more than 1 million Australians lost their jobs or saw their working hours reduced to zero. Despite these considerable challenges, our economy remains strong. Its fundamentals remain sound, and it continues to provide its remarkable resilience. In March 2021, Australia became the first advanced economy to have more people in employment than prior to the pandemic. Between May 2020 and June 2021, more than 1 million jobs were created. The good news is the economy is now set to recover strongly from the impact of the Delta strain, with the Reserve Bank forecasting economic growth to increase to 5.5% next year, and the unemployment rate to be sustained below 5% for just the second time in 50 years. According to Treasury analysis, 350,000 jobs have been created since the start of September, as New South Wales and Victoria emerged from lockdowns. And despite COVID-19, Australia's unemployment rate is still lower than when Labor left government in 2013. The strong bounce back has been supported by the Morrison government's economic plan, which has protected Australians in lockdowns. Significant policy initiatives like JobKeeper, our JobMaker hiring credit, the Job Trainer Fund, the Supporting Apprenticeships and Trainees Wage Subsidy, the Boosting Apprenticeships Commencements Wage Subsidy, the Transition to Work Program, Industry Training Hubs, and the Youth Jobs Path Program have all contributed to cushioning the effect of the pandemic. Our recovery plan will also ensure we continue to bounce back strongly as restrictions further ease. Our tax cuts have also seen more than $24 billion flow to 11.5 million Australians since the onset of the pandemic, with $10.2 billion flowing in the September quarter alone, equating to around $900 per person. This support has protected household and business balance sheets with over $360 billion in private sector savings that wasn't there prior to the pandemic, and just in time for the holiday season too. But some Australians and their businesses have suffered more than most. That's why our government is continuing to provide targeted support to regions and sectors that have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic. For example, our tourism and trade sectors have been particularly hard hit. That's why we have ongoing support for these critical industries, including $139.6 million for the Supporting Australia's Exhibiting Zoos and Aquariums program, as well as various co-funding arrangements with state and territory governments for tourism sector programs in their jurisdictions. Also in the arts and entertainment space, the Morrison government has announced that it will provide extra funding to 2 proven COVID-19 support measures for arts workers and arts companies, with an additional $20 million to go to Support Act and an additional $15 million to go to the Sustainability Fund. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Morrison Liberal government has provided unprecedented assistance to Australians and Australian businesses throughout the pandemic, and we will continue to bank them in as we secure our economic recovery in 2022 and beyond. Thank you.
I thank the member for Chisholm. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for Warringah for this motion, and I want to acknowledge the member for Kingsford Smith when he said that it showed the priorities of those opposite the way that they handled this pandemic response, economic response, particularly when it comes to JobKeeper is a good example to use, where some companies, including foreign-owned ones, didn't need JobKeeper, got heaps of it, whilst Australian small businesses went to the wall. It's no secret that I think those economic supports were lifted too quickly, by the federal government, and I spoke many times in this place saying exactly that. The vaccine hadn't rolled out yet. There wasn't enough dedicated quarantine around the country. It was much too early. And when those opposite cut JobKeeper back in March, I was also calling for targeted industry-specific support, because we knew that the lockdowns would keep coming and that our community would continue to be affected for a long time to come. Now, we also knew that those lockdowns would keep rolling because those opposite totally failed to develop a national quarantine framework, as I said, with the exception of Howard Springs, a fantastic facility in the top end. And well done to all those who have been working there. I had 2 weeks stay there myself, Mr Deputy Speaker, and they do an excellent job, but we needed more of that. And we know that hotels are no good at containing a highly transmissible virus, Deputy Speaker. And even now that we've been able to reach higher vaccination rates, and there's some opening of the borders, we're faced with potentially a new variant. We're hoping that our hospitals won't be overwhelmed as people begin to move, but we know that industries continue to need our support. So it's a great initiative of the member for Warringah bring forward this motion. It's important to note that there are a number of sectors that have copped huge losses, and they'll take a while to get back on their feet. That's just the reality of it. We saw this in my electorate in Darwin and Palmerston. In one sector, business events sector, they lost about $30 billion worth of revenue for events that were cancelled in 2020. And in Darwin, one example is that we were going to host the Developing Northern Australia Conference in August. Now, everything was ready to go. The Territory went into a snap lockdown, and I myself was trapped in the ACT lockdown at the time. But I really want to commend the organisers of that North Australia Conference, because with virtually no notice, they moved it to a totally online or virtual conference. They did a great job, but there's no denying there was a massive loss of revenue to our local hotels, our hospitality sector and local tourism operators. So many Territorians and their businesses suffered as a result. And that's just one event over the past almost 2 years that we've been battling this pandemic. The Territory's tourism sector has especially suffered. It's very seasonal, as honourable members would know, with the dry season being the time when a lot of those tourism businesses make the majority of their funds. But who was locked out? Sydney and Melbourne markets due to lockdowns. Why? Because hotel quarantine leaked. Why? Because there was no dedicated quarantine in those places. For many of our tour operators, their ability to retain their workforces was also greatly hindered. Now, the dry season is when the majority of the workers come, but if they can't retain the workers over the wet, it becomes very difficult. Now, how do you keep a business afloat and people employed in the face of such uncertainty? Our national arts sector has been completely smashed, largely unable to tour, to stage shows and dealing with cancellations, and their workforce were mostly left out of JobKeeper support. So it's been devastating for that sector. It's the arts that got many of Australians through the long and dreary months of lockdown. So the least that the federal government could do is to acknowledge those workers in the arts sector and include them in support schemes. So tourism and the arts sector are very hard hit, and I haven't got time to go into the universities, but Charles Darwin University, through a lack of support, has done it incredibly hard as well, and the federal government needs to do better.
I thank the member for Solomon for his contribution. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made. An order of the day for the next sitting. I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you. I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Member for Macquarie.
I second the motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 4 p.m. tomorrow.